The days are long, but the years are short. When a year ends, as 2022 is ending soon, it's a good time to sit back and take stock. But for this year-ending episode, I didn't want big serious subjects, ponderous self-reflection, laments about the state of the world. Instead, I wanted to sit and take stock of all the things that should give us hope. I wanted life lessons that could inspire us to move forward. I often speak of hope and despair on this show. Well, in this episode, I wanted you and me to feel hopeful at the end of it. And boy, am I happy with the two friends I called on and the conversation we had. This was one of my most enjoyable conversations, and when I heard it back, I was blown away by the amount of wisdom that these two guests brought to the table, which I hadn't even noticed while recording because we were so busy having a blast. Now, I know this was a long episode, but my last episode to go over 7 hours, episode 303 with Nikhil Taneja, The Loneliness of the Indian Man, touched so many people so deeply that I'm still getting emails about it. I mean, I only go long when the conversation is so great that we lose track of time, so do listen to this episode as well, in parts if you have to. When you reach the end, I promise you'll ask, hey, why did it end so soon? But hey, 2022 is also ending so soon. But let's enjoy the years ahead of us and the many conversations ahead of us.
Welcome to The Seen and the Unseen, our weekly podcast on economics, politics, and behavioral science. Please welcome your host, Amit Verma.
Welcome to The Seen and the Unseen. My guests today for the special year-end episode are my good friends Vikram Sathe and Roshan Abbas. Now, if I try to give Roshan the introduction he deserves, that only will take 7 hours. He's a radio star, a TV star, an events mogul, a filmmaker, an entrepreneur, and today a mentor and an inspiration to young creators everywhere and to older ones like me. But most of all, at least for me, he's a good human being who makes me also want to be a better person. He's been on the show before, and I urge you to check out that earlier episode as well, in which he talks about his life, his learnings, and the creator economy. In this episode, we spoke more about his life and learnings, and he spoke about what he learned and unlearned while playing the role of Lalit Verma in the musical version of Monsoon Wedding, which is going to Broadway soon. How Meera Nair taught him to have the heart of a poet and the skin of an elephant. What a lovely phrase. And how, as Roshan keeps telling me, one must either be interested or be interesting. And to me, Roshan is both of those, which is why he makes for such a delightful guest. My other guest today is my old buddy Vikram Sathe, also known variously as Baljeet and Parpitaram, who was my contemporary in Ferguson College, Pune in the early 1990s, and later my colleague at MTV in the mid to late 90s. He worked in marketing then, which was kind of at odds with his past as a budding musician, singer, and cricketer. Now, one of his side skills then was comedy, and one subset of his comedy skills was mimicry. He soon got known for that, entertained people with his stand-up act on cricket, and what was time pass at parties became a profession. A decade before India's stand-up explosion, Vikram was doing sold-out shows and corporate events and did literally thousands of performances. He also got into cricket broadcasting and became good friends with top cricketers, just as he already was with top artists. He's one person I know who was close to both the Tendulkars, Vijay Tendulkar and Sachin Tendulkar, and one of his great skills was in imbibing life lessons from everyone he came across. He did this from both Tendulkars. He wrote a best-selling book about his journey and then made a wildly successful YouTube show, What the Duck with Vikram Sathe, in which he spoke to top cricketers and revealed the way they think for all of us. Besides his comedy and his YouTubing, he also became a top motivational speaker and now spends time investing his hard-earned money, paying it back as it were. I've always loved 3 qualities of Vikram which I try to work on for myself. 1, his constant curiosity about the world. 2, his humility despite his many achievements, which always keeps him open to learning into new experiences. And 3, his good humor, the positive energy that keeps him moving forward. And hey, coming to think of it, Roshan shares these qualities as well. We explored Vikram's journey in this episode, in which he shared his learnings from Bollywood, from the corporate world, from sport, and as Roshan did as well, from life. This is one of the most enjoyable conversations I've ever had on the show, not least because of the feast of singing towards the end. Just wonderful. But before we begin, let's take a quick commercial break. Have you always wanted to be a writer but never quite gotten down to it? Well, I'd love to help you. Since April 2020, I've enjoyed teaching 26 cohorts of my online course, The Art of Clear Writing, and an online community has now sprung up of all my past students. We have workshops, a newsletter to showcase the work of students, and vibrant community interaction. In the course itself, through 4 webinars spread over 4 weekends, I share all I know about the craft and practice of clear writing. There are many exercises, much interaction, and a lovely and lively community at the end of it. The course Course costs rupees 10,000 plus GST or about $150, and registration is now open for my January 2023 cohort. The first webinar is on Saturday, January 7th. So if you're interested, head on over to register at indiauncut.com/clearwriting. That's indiauncut.com/clearwriting. Being a good writer doesn't require God-given talent, just a willingness to work hard and a clear idea of what you need to do to refine your skills. I can help you. Roshan and Vikram, welcome to the Seen and the Unseen.
Fabulous to be here with you again.
Thank you, Amit, for having me. 30 years I've known you. Finally, you've given me some respect.
Okay, that's a good way to start. So let me start by sort of bringing up an interesting observation. Yesterday, I saw this tweet from Tim Urban, basically to the effect of how when you are young, you have no money, but lots of time. And as you get older, when you get to the age that we are, you have the money problem is hopefully solved. You have more money, but you have less time. Time is a scarce resource. And, Paul Graham replied to this, from an investment point of view, saying that when you're building something for the young, remember that they have no money, but they have time, and vice versa for older people. And I was kind of just wondering, given that we are sort of middle-aged, so I shouldn't, say it. Roshan is already looking upset because he's young. But given that we are, late 40s, early 50s, how would you sort of think about this? Like, how has this changed what you do now as opposed to, how you lived your lives when you were young?
So, see, personally, I completely agree with the fact of saying that time becomes a scarcer resource over a period of time as you age. But somehow, if you really need to optimize time and expand it, the first thing that I started doing very early was that I make myself redundant in every job that I do. I immediately, very quickly find a replacement, teach them what I know and move on, because that's when I again find that free time available. During the pandemic, I hired two people. I call them my left brain and my right brain. And both of these guys actually do 150% of what I do, because 50% of what they do is stuff I could never do. I'm not good with finance. I'm not very, very good with follow-up on a couple of things. If you really need to analyze things, I react far more, from a creative perspective. I love the idea, but I may not think so much about the execution. So all of these, so they were able to take that on. One is 25, one is 24. So I've actually, that's how I'm trying to optimize it to a certain degree. But I do feel that these two concepts, I mean, if you have to constantly look at life from money and, time perspective, I somehow really look at it a little differently. I'm always just trying to see that, can you make your life richer in any way? Whether it is meeting up with friends, catching up on conversation, whether it's reading, whether it's writing, whether it's, going out and doing a play or doing whatever else. But I just think, I think I'm just a huge enthusiast of jumping into doing things in life. और फिर time निकल आता है. Time expands or contracts to fill the space, I think, as it is. Work does at the same time. So, I mean.
Yeah, so this doesn't apply to me because I don't see any change in me over the last 48 years that I'm alive. Because for me, as I mentioned to you in the beginning, Amit, that मेरा desire कुछ फंडा था नहीं. So nothing changed drastically. If I was at 8 years a certain mindset, which is low attention span, doing whatever is going on a daily basis, this is exactly how I live today. There was this 8 years in corporate life that I was a little bit different because it was a 9 to 9 routine. After that, I got back to my childhood. So the transition of going into a corporate job was the only aberration for 8 years. After that, I'm back because I'm a freelancer. And for me, I've realized that do little, get more output. If you can crack that, I have enough and more time for me. So honestly, I can't answer this question because I have no thoughts. I've remained exactly the same.
Yeah, you mentioned earlier at breakfast that you don't remember anything. So, every day is a new day. But even then, I mean, the question of no desire, I kind of get it in the sense that many people have these long arching ambitions ki ye karenge, wo karenge, ye banenge, itne paise banayenge, and fine, you don't have that. But nevertheless, you have some desires, which is why you kind of have the kind of career that you've had, even if you didn't actively plan it out or chase it that way. So was it just like a series of, was your sort of philosophy looking back, but not thinking about it or framing it that way, was it really a thing of just do whatever makes you happy in the moment, or jo hoga so hoga.
Absolutely. And that came from a fact that I was exposed to a lot of things. I played cricket for Maharashtra. I played, my mother's a classical musician. So all the cultural aspects were there. So I was getting this base level happiness any which way. So I didn't have to do कि आगे जाके मेरे को ये concert देखना है. सब मेरे पास था. So I didn't feel any deep desire to do anything. But at that moment, I felt कि यार ये करके देखते हैं. So there's a difference. I didn't have any specific desire, but I was curious. ये मजेदार है, ये करके देखते हैं, ये भी करते हैं. So in that moment, I was getting my happiness. So why do I have to change the world? That was the core philosophy.
So, Roshan's been on my show before, and we've explored his childhood and adulthood and so on. I won't say middle age, but
though I still believe that we were cheated by that recordist of all our time, because I just as you're getting into the flow of things, he says, I need to sanitize the studio. I've got a recording at 10. और 9 बज गया था. We were like, so I was just like, अभी तो बात शुरू हुई थी.
COVID
Yeah.
time में था क्या sanitizer?
हाँ.
yeah. So what basically happened was that Roshan and I did one of those few early recordings before I set up my home studio. So I booked out a studio and I'd taken my 4-5 hours or whatever there, and it was at night. So I assumed कि अगर थोड़ा extend कर लिया तो ठीक है, पैसे वैसे दे देंगे, but time मिल जाएगा, पैसा and time again. But they said no, there's a recording at 10 p.m. and I'm still suspicious कि भाई क्या था, कौन आ रहा था 10 बजे. But yeah, so we only had a 4-hour conversation, which was very sad. But we shall.
Because with Amit, those conversations just they can go on. I think if somebody offered to sleep the night here, वो 2 दिन तक चलता रहेगा. वो बनेगा एक 48 hour बनने वाला है.
तो ये हम कोशिश करेंगे अभी. और एक इंटरेस्टिंग था, जब अमित का ईमेल आया तो मुझे एक फीलिंग ऐसा आया कि द वे ही हैड कम्युनिकेटेड टू अस, आई गॉट अ फीलिंग दैट अभी इंटेलेक्चुअल्स बहुत हो गए. लेट मी लोअर द बेंचमार्क ऑफ द शो सो दैट नेक्स्ट ईयर
बार
लोगों को लगेगा अरे वो वाला बेकार था, अभी अच्छा है.
No, but that's partly what I was aiming for in the sense that not that intellectuals बहुत हो गए, they'll all be listening to this and thinking what बहुत हो गए, मेरे साथ 5 घंटे बात किया, but simply because I think a lot of what happens is a lot of our conversations get damn serious and you're lamenting the state of the country and all of that, which deserves to be lamented. But at the same time, I think that sometimes you also need to celebrate the little things that are there, and not so much as celebrate in terms of हर चीज में आप positive ढूंढो, but just that, I think all of us have in different ways found, figured out ways to make sense of the world, find happiness for ourselves. And it's interesting to sort of, for me, to look back on that, share the good things and talk about that. And so Vikram, had you had a very tragic life, I may not have called you here कि कौन सुनना चाहता है यार, कि I was impoverished at the age of 8. मैं मतलब नल चौक पे भीख मांगता था.
जैसे मैंने बोला था कि मैं impoverished हूँ, probably था, मगर मैं भूल गया. So as I've told you that my ability to forget what's happened in the past, as I told Roshan and you in the morning, that I one day made a list of people कि इनसे मुझे बदला लेना है, बदले की आग मेरे, and I forgot why they had done bad things to me, so that I decided to cancel the badla.
And then he forgot the list also.
yeah. कौन है,
and I think that is the secret to happiness: low attention span and less memory.
In the manifestations in which you mention it, but I'm sure not by themselves. Like Roshan will know, on my writing group, which we are part of, the WhatsApp group, I mentioned an author yesterday, and I said that, okay, he's a good guy, I like his work, but 2 years back he exploded at me on social media for something I did, but I couldn't remember why. तो I was like, ठीक है, जाने दो, अभी याद नहीं है, कुछ हुआ होगा, कुछ बोल दिया भाई ने.
खुश है ना तू?
मैं तो खुश हूँ. So to kind of get back to you, so tell me about your childhood. Where did you grow up? Tell me about your mom.
Yeah, so as I said, that I don't remember much, but whatever I remember, I'll tell you that I was a service officer's kid. My dad was in the Air Force, and I remember most of the postings. We were in Bareilly and Jamnagar, and then the best posting we ever had was the National Defence Academy. And that's where I realized that I do not want to join the armed forces, because it was a beautiful resort, but you don't want to be part of it from the active level. And service officers' children have always 2 options, right? Either you get inspired कि हमारे परदादा भी आर्मी में हुआ करते थे types, or second is भाई अपने बस की बात नहीं है. And that happened to me in the National Defence Academy. My dad was, we were on a scooter, and the NDA cadets, while they are, going on a cycle next to you, if they see a senior officer or his wife, you're supposed to stretch your arms like this on the cycle, which means that respect diya hai aapko. So we were there, and my dad's coursemate, he was also driving, and then suddenly he realized that this ye cadet ne aise haath nahi kiya tha, stretch nahi kiya tha, and he stopped the cadet and asked him, "What's your name?" So I don't remember the cadet's name. So it's, say, for example, Roshan Abbas. So ROSH ऐसे front roll सबके सामने करने का. And that when I saw, I realized my dad would start doing this at home. So I'm not going to join the National Defense Academy. But the good news was, because you are a Air Force officer's son, you play golf at a young age. You get exposed to, there's so many cricket grounds there, football ground. So my love for sports started at the National Defense Academy. The good news was that some 25 years later, I performed for the 117th course there. And I told my father, without doing all this effort, see, I'm addressing the entire academy in front of the Admiral of the Indian Navy. So that's how my childhood was, going from one Air Force station to the other. And then one fine day, my parents said, ki, yaar, isko thoda stabilize karte. So we came to Pune. Now, Pune at that point of time was, means, Gokhale, Ranade, Agarkar, that was the background in Gokhale Institute. I know Amit had an interface with that institute. So it was a amazing cosmopolitan world in the armed forces to hardcore Puneri. And I loved it, because in the armed forces, you're not exposed to art in that form, right? Everybody, NDA cadets also do a great job when it comes to theatre, music and all of that. But when I came to Pune, I realized that there was this new world which I loved, which is, getting exposed to going for Savai Gandharva at 6 in the morning. And my mother shifted with me to make sure my education was good. So I was in Karnataka High School. I got introduced to Pula Deshpande, who I believe is the greatest living legend across the world, because nobody is a actor, writer, director, harmonium player, music composer, plus ran Doordarshan for such a long time, and an orator, and it's a disrespect to call him a comedian. So from that perspective, Indian classical music and my introduction to cricket, I started playing at PYC, and that's where I realized that I had a lot of cricket in me mentally, but not physically. Because that was the generation of Sachin Tendulkar, unfortunately for us. And that's the reason I wrote this book, How Sachin Destroyed My Life, which we'll talk about it later. And I started playing, and I realized that I had a good hand-eye coordination. I was doing well. The music was going well. I started playing the tabla. So then once I settled in Pune, I got exposed to this world, and I was in Narayanpet, hardcore Peshwa territory, where music and arts was like flowing. Experimental theatre was in a big way there. And then post that, I joined Ferguson College, where I met Amit Verma.
That's what I was going to say. I said Ferguson must have been a common thing for you guys,
Yes.
right? That's where you first met?
Yeah, the weird thing is, I don't think we knew each other really in Ferguson. It's only later, when we were both working in MTV in the late 90s, 97, 98, that we realized that, hey, we are both from Ferguson and we had common friends and all of that, whom I'm sure he's forgotten. And he was like, ki, theek hai, to tab fir connection. So we actually became friends then. So it's kind of weird that, so I can technically call him a college friend, but we didn't know each other in college.
But
I knew... My only theory on that would be that you were, as you keep saying, you're an introvert, so you did what to meet new people, and Sate was too lazy to meet anyone.
No, but I remember him because there was this group of guys who used to play chess just near the Ferguson canteen.
Yeah. So behind the gym building.
Yeah, behind the gym building. And I used to see these guys and saying every day, look, chess khelte, and he was a good chess player. And
I was a college captain and played for Maharashtra and all of that.
So I was told that ये boss ये लोग एकदम top लोग हैं, तो इनको जरा hello hi करो, करने का मौका मिला तो करो. So that's why I remember Amit very well. And I think did you ever go to the National Film Archives? NFAI at some point?
I would have gone there to see films. My dad was director of the FTI, but I would go for the film festivals at NFAI.
And I think I met you there once.
Possible, yeah. See, I also forget everything. It's a tiny secret. People ask me कि तुम्हारा retention कैसे अच्छा है, and I have to tell them that boss, Rome research है. I do all my research one day before the episodes. बाद में मुझे कुछ याद नहीं है. So like
I have a strange feeling that slowly this episode is going to become ये Karan Arjun.
And you mentioned golf, and I remember one of my past guests, Subrat Mohanty, he was in town. I was hanging out with him, so he told me, the mantra which bankers go by, which is a 963 formula. Have you heard it? No, so the 963 formula is, let me see, I don't want to get it wrong. Yeah, lend at 9%, borrow at 6%, golf at 3 o'clock. So,
Nice.
since
Lovely.
you mentioned golf, and I just realized that Roshan a little while earlier spoke about how if you get interested in something, time ban jata hai, time expands to fill the work available, and that's actually the where it originates from is Parkinson's law, is that work expands to fill the time available, which is kind of how I've lived my life. Like, even if I have one thing to do in a day, it will take the whole damn day. So it's us lazy buggers. So tell me a bit more about, Vikram, what you wanted to, like, when you were going through life like that. You're in a very cultural environment, so you're both playing tabla and I presume singing, because you do sing quite well and you will sing for us later on this show. And you're also into cricket, and you're kind of picking that up. So at this point, what did you think of yourself doing? What was your sort of conception of yourself? Matlab,
So that is the problem, right?
You
I
don't
had
remember.
no conception of anything up until today.
Okay.
So the thing was that my mom was saying that, tabla, they you keep, and today in my motivational talks, I talk about the fact that you have to be consistent and blah, blah, blah. This exactly. So whatever I speak today is not something I did. And that is the reason I have a gravity of the situation. And I remember having this conversation with Sanjay Manjrekar, and he said that one of the reasons I can probably analyze the game better is because I was not good enough. And I think
Is that what he says
he
about
did not
himself?
say it in these words, but this
Hmm.
is what I interpreted, because this was a conversation I had with him about Sachin Tendulkar, and he said that many a time Sachin Tendulkar did not realize that he was too good to know that there are other people who may not be as good enough, and therefore you have to plan for them as well. And I realized that my understanding of the environment was better from probably a writer's perspective, is because I could not play the on drive as good as the other guy. Sometimes as artists, as sports people, we do things naturally. And this is a conversation again with Sachin Tendulkar, and I asked him that, how did you motivate yourself? And he looked at me like, are you even crazy? Are you crazy? What is motivation? So I said that, you have to push yourself to do. He said, never. If you like something, why would you want to push? Now, he doesn't realize that 9 out of 10 people on a bad day require some kind of an external stimulus to go and do what they, even if they like that activity. So for me, I realized that, I was liking this, but there was not that intrinsic desire of putting 8 hours. That is the laziness factor that Roshan talked about. But that process of going to Savai Gandharvan, listening to Pandit Bhimsen Joshi at 6 a.m., that gave me joy. And I thought कि यार अपने को इसमें रहने का है, ये जॉय में रहने का है अपने को. इसका मतलब ये नहीं कि मेरे को पंडित भीमसेन जोशी बनने का है. Now that is something I realized, that ये excellence सब ठीक है, but मुझे नहीं करने का है. मगर जिसके पास excellence है उधर जाके वो pond में अगर मैं रह गया, and that is the only reason after Ferguson College, when we had no idea about, post-grad kya karna hai. I was playing cricket. I realized that, my coach had told me that you've got to get at least 300s in that season to even come to a point where you will compete with the Mumbai guys, because the Mumbai guys were making 2,000 runs a season. Even Maharashtra had a fabulous team at that point of time in Ranji Trophy. So then I realized that, boss, ये good enough नहीं है, इसलिए MBA के लिए prepare करना पड़ेगा, because MBA was graduation by that time. ये boss 8-10 हज़ार का नौकरी मिल जाएगा. And thankfully, I had a good set of friends. And I always believe that, boss, 5 business relationships and 5 friends is what you need to survive in life. Because इसके ऊपर आपका bandwidth ही नहीं है, मेरा तो नहीं है. उसके बाद acquaintances होती हैं आपकी, जिनके आप धंधे के लिए डेवलप करते हो कि हाँ इससे मेरे को बिजनेस आएगा. मगर 5 friends and 5 business, and I believe वो उसमें भी Pareto's principle आता है. If you look back at Roshan's career, probably there are 5 clients that made his last company Encompass. There were a lot of small companies which kind of propelled the 50 lakh, whatever, chota business. But the big guys like what
The Asian Paints.
the Asian Paints, Amit Singhals of the world. Exactly. And that applies to life as well, that those 5 relationships, if you develop all your life in business and in this thing. And this is something that I kept with. And I said कि यार अपने यही 4-5 दोस्त हैं, यही अपने को करना है, अपने को वो जोन में रहना है कि boss, I like cricket. And then that is where I think I interacted with Harsha Bhokle for the first time. And I said that, yeah, this is an interesting space. Again, not because I want to become commentator and all, but this is a good space. So I was always looking at spaces कि ये pond में मेरे को swim करना है, ये pond में swim करना है, मेरे को बनना है कि नहीं, I didn't know, because as I said, I was living those moments at that time. And then my friends gathered together and said that ki, see again, those 5 friends came to me and said, चल हम तेरे से पढ़ाई करा के लेते, तू MBA entrance crack कर ले, बाद में देख. You'll not believe, there was the MBA entrance exam and I was not motivated to go for the exam because I didn't know what I'll do with finance and marketing and sales. There were guys who came to my house, picked me up, took me to the place where they'd taken my study, पूरा preparation करा के लिया था 15 दिन का मेरे को. And one of these guys, Sunil Phatak, who's now in the Bay Area, he knew the system inside out, कौन से questions आने वाले. So he told me that also, and I got my MBA entrance, and it was a premier college. So then I had to do my MBA for 2 years. There was no option. But by that time, I'd realized that media is probably a space I need to go to. And thankfully, all these friends, my cricket friends, gathered and said, we will find a way out somewhere to get a career. And guess what? I'd done BSc in geology.
You did a BSc in geology?
Geology, yeah, before that. Because what happened was, after 12th, everybody was engineering. So I applied for polymer engineering. And again, my mama ji, this is a funny story. My mama came to me and said that, I don't think it's a good idea because I have repented. I don't want you to repent. So, and I loved my mama ji because he was the one who said that, ki boss, kuch kar mat. Everybody in the family intellectually oriented, you should do this, you should do that, up the benchmark. मुझे कुछ था नहीं वो concept. So there are stories that in BSc I got 5 out of 100 in chemistry. So there was a parents teachers meetings and my mama ji went to meet the chemistry professor. And I was really scared. What will he come and stuff like that. I was outside waiting that kya hoga. And I lied to them saying that my parents are out of town. And I told mama that please go on behalf of the parents. So he had also said ki theek hai, isko sambhal lunga. And he came out of that parents teachers meeting and he hugged me. So I said, why is he hugging me? 5 out of 100. It's embarrassing. He said, the one before you had 3 out of 100. I'm proud of you. So that is the relationship I had with my mama.
I think in every family there is a person like this.
Yeah.
वो एक होता है, one set of overachievers होते हैं, एक जो होता है वो जिंदगी जी रहे होते हैं जो
नहीं क्योंकि उसने सफर किया होता है तो वो देखता है कि भाई और एक मर रहा है.
Yeah. So I was thinking, in every family there is one of these. आराम करो, chill करो, life बन जाएगी.
Exactly. So उसने, to complete the story, उसने मेरे को बोला मत कर तू engineering. But then there was a balance. You had to satisfy people at home. So it can't be arts, it can't be commerce, it has to be science. So there was BSc, which is the most disastrous course in the history of mankind. Because तुम neither इधर हो या उधर हो, R&D का तुम्हारा औकात ही नहीं है. So basically BSc आपको करना है. फिर BSc में physics, chemistry, the problem was nothing mattered, so can't study matter. So
wow.
So geology is now, when I look back, geology was a very interesting subject. But उस time क्या rock के अंदर mineral के अंदर क्या देखना. But finally I did that, and I remember my grandmother introducing me. Typical Marathi family, people coming home and said, काय केलंय तुमच्या नातवानी? Means what has your grandson? Ordinary BSc. I told my grandmother, how can you introduce me like this?
Ordinary.
So, yeah, ordinary BSc. For her, it meant that iska career khatam. Isne ordinary BSc kiya hai. And there was this look on her face that it's over. So in Pune, you could not have done BSc. It was a complete failure. But thankfully, in that process, I realized that even with MBA, I should not be doing, the standard stuff. And that's why when I came to campus, I was one of the toppers and I did not get the companies that I wanted. Coke and Hindustan Lever at that point of time, my CV was shortlisted and I decided I will go on my own. And guess what? I went to Mumbai in 1997 and I started a wrestling company.
What? News to both of us. ये कब हुआ?
Exactly. देखो वो MBA हो गया तो तब जेरी मगवायर सर ये था और मार्क मैकॉमिक. By that time I had clarity कि अगर मैनेजमेंट और स्पोर्ट्स का इंटरफेस होगा तो क्या होगा. So obviously movie देख के मेरे को लगा कि boss, this is the new problem, right? Everybody is watching English Premier League, and now every kid in urban India believes that he's going to take the football coach's job at Manchester United or Arsenal. And so I get a call every week from some friend's son who's saying, "Uncle, I want to be in football." So then suddenly I'll hear, "Why? I want to do something because we lost." I said, "Who lost?" पोद्दार कॉलेज नो इज आर्सेनल। तो देखो पेट्रियोटिज्म का कॉन्स्ट्रक्ट देखो अभी कि पेट्रियोटिज्म कहाँ से आता है कि यू प्ले फॉर योर कॉलेज, आई प्लेड फॉर पीवाईसी, आई प्लेड फॉर फर्ग्यूसन, आई वाज पेट्रियोटिक। नाउ दिस फेलो इन घाटकोपर इज पेट्रियोटिक अबाउट चेल्सी और उसको उधर का मैनेजर बनने का है। But that happened to me. That happened to me, and I wanted to head IMG, Mark McCormack, because he, ran all the business of sport, and that's what drove me to Mumbai. And that point of time, Premchand Degra had become Mr. Universe. Bodybuilding.
Yes,
It was not wrestling as such, but it was bodybuilding, which went to wrestling. And Arnold Schwarzenegger's book I had read at that point of time, along with Dorian Yates was the bodybuilders supreme. And one of my friends came to me that, yaar, apne ko na Mr. Universe Mumbai mein lane ka hai. I said, super idea. So then we contacted Mr. Universe, the franchisee, and they said that, we'll look at you. So I met at that time, instead of doing your summer training or whatever, I met the Chief Minister of Maharashtra.
Summer training.
Summer
Chief Minister of
training.
Maharashtra.
And I told him that was Narayan Rane. I said, अपने को लाने का है Mr. Universe. He said, आना की. लेके आओ. So as if I was getting some some बंदा की आ जा तो plane में बैठ के आ जा. But that kind of but that 6 months was very important because I realized at that time that the sports business is not to do with actually organizing sports. It was about television. And for me, it was important that, to join television to understand the sporting business. And that's where, the MTV offer happened. And I used to do summer training at, a company called Plus Channel during my stint, and which was owned by Mahesh Bhatt. And there I met
Mukesh Khanna. No. What is it?
Amit Khanna, Mahesh Bhatt, and
Correct,
there was this
correct.
movie they had done called Papa Kehte Hain, whose soundtrack was excellent actually. घर से निकलते ही कुछ दूर चलते ही रास्ते में है उसका घर. I was there at this recording.
Oh, wow. Amazing.
And then I said, yaar, ye mazedar area hai. Obviously, Bollywood regular exposure was there. But I said that this is an interesting area that I should probably look at in the future. And there was this Japanese boss wwho you know very well, Niren Hiro.
Yeah, Niren
He's
was
a character. We'll talk
MTV
about him.
marketing head later.
Yeah. A legend.
Mm.
I remember a story that he was the one who taught me, fundamentals of marketing. So what is an ad? Dude, headline, body copy, baseline, out. So he was teaching me this whole principle of advertising in the car one day, and we were going past Prabha Devi, and there was this creative guy also sitting, Pankaj, next to me, and he was saying, this is how the logo should be. Dude, you gotta get this right. And suddenly we look outside and there is a Shiv Sena poster on the side. Prabha Devi ke signal pe.
Uh-huh.
There is Tiger and there is Bala Saheb Thackeray. He suddenly like, dude, who cleared that layout? And I was like, this guy is so funny. He actually got me into MTV. But before that, again, my love for Mark McCormack made me join Professional Management Group. So what happened during the time when I was playing cricket, I had befriended Sameer Dighe. Sameer Dighe was then Mumbai captain, and he played for Mumbai with Sachin and the whole amazing gang, Nilesh Kulkarni, Paras Mambre, Salil Ankola. The story that Salil Ankola, every time I meet him, even today, I'm scared of him because a ball that was pitch short, I still have the bruise in my in my chest because he was very, very quick at that point of time. Very strong lad. And yeah, so Sameer Dighe I knew, and I called him and I said that, I started this company and all, and I don't know what to do, but I want to be in cricket. So he introduced me to Hemant Kenkre. Hemant Kenkre is Sunil Gavaskar's cousin, and he was earlier married to Asha Bhosle's daughter. Fabulous cricketer, good batsman for CCI. he said that, I'll introduce you to Mr. Gavaskar and Sumedh Shah, who ran Professional Management Group, which was the only company at that point of time which kind of resembled, this cricketing world and management kind of a world. I met Harsha that time, and I met Harsha and told him that, I want to be in this space. He said, you work in PMG. I also worked there years back. So you'll get some basic exposure there. But it was a year's stint that's where I started imitating Sunil Gavaskar. And, I used to do this in front of Vaishali Hotel. I don't know, Amit will not remember that. I used to gather a crowd imitating cricketers. And that is where that theatre, music, cricket all came together. And
you were still at MTV at this time?
No. I have not joined MTV.
Oh my God! So this is a stint before.
This
MTV.
is a stint before, just 8 to 10 months, trying to see whether the sports business really exists. And I realized that there is no sports business in India. I think the sports business in India started after IPL. Till that time, it was only BCCI. There is no business. BCCI tells you what to do. You do. If you call it business, then it's good for you. Otherwise, there's nothing else. Then I worked with Mr. Gavaskar and I realized that there is nothing here. And television is what I need to do. That's what brought me to music television.
Did you get Mr. Universe or no? That's why I
didn't get Mr. Universe.
Complete हुआ कि नहीं हुआ?
नहीं हुआ क्योंकि वो wrong idea ही था.
Oh. So, a couple of things I want to sort of double click on before we continue with the chronology. And one of them is very interesting where you speak about how when you were playing cricket, it was obvious to you that you're not, going to be at that level. And I remember I retired from chess as a 19-year-old in the early 90s when I kind of came to the same realization कि आनंद तो बनने नहीं वाला हूँ. So, what is the point? And also in the particular club where I played, which was a Fatke club in Pune in the early 90s, there were these couple of kids who were really good, much better than me. So I thought कि ठीक है, kids here are beating me, बाहर क्या chance है? फिर एक grandmaster बन गया, एक master ban gaya, so they were, I shouldn't have been too hard on myself. But the thing here is that in sport, you know when you're not good because you're getting that instant feedback कि Salil Ankola ने बोल की ribs पे लगा अभी I'm can't walk properly for 2 days. But in art, that feedback loop isn't there, and therefore what happens is that a lot of people who get into the arts, whether they are singing or writing or whatever, they think they are much better than they are. Now there are two sides to this, and the negative side is you can waste a lot of time doing something you're not cut out for because you don't have the self-awareness. But the positive side is that you don't know that you suck because everybody sucks at the start whenever they do something. You don't know that you suck, so you continue, and just the sheer hard work that you then put in and the sheer repetition actually makes you good at it. Basically, you fake it till you make it. Like when I think of myself as a writer in my 20s, my writing was shit and I didn't have the judgment to know it. So, I wrote bad things. I thought I was a cat's whiskers, but it's a good thing because that self-delusion just kind of keeps you going. So these seem to me to be two very different ways in which it plays out, that in sport, you know exactly where you are, and you know the work you need to do to get ahead, and that's got its good and bad aspects. And the good aspect of that is you can work hard and get there, and the bad aspect of that is that you can get disheartened. Maybe you could have been something good, but you don't put in the work. Whereas in the arts, again, there's the same thing. You don't know that feedback loop isn't there, and it can work in both good and bad ways.
I think it's a very important point that in sport, the metric is very clear. It's runs. It's what you see, right? And in that under 15 game in Mumbai, when I saw Tendulkar play, when I saw Vinod play, and while we were grafting, scoring say 25 runs in 40 balls, and we thought the conditions were difficult, and here was a guy who had scored 120 not out in the first 1 or 1.5, 2 hours, and he left that match and went to Thana and scored another 100 runs. So the benchmark was like so high that you were like, you're not even in the playing 11, boss. You should not be playing this game. So the metric is very, very clear. In art, there is a very complex problem, right? Because art, you don't know what the metric is. You also work on conviction. And everybody tells you that ki boss, as a filmmaker also, Roshan would tell you that many a times I've seen, and I worked in the movie industry for a couple of years as well, that what is the line where you say ki boss, mere creative ko as a director मैं trust करता हूँ. अरे but लोग बता रहे कि boss तेरा script faulty है. But no, You have to take a call. Should you listen to the person because they say the script is faulty, or because you've been also told that a creator has to have conviction in doing your creative work? इसमें लफड़ा हो जाता है.
No, so see, I have a slight disagreement on this, which is the fact of saying that, when you work in the creative and saying that, you don't know whether you're good or you're bad or whatever. Not true. What happens is, if you make your art incestuous, if you only listen to either yourself or a few people who may be just your yes people around you, you can be in that loop of never knowing how you are. But if you put your art to test, like I can be using my cricket bat, sitting inside my room and constantly practicing some stroke or the other. But till I don't go out and actually do it, you will never get to know. In art, and personally, I'll tell you this, that when I moved from Lucknow to Delhi, and when I first went out and said, I can think I'm a great debater, or I can take part in the debate. If I lose every debate in the world, then obviously I'm not a good debater. I can get onto radio, which is what I did next or whatever and stuff. And, if I'm not moved into A-grade recording artist within 3 months, so, I actually always set these little targets for myself. कि अच्छा बॉस अब ये टीवी एंकरिंग चल रहा है. I remember at that time with Oprah there was this male Phil Donahue, and Donahue used to do an interview, and one of Donahue's articles turned and said that a great career if you're on TV is that if you're lucky you'll get 10 years. If you're great you might get so if you're lucky you'll get 5, if you're great you'll get 10, and if you're God you might end up getting more. So immediately when at 25 I did television, I said, boss 35 पर ये नहीं खत्म होने वाली, because good तक तो मैं हूँ, God नहीं होगा, लेकिन good great का बीच में I'll manage. So I said 10 years. So I set that as a target. And I sometimes feel this, that if you don't, I was at Edinburgh, in August. You're not just doing your show, you're on the road selling your show. You're standing out there every day and saying, come see my show, come see my show. And the number of people who come to your show then are the people who will go and tell the next set of people. So, the problem is this, that very often when you get incestuous about, I remember Public Demand was a show I used to do. I used to go out on the road, shoot every day and whatever. One day we got lazy. We had a segment left, and because we used to be produced by TV18 in those days, there were a bunch of TV18 interns standing outside. So the cameraman and my director said, yahi shoot kar lete. And we shot with all of those people, got fabulous bites. And it went into the episode. Raghav Bell, who was the head of TV18, along with Racy, who was the creative director, used to put up these things on the wall as a review. And I still remember he put up this review and he said, I saw the latest episode of Public Demand, love this. By the way, that last segment is being shot with our people. If you become so incestuous with your production, you will, if it is meant to be public demand, where's the public? And it really struck home for me, saying that आप अपने दायरे को ना जब तक चैलेंज नहीं करेंगे, if you don't keep testing that boundary. I worked with Vikram for years on end, right? I have seen him test that boundary. The first time it was just an impression of X, then it became X plus Y. Then he heard a bunch of us doing singing act. He never used to do a singing act before. He heard it and he said, मैं तो अच्छा कर सकता हूँ. And he added that. Then he saw there was, and I've actually tracked him through this all because I've known him so well, that I've seen him do that. He's challenged every boundary, tested it, जो नहीं चला वो drop करा. You're conscious of your art. ये जो कहीं पर conceit of art हो जाती है, उसमें आप फंस जाते हैं. So I keep saying, my only thing is I'm saying, whatever you do, keep test. If you were not able to make money from the podcast today, Amit, with all the circles you've created around it, at some point in time you turn and say, यार या तो मैं अपने लिए कर रहा हूँ या छोड़ देता हूँ.
बट इसमें रोशन आर्ट में भी ना दो काइंड ऑफ सिचुएशंस है. एक है जो शॉर्ट टर्म में, लाइक परफॉर्मिंग आर्ट में क्या होता है, आपको मेट्रिक मिल जाता है. स्टैंड अप कॉमेडी परफॉर्मिंग आर्ट में मेट्रिक मिलता है आपको. आर्ट शो में अगर कोई हंसा नहीं तो आपको पता चल जाता है कि बॉस यू आर नॉट गुड इनफ और यू हैव टू अप द गेम. बट इन लॉन्ग फॉर्म आर्ट, which is maybe a book, writing a book or making a film, making theater, what happens is there are a lot of phases during that process where you are going by conviction. You're not able to take feedback because you have to decide कि boss ये करना है नहीं करना है. And that is where I think many a times people, उनका problem हो जाता है because उसमें है नहीं, मगर वो conviction से चल रहा है, मगर picture आने के बाद लगता है कि boss इसमें कुछ यही नहीं है.
And also I'll tell you, जावेद साहब के साथ, all the work that one did. Once I remember उनका एक तर्कश में शेर है ना, गिन गिन के सिक्के हाथ मेरा खुरदुरा हुआ, जाती रही लम्स की नमी बुरा हुआ. I was so busy counting money that at some point I lost the sensitivity. I lost all feeling. Very often when we've been through this thing, we are sensitive to the world outside. We're sensitive to all reaction. I mean, we react to everything else that's happening around us, which creates, which in some sense, provokes our art or creates our art. After a point in time, when you lose that focus and you move ahead, see, when you talk of cricket also, here's this guy who's bowling really, really well. But there's also this guy who is just practicing the bowling 24/7. वो भी तो अच्छा खिलाड़ी है. अब आपका assumption, जाकिर ने भी शो में एक बड़ी चीज कही थी कि अपनी सक्सेस को आप इससे मेजर करें आपने शुरू कहां से करा था, वहां से ना मेजर करें कि आप कहां पहुंच गए हैं. क्योंकि अगर आज मैं कहूं कि मैं रईस हूं और फिर मैं अंबानी से कंपेयर करूंगा तो मैं कहां हूं, लेकिन जहां से मैंने शुरू करा था कहां. इफ यू कैन एटलीस्ट डू सम काइंड ऑफ अ प्रोग्रेस रिपोर्ट ऑफ व्हाट यू हैव डन, where you've reached. Look at where you've reached. Or, I mean, Amit, when he talks about his podcast, saying, I hate the 30-minute format. Because today the format has evolved to where it is. But it has also evolved because you've got feedback. You've got constant, I mean, I think you built so many feedback loops. And building feedback loops into anything you do.
But okay, so all of which is correct, and I agree with that, but I'll add a layer to that, which is that with a sports person, with a cricketer, if you're a batsman, there is one metric, it is an objective metric. It is how many runs you're making. You can get unlucky in one innings or whatever, but over a decent sample size, pata chal jata hai ki, kya level hai. With art, the problem is that there are two different kinds of metrics, right? And one is the metric of just immediate popularity, that you're getting the talis now, you're getting the numbers now, and that is one kind of metric, and you do what, and you focus on that and you do whatever it takes to get you there. The other is a metric where you are really sort of not catering to that mass, where you're saying कि मुझे niche पकड़ना है या मुझे niche बनाना है from scratch. There's no niche there, but I will make it. People who have a certain sensibility who will appreciate what you do, where you say that those numbers don't matter, and therefore the metric of mass popularity doesn't matter, and you're catering to something else, which at that moment is invisible. Like, for example, if I had to go by the mass popularity method, by the feedback I was getting through the feedback loop I had, everybody would have said do 1 hour episodes. In fact, initially do 20-minute episodes. The point that I do the long episodes that I do is because I stuck to saying that I will do what I want to do, and and that will attract audience of a similar sensibility to me. And the only way I can become good at it is by doing it again and again. So even if initially there is no feedback in that direction, I have to keep doing it.
But that, Amit, is somewhere that I'm saying that, see, that feedback that was coming to you was not listener feedback. It was supposed people who know podcasting, when no one knew podcasting at that time in India.
That's true.
It's the Balaji problem of Netflix. Wherever, any place you go now in OTT, there is a set of people who thought they knew storytelling. And boss, हमें तो GC आता था. GC का format अलग था, GC के pattern अलग था, GC was appointment viewing. अभी choice है. अब आप उसी metric को अगर कहीं और apply करते हैं, you went by your conviction, but ultimately the conviction got ratification by today that those mad fans of yours everywhere. I mean, I see those meetups that are happening in cities where you're traveling. It is that ratification. It is Sathe being called by Sachin to his house saying, "Mujhe imitate kar." That is the ultimate ratification.
But Amit, you're making a very, very important point, and that is something that you suffer because you put your marketing lens. I remember having a conversation with Vijay Tendulkar, the great playwright, and that thanks to Pune, right? I became friends with Tendulkar. And
you know every Tendulkar was what is
yeah. So thanks to that background and knowing people from the theatre industry, Tendulkar, Dubey had kind of become my personal friends. At my house in Bandra, they would come, they would have a drink with me, share stories from when he wrote Gidhade and Ghashiram Kotwal. And he used to always tell me, when I used to ask him that, what drove your writing? He said, Mala hai vatta. This is what I wanted to tell a story. Now, the moment you go into consumer feedback and you put your marketing hat and then you do a quintessential marketing thing that has been taught to us, what does the youth want? मैं थक गया हूँ यार. जब से मैं youth था अभी तक, the only question in marketing conferences, what does the youth want? But the moment you go into the lens of what the audience wants, I think you start killing your creativity. Because the genesis of creativity is coming from what I have felt from the surroundings in my nature-nurture journey, and I'm now putting it into a format which is called art, whether it's performing art or whatever it is. And in that process, now when I put a lens of, यार मेरे consumer जो हुए हैं, उनको अभी ऐसा चाहिए कि विक्रम पहले गाने से शुरू करे. Defeats the purpose. And the problem is your first creative work is what you feel. Unfortunately, most creative work after that is what people want. When you turn into a marketeer from a creative, and very few creative people are able to maintain that integrity, probably because they've got success in a big way in the initial phase of their career because of the original stuff that they created, that they can afford to follow their creative field. The moment you go that, my market research tells me that 15 to 24 require this kind of humor.
No, absolutely.
Khatam.
No,
and I think that the point that you make there is very critical, is that how does a creative person figure this challenge out? Because he's been told कि अरे रोशन भाई अब भी जो पिक्चर बनाओगे ना, पुष्पा देखिए क्या, वैसी टाइप की बनाओ, कुछ लगाओ उसमें, ऐसे विजुअल कुछ होना चाहिए. एंड बेचारा रोशन एक स्क्रिप्ट लेके गया, एक स्टोरी, वो उसमें वो डाल रहा है पुष्पा की एक्शन. And that challenge for a creative remains forever.
No, but see, that's what I'm saying, that there has to be, so do not give in to the fact of, market ये मांग रहा है. But I'm saying, आपको over a period of time, एक set of लोग मिलते हैं, जो आप जानते हैं कि are giving you, you have a set of people who you will turn to for advice. We'll occasionally have those conversations, right? And I think building this virtuous circle around you is an important thing. The second thing which is really important is, I think, is, देखो, a great cricketer should be able to play all three formats. True or not true?
Not true, because they're different sports.
Exactly, right. Now, that's what I'm saying. So, is he not a great cricketer? If he didn't, no. So, is it a matter of conviction or is it a matter of choice? So, I'm just saying that उसको क्रिकेट खेलना आता है. वो टेस्ट में बड़ा अच्छा खेल रहा है, वनडे नहीं खेल पाया, T20 नहीं खेल, T20 बड़ा अच्छा खेल पा रहा है, दूसरा नहीं खेल पा रहा है. Now, is he, therefore, I'm saying that, see, success is not the lens of, it's not the measure on this. Ultimately, it has to be, I know this craft and I'm doing enough with the craft. I tried this. I mean, I'm telling you, I'm such a big believer in experimentation and trying new things, which is actually exactly the opposite. We have this thing all the time. बहुत करते हो, अगर नहीं करोगे तो वो नई दुनिया कहाँ दिखेगी? अगर अमित ने क्लियर राइटिंग नहीं शुरू करा होता, I am still dying to see your TikTok course which we were doing on WhatsApp, because I want to know what was your view on it. Even today when I'm in Dubai on another phone, I'm watching TikTok because I want to know what is that short form format. Is there anything I could do there? Should I do it? Not for money. The minute commerce enters the equation is very different. Just for the I was doing this play. What was it? It was just testing. Can I do it? It's completely different. It's a mad challenge. पैसे नहीं मिलेंगे. थिएटर है, पर सीख है. और ये यही करता है. आप भी यही करते हो. कॉमर्स की लेंस, साटे के लिए कॉमर्स की लेंस लिए, बिकॉज फॉर इट्स थिंग ना, इतने टाइम में सो भी सकता था.
That is so true. That is so true.
Yeah. This man has been, there's a time when he was doing 20 shows a month, and then अब मैं थक गया. मैं करे बना लो नहीं. And that is him, because that time away when he's sitting at home and he does these baithaks in Pune, or he's doing work around sport, is when you're actually fermenting new ideas, that is the joy. That I think is really the best part of the process.
And I think, consumer feedback is a problem for creative.
Big problem.
And I would like to believe that in the past, during, even in Bollywood, if you say the, time when Raj Kapoor and, your metric of failure was only box office. People it was not like the social media technology changed the game completely, because now you are getting negative feedback from people who have no understanding. They've not even seen your work. And that's a problem, because today if Raj Kapoor made a bad film, or Prithviraj Kapoor did some bad play or whatever, वो यार मजा नहीं आया यार, इतना ही फीडबैक मिलता था. आज प्रॉब्लम क्या हो गया? क्रिएटिव बाउंड्री क्रॉस करने को क्रिएटिव डर गया है, बिकॉज ही सेइंग नहीं यार, ये सोशल मीडिया पे है ना, ये लोग गाली देते हैं, एक ऐसा टाइप का मैं मीम बनाता हूँ, वो ज्यादा चलेगा. एंड आई थिंक द बिगेस्ट चैलेंज, द गुड थिंग अबाउट टेक्नोलॉजी, वी डिस्कवर्ड मोर क्रिएटिव पीपल. दैट वाज द गुड थिंग. बट आई थिंक गुड क्रिएटिव पीपल आर गोइंग टू गेट स्केर्ड टू पुट आउट newer forms of creative work only because it's not popular.
So when I used to teach my podcasting course, I remember at one point somebody asked a question, sir, where are the gaps in the market? And I was like, boss, ये बहुत गलत नजरिया है, because if there are gaps in the market, a million people will go for them, find them, do whatever. The point is, the only thing that makes you unique among the 7 billion, उस वक्त 7 billion था, अभी 8 billion हो गया शायद, people on the planet is you. So you just be authentic to yourself and do what you have to do. Now the thing with feedback loops also is that they take a long period of time. Like honestly, Roshan, even with my podcast, first 3 or 4 years even, I had no idea that I was doing something which was really valued by people. It was just, I liked it. I kept doing it. I got some feedback. I felt good. It was only after COVID when I said, okay, whoever wants to, contribute financially to the show, you can do so. Opened that page. Suddenly, month one, I was like, what is happening? That's when I kind of realized. And then with the clear writing course, when people signed up, that's when I kind of began to interface with those people and realized that it means so much to so many people. But otherwise, it is a completely dispersed thing and I have no idea. But once I know, then I can double down on the things that I find of value in it. And what you're saying about creators, Vikram, is so true, because ek to, if you are chasing the numbers, everybody is going to the lowest common denominator. And secondly, today we are in a space where AI is going to do that way better than us. If you look at, and friends, abhi to GPT 3.5 chal raha hai, but GPT 4, some friends of mine have seen it in private and they're raving about it. They're saying it's mad. And, we are recording this at the start of December, but what we even the GPT we see today is not at the level it's going to just exponentially get better. So I think for an artist, you have to not chase gaps in the market, as it were, but just do
to add to what you said or whatever, this morning I saw something incredible. There's a show called Wednesday which is currently taking the world by storm and whatever, and I wonder who watches what nowadays, because it's crazy. Now, Jenna Ortega, this girl who's in the show, who in the last 10 days has gone from 2.3 million followers to 12.3, a million followers every day she's added. She's just acting in the show. She's a brilliant actress. What she's doing, I think she really gives so much to the character. But it's directed by Tim Burton. Tim Burton's vision is visible in every frame that you see.
और एक जमाने में वो कल्ट था, मास नहीं था.
अरे बॉस, एडवर्ड सिजरहैंड एटसेट्रा के टाइम पे आप कह रहे थे ओ बीटल जूस सब क्या हो रहा है, बट दैट्स व्हाट आई एम सेइंग. बट he has conviction in himself. Jenna Ortega will find it very difficult after Wednesday gets over, though it will obviously run into multiple seasons, that when she does her next work, if it doesn't get this appreciated, because this dopamine hit now of constant like जो है, which is why I say that over a period of time, मैं तो यार कुछ 15 करियर कर चुका हूँ, तो मुझे पता होता है कि I've been, people say, oh, so success. I said, नहीं बॉस, आपको सक्सेस दिखती है, फेलियर मुझे दिख चुका है, बहुत बार दिखा है, छोटी छोटी चीजों में दिखा है, इधर उधर दिखा है, ये शो बनाया नहीं चला, ये करा नहीं चला, फिल्म में करा नहीं चला, ये हुआ. बट the fact is that I'm constantly keeping up with this whole space of saying, try new things, have a set of people, and I'm not asking you for feedback, but even if I have the conversation with you, there is enough to take away.
See, the problem is that everybody, whether you are a theater actor, whether you are a say Bollywood actor, whether you are probably making, you're a sculptor, everybody can't get a 8 billion audience, yeah. And this is a standard problem that we have even in sport. And many times I go and I'm talking about the game. Everybody says, sir, you are cricket. You don't know how wrestlers are suffering. You don't know how chess players are suffering. And I said, you have to understand that every sport has a different audience. And just because something is 10,000 crores doesn't mean 50 crore is bad. A small scale company doesn't, just because Reliance is a big company doesn't mean a bearings manufacturer in Pune is bad. He has his own space. Reliance has his own space. So ऐसे आप बोल रहे हो कि सबको बड़ा कंपनी बनना है, ऐसे MSME का स्पेस ही नहीं होगा. सिमिलरली चेस का मार्केट है, मगर उस चेस के मार्केट में आप टॉप में हो कि नहीं, ये आपको सोचना है. But unfortunately, if everybody wants to become cricket and a $10 billion company, and there is no argument, right? If we are going to play kho-kho, or we are going to play ata-pata, or we are going to try to make these sports that have been there in India for a while successful, why are we looking at cricket? Let's make a successful 5 crore enterprise. Let's make that sport successful in that particular segment and therefore get the economics right in that segment. But unfortunately, every conference you go to, this is the problem. Badminton should be the new cricket. ऐसा नहीं होता यार.
couple of thoughts on this. One, of course, is from the creator economy, where Kevin Kelly wrote that famous essay 12 years back, 1,000 True Fans, where the thesis is ki don't think of it anymore in terms of winner takes all, which the entertainment industry has been before, that the people at the 1% will make all the money and the rest are strugglers in Versova cafes. But instead, if you get 1,000 True Fans who are willing to pay $100 a year for your work, that's enough. And we see that on Substack with the standard subscription model is $100 a year, and you have many previously unknown Substackers making a decent amount of money with that. That's sort of one aspect of it, that you don't have to necessarily reach out to all those people.
So on this, there's this new podcast which is being done by the Bombay Shaving. I mean, is it? I hope I don't take the wrong company's name, but the Shantanu, this guy who's an entrepreneur, has been doing, and he's talking about entrepreneurship. And one person in that podcast who interviewed said this, saying that a tennis player, right? He said that 100 tennis player earns about $500,000, and the top guy earns this. And he did exactly this. He said, look at badminton, where the number 1 player earns X and the number 100 perhaps earns nothing. He said, the comparison, आपको पता होना चाहिए कि आप जिस दायरे में खेल रहे हैं उसका extent क्या है. That whole thing which you used to occasionally, which you joked about, saying that Mr. Gavaskar is very upset even today about the fact that he didn't make money from cricket. Because the time when he was there, cricket was not a money-making sport. Now today it's such a money-making sport.
But he made the maximum money in his time, which he forgets.
Which is what I'm saying. That's why I keep saying. But Sate, that's what I'm saying. That do not. देखो, see, because I was an anchor to a very large degree, I often had to stay in this thing of उसके पास गाड़ी, उसके पास ये, उसको इतना, इसको पता नहीं क्या था. I don't know whether it is the Lucknow upbringing, whatever it is. But मैंने कभी नहीं compare करा. But I said, मैं कहाँ से आया हूँ?
एग्जैक्टली रोशन, यहाँ पे प्रॉब्लम क्रिकेट में भी है और जो बॉलीवुड में भी है.
बिल्कुल.
क्रिकेट में भी आईपीएल में 20 लोग ही कमा रहे हैं मल्टी मिलियन सैलरी.
करेक्ट.
बाकी के 100 प्लेयर्स वो स्मॉल रेंज में ही है. Similarly, even in our entertainment industry, you take the 20 Bollywood stars out, you take the 5 or 6 TV stars out, rest are not going to make that much money. But the aspiration of those guys is to become Ranveer Singh. Now, the moment you start comparing yourself with Ranveer Singh's annual income, you've stopped growing. The problem is, in every field, you want everyone in that entire ecosystem to become the unicorn of that field. And unless we reconcile to the fact that even the smaller guys are viable, as long as you are viable, as long as you know that you can continue building good sportsmen or good artists in that sphere, you should be happy. But then if you also want 150 million likes like Cristiano Ronaldo when you are playing probably kabaddi in Tiruchirappalli, then you should be worried about how your success in that state is, rather than getting followers.
But see what's happening with startups, right? I mean, over the last 3 years, and also this thing about suddenly, I mean, everybody will join whichever new trend is coming. But now startups, remember that I used to joke and say that in the late 80s, अगर आप कुछ नहीं करते थे, तो आपसे लोग पूछते थे आप क्या काम करते हैं, तो आप कहते हैं I work in PR. Then a few years later, you turned and said आप क्या करते थे, I work in event management, right? It continued, and last was I work in digital. Now it was I'm an entrepreneur. Amazing. Everybody is a startup entrepreneur.
और जिसकी नौकरी चली भी गई उसको credibility कैसे मिलेगी?
Startup. I'm just working on my startup. Now my problem, and because of my thing saying investor, because I invested a bunch of startups or whatever. There's a set of emails every day, and I promise you they're a case study. Because एक होता है flattery वाला, I have seen your life, I want to become you, blah 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 blah. एक होता है I've got this idea that no one else has ever had. And ideas are a dime a dozen. Where's the implementation? What will you do? The true entrepreneur will be seen right now when this funding winter is going on.
Yeah.
Suddenly there's a big funding. अब पता लगेगा कौन actually कितने पानी में है. लोग अब देखो, the rising tide carries all boats वाली बात है. लेकिन अब पता लगेगा कि जब वो नीचे आ रही है कि कौन कितने पानी में है, right? Suddenly, those same people who were giving you that $100 million check are not even cutting you. I mean, they actually say, boss, I'm sorry, no more money. Two of my friends had to exit. I exited a company last year because I thought I was getting a great value. I said, no, ये तो 5x और बढ़ेगा. Called me 2 weeks back and he said, do you know, I had to take a haircut. and take 30% of what you took, because they said markets completely changed. So this thing now of chasing that trend, TikTok star ban jao, ye ban jao, basic talent जो है ना, पहले देख लो भैया वो है कि नहीं. And
I
उसमें
have
problem
never
यही
taken a haircut.
And our second Conehead की भी याद आ गई. We'll come to Conehead later. Our yeah, and this, you mentioned startups, so I remembered the second point I wanted to make with the 1002
See?
fans point, which was that I did an episode with Vinay Singhal. Right now, Vinay Singhal is one guy who said I won't follow the trend. He started this company called Stage. Have you heard of?
Yeah.
Vikram ko pooch raha. So what Stage decided was that we will be an OTT for Bharat, but not an OTT for Bharat in terms of Hindi, Punjabi, and these major languages, but for the dialects. Now, I had always thought that, that with urbanization and the forces of capitalism and people going for scale, that there's going to be a certain homogenization. That you grow up in a Haryana village, you have a particular dialect, you go to a city, but then your incentives are to learn the languages of the city, which could be Hindi if it's a north city, or it could be English, and gradually dialects die. And Vinay's narrative has a lot of this happening in the first part of his life, where he is embarrassed of his dialect. He speaks about a struggle learning English, and then he speaks about a struggle learning Hindi. And so, but he started an OTT for dialects like Haryanvi, Bhojpuri, and Rajasthani, I think are the three that they have now. And that's worked remarkably well. They've got 1.5 lakh subscribers at Netflix rates. And I see a movement towards the opposite direction now, again fueled by capitalism, but also with the aid of technology, which is empowering individual creators, where a creator can today go out there and say कि ठीक है मैं हरियाणवी हूँ, मैं ऐसे बात करता हूँ, but I'm proud of it, I'm going to own it, I'm not going to try to fit in, I don't care where the large market is, मैं अपना करूँगा. And those markets are now taking shape. Like when I spoke about this reverse migration from Bollywood, कि पहले हरियाणवी बच्चे बॉम्बे आते थे, बॉलीवुड में फिल्म काम करेंगे, today they are going back. And I find this very interesting because what this means to me is a semi-permanent shift away from the mainstream being everything. There will still be a mainstream, but it will no longer be everything. That people will also have their own ecosystems where, there'll be dispersed audiences, there'll be whatever, but they can form I have my little ecosystems which I, as a consumer, which I keep dipping into, like including chess, for example, which you guys might not even know are there, and it doesn't matter, and they are big enough to be successful. You no longer need scale.
And they're financially viable.
Yeah.
No, but are you comfortable with the niche? That Haryanvi actor going back and working on the stage has to be comfortable currently with the fact that it will be perhaps 100 crore economy. Now, if he again goes back to the Ranveer Singh comparison, he'll be sitting and saying, यार यहाँ का ही Ranveer बन गया, लेकिन वहाँ का कब बनेगा?
But क्या है रोशन, जब ये organize होएगा और इसका evolution होगा, तो उसका जो revenue है, probably will be better than many Bollywood actors here.
Possibly.
Forget the top 8-10. But if I'm a Haryana ka Ranveer Singh, I will make more money than a whole lot of people.
But my point is, you don't have to be Haryana ka Ranveer Singh. You can be Haryana ka whatever. Gajraj Rao.
No, absolutely. But the fact that Gajraj Rao can survive and make money in Haryanvi is a great thing.
Is where we need to be.
And the other unique thing that will happen over a period of time is once you get comfortable with telling stories in your own bhasha boli, as he said, that beautiful line, right? कि मैं अपनी बोली में, अपनी डायलेक्ट में कहानी बता रहा हूँ, फिर आप दूसरी चीज करेंगे, आप पहले तो अपनी कहानियां बताएंगे. And when the stories are deeply personal, they are absolutely universal.
Yeah.
Right. So when a Parasite suddenly wins an Oscar, it's why? Because, and this is where I believe that AI etc. is going to say, here is a Haryanvi thing, but I'm able to dub it. I'm currently working with 2 startups where these guys are doing dubbing, which is going to sync. So first it will take any dialect as long as the AI has got the ability to translate that, right? So from audio to text, then it'll take the text, translate it into another language. It'll contextualize with a human individual to see whether that is working, and then it's going to lay it back in another emotional voice. Now imagine what will happen to content then. Then it'll be the success of the story. And that's what I'm saying. And therefore, going deeply niche is actually going to bring about something unique. And I'm hoping for that to happen.
And I think what it will also do is that if at one point of time for 100 years, only aspirational cool dudes have been mainstream Bollywood actor, वो धीरे धीरे कट हो जाएगा. और सपोज मैं हरियाणा का लड़का हूँ, मैं देख रहा हूँ कि यार मेरे तो हीरो ये तो हरियाणा के स्टार हैं, सो देन और इसके पास भी BMW 7 सीरीज है जो पहले सिर्फ रणवीर सिंह के पास हुआ करती थी. द मोमेंट ऑल दोज पैरामीटर्स कम इन माई लोकल हीरो, then my need to relate to Ranveer Singh or probably any Bollywood actor is much lesser, because I know that my heroes also have it, and therefore I think it will kind of equalize, and that is probably the reason the South Indian stars in the past, Rajnikant, wanted to come and do mainstream Hindi
They don't
films.
want to do it anymore.
Now they why would they want to? They might just want to do it because they want हमको North Indian भी audience थोड़ा चाहिए, but अब तो वो भी problem solve हो गया. North Indian audience सब South Indian film देख रहा
The
है.
Pushpa you saw, sorry, I'm just butting in, but the Pushpa you saw in Hindi, because you saw it in Hindi, was dubbed by Shreyas Talpade. And dubbed so beautifully that everybody's turning saying, boss, look at that level of dubbing. And that's what made the film. They didn't change the film.
Exactly.
They just did. And the problem that Bollywood is doing right now, by the way, because so many of my friends tell me this, say, अब क्या होता है ना, boss South type की film बनाते नहीं भैया, वो वहां पे चलती है, वो उनकी नैरेटिव है, वो लुंगी बांध के अपनी चप्पल स्लाइड कर सकता है वहां पे.
Exactly.
आप बॉम्बे में करते तो आपको थप्पड़ मार देगा.
और क्या था कि सर कन्वेंशनली इंडिया में पंजाब और नॉर्थ इंडिया से हम वी लुक में, बिकॉज उनका वो एक सेलिब्रेटरी कल्चर था, वो अच्छे अच्छे कपड़े पहनते थे, तो एक एस्पिरेशन बन गया था कि हमको ये बनना है. बट अब क्या है कि अब हर स्टेट में अगर वैसे ही दिखने वाले लोग हरियाणवी में बोल रहे हैं या गुजराती में बोल रहे हैं, तो वो मेरा एस्पिरेशन खत्म हो गया ना. मुझे नहीं करनी है फिर बॉलीवुड की पिक्चर, बिकॉज यहाँ पे मेरा तो हीरो बैठा हुआ है. एंड आई थिंक दैट विल बी अ वेरी वेरी गुड थिंग फॉर
और छोटे शहर में जो एपेटाइट है इस समय, मैं तो कहता हूँ कि मैं आई वाज टेलिंग अमित अबाउट द कॉन्सर्ट मार्केट और व्हाटएवर, सेइंग दैट देयर आर 3 cities in India that make money, which is Delhi, Bombay, Ahmedabad. Actually, these are the only ones where you can make money off big concerts. But today, who's stopping you from taking those 20 and 90 other cities? Yeah. Where there is the money, you just need to figure out what is the model and take those shows there and make money. पर कोई करता ही नहीं. Everybody wants to यहाँ पर बनाना है नाम. अरे यार 100 और जगह पड़ी. और हिंदुस्तान, the opportunity that is India right now, honestly, and people say this, saying that okay, for everything that is wrong in the last so many years of governance or whatever, the growth of the small city when you team is mind blowing. And what have you given them? You gave them infrastructure, you gave them IT, and now boss, the road is open.
They have the hunger.
They have the hunger, and hiring people from smaller cities. I've always seen people try to say, oh, there's a Lucknow quota at Campus.
नहीं, this is the ultimate thing. मैं तो बोलता हूँ लोगों को जिनको अंग्रेजी नहीं आती है उनको रिक्रूट करो, because उसमें ये होगा, फायर होगा.
More hunger, more desire. There's a selection bias that they've come so far as to reach you, so they want it that much more.
Look at sport and look at Haryana,
yeah.
I mean, today no fast bowler from urban places will go beyond 120.
Yeah.
Because he's not seen distance that long.
Amazing.
Wow.
Look at it.
So I'm very struck by what Roshan said about, that tell your story in Haryanvi, and all stories are universal and it will reach everywhere. And I'm reminded of Ayn Rand's quote about how the smallest minority is an individual. And I think the biggest niche is an individual. If you're just true to yourself, it will reach everybody, which is a big lesson here. And also I could see Vikram's brain working overtime when you mentioned that AI which will do the dubbing and all that. और ये क्या सोच रहा है कि deepfake का ज़माना है. Anybody's voice can be done. You put an AI to work on all three of us. We don't need to physically talk and have this conversation. AI will have the conversation.
AI will Tony Gregg का आवाज वो निकाल देगा.
Correct. Yeah. No, I'm telling you, Vikram is always working towards what is the highest output with the least input.
I am the king of minimalism.
That's leveraging. That's wise.
And I have sat with him and said, Vikram, let's do this. आप करिए. He said with like he'll support me to death, but it's crazy. My frustrations at times. Why want to do this? करते हैं.
क्योंकि मुझे वो एफर्ट दिख रहा है.
Oh my! Celebrate. Sorry, I've got it. When we went to celebrate his 40th, we're sitting there. My wife says, "Vikram, you can look happy." I am.
देखो सर, मुझे ना ये सरप्राइज कॉन्सेप्ट अच्छा नहीं
You
लगता।
had a surprise party.
हाँ, इन्होंने
Yeah,
सरप्राइज
we
पार्टी
all
रखा
threw
था।
the surprise
मुझे
party.
देखो यार, मैं ये सब मैं बोलता हूँ, मगर मुझे कंट्रोल बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। अगर आपने सरप्राइज दिया तो ये मेरे कंट्रोल में नहीं था। इसका मतलब मैं खुश नहीं हूँ।
कौन
ओ
invitee
भाई, तो
हैं,
मतलब
कितने
सरप्राइज
आएंगे?
50th पार्टी भाई का नहीं कर सकते।
नहीं कर सकते,
अरे,
मैं ही प्लान करता हूँ सरप्राइज पार्टी।
अपने लिए it will be a surprise if you execute it.
Yeah,
For all
that
of
is
us,
the true
that is
surprise. Oh God.
So before we get back to your chronology, I wanted to double click on something else that you said, which was fascinating, where you said that what you need to get ahead in life, कि 5 दोस्त हो, 5 business contact हो, 5 ये हो, and you get by. And I was sort of thinking is what I was thinking about that is that one, I sort of agree with the importance of friends. So I have realized late in life that one has to be intentional. Like I've lost touch with so many people. Same laziness. Who's going to make the effort? Email likhna parega. Q, he remembers me. So, but now I try to make more of an effort to, stay in touch with friends and all of that. But I am wondering about the role of intentionality in this. Like even in whatever little career I had, I was never a person who wanted to go out networking, that meet people and hand out your visiting card in the age where visiting cards existed and do all of that. That just wasn't for me. I was like, if I like talking to you, I'll talk to you. Otherwise, I'm not going to make the effort. But how important is intentionality to this? Because it's one thing to say ki these are the friends who help me and these are the people who help my business. So, it's one thing to come at it post facto, and it's another to say that I need to cultivate friends. I need to stay in touch with my 5 friends. I need to stay in touch with, I need to make business contacts क्योंकि पता नहीं कब काम आएंगे. And that second attitude is very difficult for me, though in the context of friends I'm trying to do it, but in the context of business my mind just doesn't think like that. So how much is that intentionality important?
So I struggled with the same because I came from a middle class Pune family, and which even your skills that you have, you're not supposed to display it. Let your work speak for itself. It's not important to market yourself. This is where I come from. So even I thought कि यार ये intentionally किसी से दोस्ती करना, इसका मतलब तुम उससे काम निकाल रहे हो. This is not the right lens you should go. And I continued with this thought for a long time. So whatever 4-5 friends I had, they were natural friends. इनके साथ time pass वैशाली में बैठ के करने को मजा आता था. And it automatically happened that I invested in them. There was no intentionality. But then I met a very interesting guy who's a very close friend of mine, whose name is Sunandan Lele, and he's somebody
Lovely guy.
One of the most eminent cricket journalists that has been in our part of the world. Most importantly, he's somebody who is what I call Jagmitra. He has close to 5,000 friends across the world. There is no cricketer who's not his best friend. And I used to go on tours. I started touring since 2002, 2003, up until Tendulkar retired actively 2013, and then 3-4 years, and then I stopped touring. And I was like amazed by this guy, that he intentionally, but see, he loves people, so he doesn't have to do it from
मतलब
that.
नहीं है.
मतलब नहीं है. But यार, उसने मुझे एक चीज बताई. उसने कहा कि विक्रम, हम खुश कब होते हैं? तो यार, जब somebody acknowledges us, एक डीप एंगेजमेंट होता है, कोई मुझे अच्छा कहता है, बेसिक थिंग्स, राइट? व्हाट इज हैप्पीनेस? पॉजिटिव थॉट्स, एंगेजमेंट, रिलेशनशिप्स, एक्नॉलेजमेंट, मीनिंग ऑफ लाइफ. ये 5 पिलर्स पे हैप्पीनेस का, डोपामिन का प्रोडक्शन डिपेंडेंट है. तो अगर ये चीजें तेरे को अच्छी लग रही है, इसका मतलब दूसरों को भी अच्छी लग रही है. तो अगर आप किसी को खुशी दे रहे हो, तो उसमें तुमको इंटेंशन और गिल्ट क्यों है? If randomly you have to go to Roshan and say, Roshan, I think what you did was nice, even if it is false, but if it makes somebody happy, this is the greatest charity you can do. That's the perspective he got in me. And he realized that, and I realized that, spending time with him, he would go out of the way. The first tour I did with him in South Africa, the driver who came to pick us up at Johannesburg airport, 20 years later, he's the same guy who comes and picks him up. Why? Because तुलसी बाग पुणे से उसका बीवी के लिए एक छोटा सा पर्स लेके गया था सुनंदन. क्या उसमें होगा? वो बोलता है कि ह्यूमन रिलेशनशिप इज द ओनली रीजन वी शुड एग्जिस्ट ऑन दिस प्लैनेट, एंड देयरफॉर वेदर इट इज तेंदुलकर, कोहली, इफ एट ऑल Virat Kohli talks to anybody in the journalism fraternity, it's Sunandan Lele. Because Sunandan Lele believes that a gift is a thought transfer that happens from one person to another. It is not कि मैं वाइन का बॉटल लेके तेरे पास आया. तूने अगर उसके बारे में सोचा नहीं है और तूने उसके लिए करेक्ट गिफ्ट नहीं ले आया तो तेरे गिफ्ट को कोई वैल्यू नहीं है. These are the values that he taught me, and I said, यार, what a great perspective. He is saying my job is to make people happy.
You knew me all these years. You didn't learn this from me.
Also,
And
this means,
because you said it, now you know why.
and everything you've told Roshan about him is false, मतलब कि just to make him happy.
अब तक तूने मुझे सिर्फ बताया खुशी के बताया. अच्छा.
So the
अच्छा
positive
बेटा.
things out of this is that Sunandan calls me from London once and says that, Vikram, gift ka value is not important. I said, this small purse I gave to the media manager at Wimbledon, I'm just watching Roger Federer live at center court. So what I learned from him is that this guilt of making other people happy and feel important, why am I living with this? On the contrary, I should develop this skill, whether it is helpful in business or whether it's helpful in life, it does not matter.
But do it for its own sake.
Do it for his own sake, because its life is, I mean, charity. Today we are giving millions of dollars for people's upliftment. Just be nice to them, yaar. Just do a little bit of an act which makes them happy. And that changed my perspective. And I realized that I don't do 1/10 of what he does. And Roshan knows that I don't keep in touch generally because, again, laziness and forgetfulness and stuff like that. But the value of that, I understood thanks to Sunandan Lele. And even today, if you go to any part of the world, whether it is the West Indies, whether it is Australia, the only person who's the best friend of John Bradman is Sunandan Lele. John Bradman does not associate with anybody because of the baggage of being Donald Bradman's son. But every tour, he will come and meet Sunandan at Melbourne or Sydney or whatever and say that, Mr. Lele, you're the man of this world. And that I used to see and said, wow, man, wow. Even Tendulkar today would call Sunandan and say that I'm doing this. Do you think this is right? He has most advisors because the trust amount of charity work that I did with Sunandan, because he said that, boss, this is your duty to help others because you are one of the 0.1% of the humanity who's talking about cricket और तुमको पैसा joke मारने का पैसा मिल रहा है. So that when I saw and then I realized that yes, boss, it's about relationships and you should not be awkward. On the contrary, it should be part of your checklist on a daily basis. That's where then intentionality and that guilt कि मैं इससे मैं मतलबी हूँ, all those issues got sorted.
No, I know. And honestly, I genuinely believe in intentionality. I think it's been the defining part of what I have been all my life, because these guys know that I am number one a problem solver. So if there's something, if you give it to me, I will solve it. I must solve it. I'll try my best to solve it if I can't. And I try to solve it. And this is my parents, that I'm not doing it with my paplu fitting in it. That mera kya niklega is not at all important to me. So I think that is something which has worked for me. I remember when I'd gone to the first Think Fest or whatever, etc. After 2 days of great conversation or whatever, we had only met and I said, यार इसके बाद एक do fest होना चाहिए. Because think तो सब करते हैं, बातें बहुत करते हैं, सपने बहुत डिस्कस होते हैं.
Think तो कुत्ते भी करते हैं.
मैं कह रहा हूँ, पर उसको फाइनली ना implement करना. Because I somehow find that this ability to or just this bias to action, to do things, right? I mean, to make this recording happen, to push for this conversation, it makes all of us richer, right? I mean, in so many, I'm getting to know parts of Sati that I don't know, and I'm like, wow, ये नहीं पता था, आपका chess का मुझे नहीं पता था. You know, so these are discoveries that you will make. I'm sorry, I'm going back to something which I did very recently, but I'm not a professional actor. It's been a hobby. I've been more I used to act, and then suddenly because I started writing and directing, in every play I used to do, I would do a little walk on because it was fun and people used to enjoy it and they knew me as a face on television, so it used to add some value. But I genuinely wasn't acting to a thing. I finished Aladdin 2018. I did that also at that point because a bunch of my friends said, listen, just do it. I mean, why? What are you scared of? And I knew that I was a little scared of dancing on stage. Singing, I'm not scared of. Acting, I'm not scared of. But again, I was doing it for a मस्ती मजाक एक महीने हो गया. I got tons of offers for acting after that, and every time I would do a couple of auditions. Tess Joseph is a very dear friend of mine, wonderful casting director, and she somehow has this big belief in me as an actor, and she keeps calling me for wonderful films. I on 2 occasions even got the roles, and then the dates didn't match. When suddenly this play happened to me in September and whatever, and out of the blue, Dilip Shankar, who was casting, who I was asking for help in my film in 2011, suddenly reaches out and says, listen, I've got a reverse thing for you, which is, will you read for Lalit? And Lalit Verma in Monsoon Wedding. And I remembered the film and I said, yeah, for me, the first thing was Nasir Saab ka role. So, that thing, which you say, the thick and thin desire. So suddenly this thing, oh my God, I'll get to do that role. I worked my butt off, did the audition, was very scared. For 1 week, I was like, oh my God, but Gana hai. The one song I heard was very classical. I said, mujhe note hi nahi aayega. I actually thought of Satya at that time saying, ye ga leta, main to pata nahi ga paunga ki nahi. Scale hai ki nahi. I said, aa jayega yaar. 3 months, हमने 12 शो करे दोहा में. बहुत अच्छी ऑडियंस थी. Some people globally saw it, whatever. The play will travel internationally, it'll become big. But what I learned from the people around me, and I could also go there, Amit, every morning, do my lines, sit in a corner, have my assistant with me, give me my cup of coffee, go into my room. No. There was this girl, Sharvari Deshpande, who was acting opposite me, brilliant actress. And I said, you're present in every scene. I'm not. My mind is racing on 100 things. How do you do it? उसने मुझे बताया कि आप ये, I studied this in my masters in theatre. Why don't you do this? मैं 3 नई किताबें ली. अब मैं, perspectives पे कुछ पढ़ रहा हूँ theatre में, breathing पे कुछ पढ़ रहा हूँ. Right? It's giving me something. I have a 30-year-old music director who I think is a genius. Never got flapped. Emily Whitaker, 30 years old, standing there and just playing the music. And we had one song change a day before the play. Day before the play because some rights issues happened. And this girl is sitting there figuring out Damadam Mast Kalandar with an entire orchestra in 2 hours. And then you sit and say, but where do you do this? Or where does... But अगर एक intention होता है काम करने का, दूसरा intention होता है लोगों में invest करने का. People don't invest in people that often. I feel that if you invest in people, and Satya knows this, I will chase him down and follow, and he's in Pune and he's there and whatever, etc. And I know because I understand the kind of person. I also, like, for example, I realize that you have a small set of people who you like to meet or whatever, etc. But I'll be sending you a message, ye karte hai, chalo aisa. Because लोगों में इन्वेस्ट करने से ज्यादा बड़ा इन्वेस्टमेंट दुनिया का नहीं हो सकता जो तुम्हें and I'm telling you everything you are telling about सुंदर लेले मुझे लग रहा था कि यार वो गिफ्ट वाली बात में and I in fact sometimes have thought of this कि यार कुछ निकनैक साथ में रखने चाहिए अपनी किताब की कॉपी थोड़ा सा वो हो जाता है ईगोइस्टिक मुझे लगता था इसलिए मैंने कहा नहीं वो बंद कर देते बट just doing that paying that compliment remembering the person हमारे होटल के रिसेप्शन में दोहा में जो 2 लोग थे लेबनीज लड़के थे I just went the first day. I said, why don't you come and see our play? Oh, you're doing play? I said, yeah. Oh, Habibi, I would like to come, but what about ticket? And what we said, yeah, there are always some seats. Ajana, we'll get it organized. So the guy came and he waited after the play. And I said, like, I had tears in my eyes because when I came out, this boy, the way he hugged us, everyone, oh my God, you're all our stars. I did not know you are. फिर उसने अपनी कहानी बताई, अपना कुछ गाना बताया. अब एक वो दोस्त बन गया है दोहा में जो मुझे आमंड मिल्क सुबह प्रोवाइड कर देता था ब्रेकफास्ट पे बिना मेरे पूछे because मैंने एक दिन कह दिया.
That reminds me that Sunandan used to always from the first tour said that Vikram, you have to understand your Indian team is young boys from all over the country and the one thing that they miss on a tour is food and Sunandan is a good cook. You will not believe I have had hundreds of times when Dhoni and Irfan and Sachin and all these guys coming to our room. There's sitting on the ground. Lele is cooking veg biryani and giving it to them. And Dhoni is taking the utensils and washing it after that. He said, Lele sahab, har tour mein na ye biryani zarur banana. And it's such an important thing. You're playing in South Africa 2 months. You don't get the food that you want. They're coming from Jharkhand. They're coming from various parts of the country. Sunandan is the regular cook. Journalism बाद में इसे पहले बच्चों को खाना खिलाओ फिर 100 बनेंगे. So these are small things, right? And,
in events,
it just changed the game.
One of the early things in events that somebody told me, I remember, actually this was you had done a show with them also, I remember. So with Kodak, this guy Richard Fleming used to be there, and he had turned in. So he used to go on when we used to go and recce a venue. He used to first go and look at the bedroom, room ka bistar kya hai. Then he would go and say, what food will you serve them? Don't serve me a special meal. What's your regular meal? And if he could, he would try and go without actually telling them he's coming. So he said the two things that matter when you're out of your house. Ultimately, किस बिस्तर में सोते हो, क्या खाते हो. He says, event तो 2 घंटे का होता है, 4 घंटे का होता है. उसमें तो आप spectacle बना देंगे. 20 dancing people will come, there will be lights, there will be sound, there will be motivational speaker. Ultimately, that guy will go to that bed to sleep and that meal that he will eat. And I have seen that change relationships, and like look at when Amit is there. Amit is with the people till 4 a.m. because he's with them. Drinking, eating, laughing, knowing their families, knowing them by first names. मैं वही कहता जाता हूँ हमेशा कि that investment that you can make in people. And when people used to ask me saying how do you become a good anchor or a good whatever, I used to say बस एक line: be interested or be interesting. अब be interesting में आप थोड़ा अपने बारे में वो शोषा कर सकते हैं, पर अगर आप be interested हैं in the other person, that's enough.
And, I know Sulandan a little bit. I've, traveled with him when I was sort of touring and in the cricket
The
scene.
Pakistan tour especially.
The Pakistan tour especially. And I remember him as this lovely, warm person. But that's who he is. He's a warm, gentle person. So everything that he tells you about the importance of meeting people, making them happy, is, I would imagine, it comes naturally to him. And it is not as if, agar wo intentionality dala bhi hai, to post facto dala hai. That's, to me, it seems like that's the kind of person he is. And I'm wondering what is the feedback loop between those two. Because if you are, for example, intentional about something and you do it all the time, at some point it becomes a part of you. Right? So Roshan, when you talk about, for example, investing in people, is it that you've always been a warm person who's looking out for others? Or is it that at some point you realized that this is a good thing to do, it works for me, it works for them, it works for everyone, I'm going to do more of this, and then it becomes natural to you?
Can I answer this for Roshan?
Sure.
Yeah. He knows me too,
I think he's going to say something like, मैं जब पहले मिला था बहुत खरूस था.
Yeah, I think Roshan is hugely structured. So if he sees, so there are two aspects to it. He's a warm person and therefore he's inclined to do this. But the moment he realizes the value of it, he will routinize it. Because he is an entrepreneur at heart with a creative, 3 organs creative, 2 organs in other this thing, 1 organ continuously looking of return on investment. So he's actually left, right, middle brain sub combination.
कितने organ हैं? I'm trying to identify.
इसीलिए organized.
Multi-organ.
Multi-organ.
So basically जब उसने देखा कि ये see, every time you have to understand, and this is Roshan's plus and it's his minus, is because the moment you become an entrepreneur, and I've seen this in many YPO events that I perform at, where there are millionaires and trillionaires. See, your lens becomes entrepreneurial. And that sometimes is good, that sometimes is bad, because you are looking at return on investment on everything. And you have to be wired like that to become a good entrepreneur. So the moment the entrepreneur realizes that this is a place of value, his checklist will have that. And which is a good thing. I'm not saying that. So it is now second nature to invest in people. Now it starts with warmth, but anything that you want to excel in has to be routinized. And that's what Atomic Habits is all about. Or for that matter, that is what sport teaches you. It's about doing the same things again and again. And that's why if you see Dhoni coming and taking strike, he will, wipe his brow first, then he'll do this and that. Because to come to a point of extreme concentration and effectiveness, a routine is what takes you to that point. So many people, ask me, when you're imitating Sachin Tendulkar, why are you doing that? I have had a conversation with Sachin. I said that if I don't make my cup of tea in the morning, till the point of time I'm taking strike, everything is the same, because that brings me to that state of consciousness where I'm facing somebody at 140 and trying to see whether the ball is reversing or going the other way. So that routine is what defines excellence. And I think with Roshan, I've seen that when he knows that, boss, ये धंधे में भी काम आने वाला है, personal relationship में भी आने वाला, मैं routinize कर देता हूँ. That's why it's become second nature to him. With Sunandan also, I have seen that. He will not go to anybody's house without taking that small thing. And if you've said in one of the conversation कि यार मेरे को ना वो saffron वाली बिरयानी है, बस उसके database में आ गया. अब अगर वो ईरान गया, तो अमित तेरा saffron मैं लेके आया हूँ. Now the thing is that's coming naturally to him now. But he realizes the significance of making other people happy.
Also, I'll add to that a little or whatever, etc. So this being warm, etc., was a very Lucknow thing. My mother had this line which used to always go, used to call her Kalyani Devi, because पूरे मोहल्ले का ख्याल रखना, right? From the maid to that person, the ironing woman, the sweeper. इसका ये problem है, उसका वो. आज भी मेरी माँ जो है, now we have after years we have a live-in, a help with a husband who पीता है, वो अच्छा है दिल का, लेकिन पीता है कभी कभार, whatever, that's the thing. पर उसके जो 2 बच्चे हैं, like they are my mother's project right now. उनकी किताबों को कवर करना और ये सब करना उनका प्रोजेक्ट है. अब उनको बच्चों ने कहा कि they came home and they said, नानी आप हमारे साइंस फेयर में चलिए. My father, who doesn't step out, went with such pride. And I said that look at what it does. It gives them a reason to be. Because we all need finally that reason to be. For me, I'll tell you. And मैं बता रहा हूँ मुझे मेरे साथ ये. And just to his saffron biryani story, I'll tell you. I'm curious. I love discovering things. One day I discovered a place where somebody told me that there's a place called Love Fools that does this incredible sit-down dinners in Bandra. मैं पहली बार खुद गया टेस्ट करने के लिए, because I won't introduce my friends until I've tested. So, properly there. Beautiful, lovely meal and whatever. Loved it and stuff. Talked to Sarita Pereira, who was the chef, asked her life story. Now, people just appreciate the food. I sat with her for half and I asked her, kahan se aaya? I was in Spain, I learned here, I did this, whatever. I went to Turkey. मैं टर्की में जा रहा हूँ through the market and suddenly मुझे याद आता है that she had mentioned to me कि यार many of the spices I used to use in my food I can't find. And I just messaged her saying, Sarita, I'm in Turkey, I'm in the spices market, I was thinking of you. Anything I can get for you. When I was in Doha, the message I sent, I just sent you that nothing. I just suddenly said, Amit, are you fond of football? And you said, whatever. So it's that thing. कोई उसमें there's no ये इसमें कोई प्रॉफिट की बात नहीं थी. She said उर्फ बिबीर नाम का एक वो मिलता है पेपर, वो मुझे नहीं मिल रहा. मैं गया, मैंने साहब एक डिब्बा लिया, उर्फ बिबीर का लिया. Love Fools is now one of the best known private dining experiences in Bombay. There are days you can't get a seat or whatever. I can get anything anytime. But but it's not just that. I will continue the relationship. Sarita will call me. I'm thinking of opening a speakeasy on top. We'll commune, come and do something. Of course, we'll come and do something. This you have to participate without this thing of मेरा इसमें क्या पप्लू fit होगा, one, which is a big problem.
And नहीं, मुझे ये लगता है कि ये प्रॉब्लम नहीं है और ये रेकनसाइल करना है. पप्लू फिट करना ये प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, क्योंकि अगर क्योंकि क्या, और ये मैं स्ट्रगल कर रहा हूँ क्योंकि मैंने 99% चीजें नहीं की हैं, क्योंकि मेरी लेंस में, मैं पुणे से लेंस है कि किसी से काम मांगना गलत बात है
मेरे लिए. मैं तो
अभी इस लेंस से अगर आपकी पैदाइशी हुई है, सो देन व्हाट हैपेंस इज दैट अरे यार हम लोग, पूरी दुनिया चली है मर्चेंट्स के कारण. हमने पपलू फिट करके ही कोलंबस वहां पहुंचा, नहीं तो उसको काय को जाने का था उधर पे. बट ये हमको ओके करना है कि एज लॉन्ग एज हम विन विन देख रहे हैं. जैसे बोलते हैं कि वो सपोल्स्की की किताब में एक ये रिसर्च बताता है कि व्हेन 2 people win, the dopamine production is also high.
The double thank you moment.
Effectively. Yeah. So इसका मतलब है कहीं ना कहीं we have to accept that ट्रेड में अगर हम दोस्ती बनाते हैं, इट्स फाइन. इसमें कोई बुरी बात नहीं, दोस्ती बना रहे हो ना बॉस, दुश्मन तो नहीं बना रहे हो. सो आई थिंक पपलू फिट करना हैज टू बी एक्सेप्टेबल नाउ इन ऑर्डर टू क्रिएट.
I think what Roshan means, and I really agree with that, and I think there is something to that, is that at one level you can be instrumental and you can say that I will buy this spice so I can get a reservation when I want. At one level you can think like that, but if you make it a part of the rules by which you live your life, a normative part of you, that whenever I can, I will give a friend what she wants, right? And I think that leads to Paploos fitting in unusual ways which you could not have imagined.
Absolutely.
But I am reconciling. I want to come to a point where it's okay to say that कि बॉस अगर मैं इसको सैफरन देता हूँ तो ये मेरे को
But it is not you.
No,
Vikram, it is not you.
मैं हूँ
And don't become that. I'll tell you one more thing.
Don't become
I am
that.
not becoming that. I will never become that.
But that's what I'm saying. Don't get. I'll
but
tell
it's
you.
Okay if you do it.
This is your YPO EO corruption, which I'm very worried about.
Kindly explain.
No. So I'll tell you. See, YPO and EO events that happen in India, which is these, you have to be 100 crore plus or whatever, etc., to be part of one of these organizations. Vikram once told me a beautiful story. Actually, I think you should tell me about that negotiation story first.
So
Then I will build on that.
See, that's again our
You hear
lens. You'll
this.
never understand this. So I was being called by these YPO, whatever that agency, and every now and then, कि आप discount दे दो, Bombay YPO, they're the trillionaire economy. ये वो, they are giving you an opportunity to perform in front of. I said, boss, I am a middle class Maharashtrian. I don't need opportunity. I cannot do and be happy. So don't say that. If you want a discount, I will give you the discount. कोई भी हो वहाँ पे कोई problem नहीं. It's not that I don't want to do that event. I want to. And no corporate negotiates that much. They will tell you they want you, they will give you the money and blah, blah, blah. But they were at it. Finally, I told the lady there, I said that I want to do this event free of cost. No, sir, why are you saying that? I said, I want to do it free of cost only so that I can tell my grandmom कि ये जो ट्रिलियनर वाले लोग के लिए मैं फ्री में काम करता हूँ. मैंने एकदम उनके ऊपर फेवर कर दिया कि खुश, आप भी खुश होगा कि इतने बड़े बड़े लोग हैं और मैंने उनको बोल दिया चल ना तेरे पास पैसा नहीं है ना मैं करता हूँ.
Buy something nice.
अच्छा ये करता कि तुम लोग गरीब लोग हो ना, चल मैं फ्री में करता हूँ. So नहीं sir, what are you saying sir? No, we will give whatever. And that fee was agreed. I did the show. Touchwood, it was super successful. It was a great show. Everybody who was anybody and stuff like that came and said, what a fabulous performance, blah, blah, blah. And then I got drunk along with 3 or 4 people who were probably 1 lakh crore each. I can't name them. But
I can, but I won't.
Yeah.
But they were there. And then one of the guys who was the organizers, मेरा 3-4 whiskey हो गया था. I said, sir, आप लोग इतना negotiate क्यों करते हो यार? Like, इतना तुमने तंग क्यों किया मेरे को? So he said, बेटे तेरे को बताऊं एक बात. तो बोला हाँ बताओ. He was also drunk. Victory. तो मैंने बोला समझा नहीं, मैंने victory क्या होता है? He said, ये लोग इतने बड़े क्यों हुए हैं यहाँ पे? क्योंकि ये जीतते हैं. हर नेगोशिएशन में जीतते हैं. नेगोशिएशन आपका हो या 1000 करोड़ का हो, जीता कौन? मैं जीता. And it dawned to me that at one level maybe he is right in the way, but for me, who comes from an art, culture, giving, charity, Gokhale, Agarkar, that kind of a background, I am thinking क्या फालतू लाइफ है यार इसका, जो रिलेशनशिप में भी जीतना चाहता है, आर्टिस्ट से नेगोशिएशन में भी जीतना चाहता है. But then I realized what I mean, at least I'm not saying all entrepreneurs, and it affected me for 7 days. I said, he wanted to win with me. But then he explained to me, ye log, and then it explains the psychology that when you are negotiating 2 rupees with rickshaw wala, अरे भाजी वाले बेचारी इतना काम करे, दे देना उसको 10 रुपए एक्स्ट्रा, क्या फर्क पड़ता है? But that gets ingrained, which is good for entrepreneurship, but when it goes into normal human relation, it becomes so bad. And still, from that part, then that answered that thing ना कि इतना 200 करोड़ है तेरे पास, तू हॉलिडे क्यों नहीं जाता है? It's because the psychology is not about making money to enjoy. It's about making money because I want to show the other guy that कि मैं जीता.
No, and see, which is what I'm saying, that the curse that I'm saying that he, and thankfully he's not affected by it. He thinks he is the temper, but it is the thing of, to build contacts because it will get you X, blah, blah, blah. It's not him.
That's not me.
And I'll tell you, and this thing, I'll tell you, this thing about Paplu fit karna. I witnessed something. I used to do an interview-based show with film stars at one point in time. And one day we were doing an interview. And in that interview, another film star came, looked at this big vehicle, Land Cruiser, whatever in those days, early, I'm talking late 90s. And the other actor looked at this guy and said, "Yaar, I love this vehicle you've got and whatever. How did you get it?" He said, "Don't worry, I've got a great guy. He'll get it for you." And when I was watching this, I said, "Yaar, kya camaraderie hai, between the two actors." And he said, "I'm giving you this guy's number. You call him after half an hour." The other actor went off. This actor who owned the vehicle called that guy and said, "Sun, मैं तेरे के लिए so and so भेज रहा हूँ, मेरा 10% रख लेना."
Wow.
मेरे सामने से सारा वो विनियर हट गया, दोस्ती, ये बंधन तो प्यार का बंधन है. I said, "Okay. But I will never do that. And I cannot do that because I don't want to be remembered like that. I do not want to be known that I made a percentage in this deal." I'll tell you what the beauty is, and it is very difficult for people to understand. I have at least 3 people who've given me equity in their company without me putting a rupee, without me asking once, because they said, हमें समझ में नहीं आता हम आपको कैसे पे बैक करें. आप हमको एडवाइस करते हो, आप हमारी कॉन्ट्रैक्ट पढ़ते हो, आप हमको बिजनेस देते हो, आप करते हो, आप कुछ मांगते ही नहीं हो. So please, we are giving you this 5% in the company. 5% in a company which is going to grow, and I know it will grow into something big. And I was like, listen, I don't need this. I mean, no. But
No, if you don't need it, give it.
But 2.5% साठे को 2.5% मुझे सर.
देखो यार,
that-
ऐसी कोई प्रॉब्लम आपको
Nah,
कभी
this-
आई?
हम हेल्प करें, हम हैं.
but that,
इसीलिए तो मैंने तुझसे दोस्ती करी.
but मैं वही बोल रहा हूँ.
Pablo filled.
हाँ, but that is to me, that is the true joy. That is the real joy. And it's the same thing. Now, to bring what he said, also things that, I look for routine and I put it into my structure. I actually, that's what I'm saying, I'm an anomaly in these terms. I did the musical. I discovered that India doesn't have a musical company culture. So in America, there is a company theater thing where there'll be a company and the company will be paid for and they're rehearsing every day, which is why they can put up a musical every year. In India, we recruit what we call triple threats. Triple threats are you can act, sing, and dance. So that's a triple threat as a performer, right? And a triple threat performer is very rare to find. In Disney in the West, how do you get all these big actors? Because they start from summer camps. Now, for me, there's a problem to solve. If you want, there are 8 big musicals happening in India. Believe you me, 6 of them are going to be disasters. Because you are trying to, hum Bollywood film ki musical banayenge, hum ye kar. But are you training the actors? Are you training that base talent? You will get by because you will pre-record the songs and therefore they'll lip sync. Then it's not a true musical. Right? You will do it because you got pre-recorded music and not live musicians. Then it is not a musical. So, to preserve that form, you need to develop this. Now, I found a creative problem to solve. How do you set up a musical theatre company? So, I went to my community and I said, guys, I think we do workshops in this, and this. Why can't we do this? Now, I will solve that. This is trying to find a problem, trying to find a business solution for it, and see if it is implemented. If it happens only once, it was a creative act of passion. If it finds repeat business, it's a business, right? If it can be repeated, that's one part. But jumping in and doing crazy things like going and doing this play or suddenly going and doing a writing workshop. I mean, when I did the writing workshop with you, it was what? यार मैंने कभी करी नहीं है. एक बार करके देखते हैं क्या होता है. सत्यांशु के lectures मैंने attend करे on filmmaking because I really thought and today Satyanshu is a friend. We are working on something together. That was not the intention from day one. The intention was to learn. The intention was to do something crazy and new. Sathe does the same, but he does it. एक तो his pace of doing होता है कि अब comedy हो रही है. But it reached a point where I'm telling you, I told him this. When he got pissed off because everybody would call him a comic. Because his logic was, boss, there's a lot of intelligence. And really there is. Some of his observations in shows, I've said, my God, that's a life truth. It's not comedy. Zakir today with Tathasu, everybody's going nuts. Yeah, it's life truths, which is just captured in a format that was good. So Sathe said, no. To prove that I am much more, I must write a book also. I must do this. I have to tick off all the intellectual hallmarks. मैंने किताब लिखी है. मैं motivational speaker हूँ. He does all of those things because he has the ability to. But he is very reticent about it. 20 साल में 10 साल में एक गुगली मारेगा.
मैं नहीं, but that is the truth. क्योंकि जो आदमी अपने सिस्टम में इंटेलेक्चुअल नहीं था and did not do the engineering and did not do the IIT and did not do the study abroad kind of a thing. There has been, again, from the background, I could have been a classical singer. I could have been a good cricketer. तो मेरे मन में था कि बॉस अपने को दिमाग है, तो मेरे अंदर को सेटिस्फाई करने के लिए मेरे को इंटेलेक्चुअल बनना है, हो ना हो मेरे को पता नहीं है. इसीलिए मैं कभी स्टैंड अप कॉमेडियन, वी डिडंट नो एनीथिंग अबाउट दैट. एंड कमिंग बैक टू द क्रोनोलॉजी, आई विल कम टू द पॉइंट वेयर somebody told me कि stand-up comedy. There was no stand-up comedy. 2002, if you remember, Amit, at that point of 98 to 2002, there was Cyrus Brocha, because we recruited the VJs at that point of time. I joined MTV by then. And
Shaker Suman Movable Shakers.
That was still later, right?
No, they used to.
That was around that.
That was
exactly
around that.
I traveled with them.
So English stand-up comedy was not there at that time. And but the one great value that MTV added, and I think that changed my life, and many people don't know, and probably Roshan would know a little bit, that I was actually a socially anxious person. I had major social anxiety. And many people think, अरे तू comedian है, ऐसे कैसे हो जाएगा? People don't realize that you might be a cricketer who scores in front of 80,000 people, but in a small social setup, you can be extremely anxious. because you can't make personal one-on-one conversations and stuff like that. And it was because of certain incidents of, rejection that happened to you in school, college. Again, I don't remember when and how, but it was there for sure. And that kind of changed in MTV, because MTV was an environment where I had left Pune and I had come to this place where and that was the first phase of MTV, right? Everybody suddenly had become creative. Everybody was acknowledging that ye bad jokes iska अच्छे हैं. And that bad jokes culture kind of opened my mind and said कि यार यहाँ पे तो bad jokes appreciate हो रहे हैं. And as Woody Allen would say that there are 100 bad jokes and there is one good joke, and that one good joke goes into the library to make a stand-up comedy act 6 months later. So it's a compilation of 100 good jokes which come after 10,000 bad jokes. But that bad joke culture in MTV kind of opened my mind, and I got appreciated for doing these one-liners and stuff like that. Then one fine evening, a common friend, Jiggy George, saw me imitating Sachin Tendulkar. And he said, "What are you doing here? You should be a VJ." And then there was a VJ hunt next week. And Brocha called me on stage and I did a 5-minute act. And somebody told me, "Ye to stand-up comedy hai." And I said, "Ye kya hota hai?" Because there was no Google and whatever. The only people we idolized
This would have been 98 if I remember.
98, yeah.
Yeah.
98, 99, yeah, must be.
I was there, I remember that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it so happened that then I found out, called for some books. Jerry Seinfeld, I think Seinfeld's last season was happening at that point of time. Somebody sent me some clips. So I started watching that. And that's when I realized that there is some game in these imitations that I'm doing. And this Sachin imitation just resonated. And Sharjah, it just happened, right? So that Tony Gregg, Sachin Tendulkar imitation, which I used to do, post the 1998 Sharjah tour, everybody started liking it. And I was like, yaar, that was the seed when, I realized ki iska kuch ho sakta hai. But the MTV environment and all allowed me to do these experiments on stage. And that imitation, right? That
Please, can we have it?
please.
I was waiting for it. Sorry.
My theory at that time was Sharad Pawar had paid off Tony Gregg and told him the more you praise Tendulkar, I'll increase your salary. It was his economic model. So Tony Gregg went completely mad. Well, it's all happening here. Sachin Tendulkar's on fire. Smashed them all over the place. What a ply to the airs. Got him. Now that's a 6. All those people are watching the telecast live on Do Deshaun will be dancing in their lounges because Tendulkar's on fire. Smashed your strides all over the place. What a ply. What a wonderful, wonderful ply. Cut to the presentation. Sachin Tendulkar, the ply comfort level is of vital importance these one-day matches. I think you played some quality cricket out there. Yeah, I thought most definitely. I thought the wicket was great. At the end of the day, what matters is that we play well as a team. And I thought we played better cricket than them. In one match, he said definitely the wicket was great. Second match, he said most definitely the wicket was great. Third match, he said almost definitely the wicket was great. And this imitation just... And there was no virality at that time, but word of mouth was there.
Got to us. So we were organizing.
But before that,
Before
so this happened, and I started getting on stage on many of the MTV shows, and we used to have this get together where Sunil Lulla, the MD at that point of time, saw me perform on stage doing this 5-10 minute act as to imitate around 8 to 10 cricketers. And then Ashish, my friend, said that यार एक डायमंड मर्चेंट है, उसका एक शो है. There was no stand-up comedy, right? So you were what were you called? And you guys also did that for around 7 or 8 years. You are filler.
Oh, you lied.
So our name for our profession was filler. तो तू फिलर बनेगा क्या? जहाँ भी भर दो यार, ऐसे ही क्या भर लेंगे.
पैसे मिल रहे थे.
फर्स्ट शो था तो नहीं मिल रहे थे, फिर भी बोले कि थोड़ा बहुत दे देंगे. So I go to this Pancharatna building in South Mumbai where the diamond, this thing is there. And I enter, this diamond merchant is sitting and there's 3 levels of security. I go there. क्या करते हो? फिलर. मैं बोला आपने फिलर के लिए बुलाया तो मैं फील करता हूँ और क्या बोलूँ. तो करके दिखाओ. So I did this imitation and that's when I got my first show. He said, only a week later I realized that this was a big show of the diamond industry along with the Oppenheimers of South Africa. And they were playing a cricket match. and there was Daler Mehendi, and I was a filler. That day I realized that, boss, if 200 diamond merchants are laughing for 10 to 12 minutes as a filler, there is something there. And in that MTV time, in that marketing, wherever I got this opportunity, I played Sidhu along with Cyrus Sahukar in that show called MTV Fully Faltu. Which did you write that show?
I don't think I wrote that because I don't remember it, but my memory is a bit like yours. So,
I think Mrityunjay wrote that. Before that, you did a couple of shows, and then that's when I realized that, boss, there is something here. Something is going right here. And then the big break happened. And that was the time I had left MTV and joined the movie industry. The promoters of Sony had started a company. And again, see, my thing was Metalite Productions. So we were, as marketing guys, we were the first to enter the television industry. And I said, chalo, before I experiment with these shows and all, let me do Bollywood once. And that was the time promoters of Sony started a film company. And this 1.5 years were great lessons in human observations. I learned about the entertainment industry, and I'll share some with you. I did marketing for 3 films. Nagesh Kuknur's second film after Hyderabad Blues, which was called Teen Diware. There was Madhur Bhandarkar's second film after Chandni Bar called Satta with Raveena Tandon. And there was a film called Dil Vil Pyar Vyar, which was Anant Mahadevan's debut film. This is when I entered the movie industry, before we come to that legendary moment that I had with Roshan Abbas, which kind of propelled the stand-up career. I spent 1.5 years and I realized that this is a fascinating place just for people who like to observe other people. And here is where this, small town interfacing with the established community is what I saw in real time. And it was great, right? At that point of time, there was no corporatization. I was the first marketing guy in an unorganized sector. So the old school script writers would come and, show you scripts and stuff like that. Aap banao, sir. And there was this funny incident that happened. Scriptwriter in Warsaw came and said, "Aap to naye ladke ho, aapko main aisi script sunaunga, sir. Pagal ho jaoge." I said, "Sunao." 2 hours and we were still at the first shot. आदमी अंदर आता है तो आगे क्या, कैमरा आदमी को पकड़ता है. This went for 1 hour. We were still in the first scene. Then I said, sir, मेरे को थोड़ा बाहर जाने का है. यही ना, आपके जैसे लोगों को समझेगी नहीं. तो मैंने बोला, अभी क्या करूं मैं, आप बाद में आइए. सर, एक बात आपको बताता हूं, ये पिक्चर एक बार लग गई ना, उतारनी पड़ेगी. Like, what a line.
नहीं, पर ये भरा हुआ है.
Oh man, I said, what a world this is. Unbelievable.
वो बनी कभी
पता नहीं, वो कभी बनी नहीं. तो यहाँ पे मैंने 2 observations, मुझे, I got to learn very closely watching a lot of actors, and I'm sure Roshan relates to these observations, because I realized that there is an amazing thing that is happening between the established community, which is people who don't consider this as a big thing because they are born in families who have all the resources, and then they have set the benchmark of coolness, right? So they will talk Americanism. This is the kind of cinema we watch. Ye wo hai, Bollywood wahi picture karni hai, but they will do all of this. Now this is a benchmark that is set, and this is the value of cool that has been attached. Now the small time actors from smaller cities come and interact with them, okay, with a lot of social anxiety, and they realize that their work or their abilities is not what is going to be judged. How they behave in this milieu is what they are going to be judged on. And this is where I see a lot of this sad thing happening, where a Marathi actor has come from, say, Satara, who's a good actor, comes and goes into a party where those standard Juhu boys and girls are behaving in a certain way. And the entire next 3 years, this guy is practicing to be that person, so that he feels that they will now accept him and give him that first role. And that 1.5, 2 years is so traumatic because I'm seeing the Marathi, because I am now a guy who is MBA educated, can speak English, and I'm this, so that my social acceptability is reasonable here. And it is because I can speak good Marathi, my acceptability with this guy is also good. And I see this guy from somebody who's discussing Pula Deshpande, Gadi Madgulkar, Kumar Gandharva, to suddenly meeting me in a party 1 year later. Hey babes, what's up, dude? And I'm like, क्या हो गया इस इंसान का? And then I realized that ये आदमी खत्म हो चुका है अंदर से, बिकॉज उसका पूरा फोकस चले गया है कि ये डायरेक्टर जो यूहू में रहता है मुझे एक्सेप्ट कैसे करे, और वो अंदर उस पार्टी में जाता है, वो लोग उसका मजाक उड़ा रहे हैं. एंड देन आई रियलाइज दैट इफ देयर वाज एन ऑर्गेनाइजेशन which just makes these two ends meet properly, talent will be discovered. But trust me, 9 out of 10 talents that I met during that time were struggling to just fit in because they wanted to say dude and babes rather than practice their craft. And unfortunately, that is the part I saw, and I realized that the Haryana factor that you are talking about, that time 20 years back, I thought, I wish they were stars in their own domain and they didn't have to suffer this. That was one thing I learned, which I saw very closely. The second thing was the dynamics of actors coming late or behaving in a particular manner. And I used to say that, yaar, time mein aane ka problem kya hai? And then there was this celebration culture कि सर ये एक्टर है ना 6 घंटा मिनिमम लेट आता है, and अरे क्या यार बड़ा एक्टर है यार, and this was getting celebrated. And I said, what is the psychology of people celebrating bad behavior? And then one actress, she behaved very badly on the set. So I went to her and I said that, ma'am, I mean, everybody is normal. If you have any issues, just let me know. I'll sort it out. And I was trying to be structured because that's the only thing I knew, coming from a corporate background. And if you were structured, you were considered uncool. But I told her that, this is what. And then one day she got drunk and she called me to the set. And then we went to the vanity van and she told me that, अबे टपलू इधर आ, तेरे को मैं समझाती हूँ इंडस्ट्री क्या होती है. And I said, हाँ मैडम समझाइए, कुछ कम पड़ा आपको सेट पे. She said, if I behave well, you all will take me for granted. So I make sure that every day of my film, first day, I break a glass, I do something so that I start getting respect. अगर मैं वो नहीं करूँगी तो स्पॉट बॉय भी मुझे चाय नहीं देगा. मैं जब तांडव करूँगी फर्स्ट डे पे, तब जाके मुझे रिस्पेक्ट मिलेगा इंडस्ट्री में. And I was like, what kind of behavior is this? But then I realized that all this creative ecosystem here was about getting attention to yourself, and therefore it was important to behave badly, and that became culture. So if an actor came on time, he was considered an idiot. So he came 3 hours late, so that there was this dehshat and stuff like that. And this human behavior was great to watch, because this was exactly what is the opposite of it is taught to you in management school, that ye hona chahiye, systems and data and all of that. And then I realized the creative industry is about interplay of all these emotions put together, and to give structure to this emotional ecosystem is going to be the biggest challenge for the future. And that point of time, there was no corporatization. So these were observations that kind of made me, interested in this and saying, like, how do people behave? And that point of time, the magic moment happened when I got a call from Mr. Roshan Abbas and said that he didn't know me at that time. He said, yaar, I've heard that tu wo filler karta hai, to tu ek 12-15 minute खींच सकता है. So I said, हाँ कर लेंगे, stuff like that.
And this is for the CIAT Cricket Awards.
This is for the CIAT Cricket Awards, which is the biggest property. And this is the property I had worked in professional management group, where, how the rating systems is created for cricketers and stuff like that. Now, Roshan said, there's no English stand-up. He doesn't know what I do. So he says, tu mere ghar aaja. Okay? तेरे को जो करने वाला है वो तेरे को करना होगा मेरे सामने. I had no benchmark. मैं बोला ठीक है, इसके घर पे नाच लूंगा, इसमें क्या बड़ी बात है. Same time he said that मेरे घर में करने के बाद हर्ष गोयनका जो सीएट का चेयरमैन है, उनके बंदे भी आपको फोन करेंगे, उधर भी जाना होगा. So imagine a time where the stand-up comedian first goes to the event agency. Roshan Abbas is sitting there with his friend and says, करो. Like, nacho. And I did the act. Roshan has no idea about cricket.
No, actually, yeah.
But Roshan knows that it is working. So he says that I think this is fine, जो कुछ कर रहा है. But obviously, because imitations and all is something that he would know. He said that tomorrow you have to go to Mr. Harsh Goenka. Now, Mr. Harsh Goenka with 6 people are sitting in a boardroom. And I suddenly feel I am in MBA entrance exam ke baad going for my first job. And they say that because nobody knows, right? What is a stand-up English comedian going to do? Because what is the lineup for the C8 Awards? Akshay Kumar, Priyanka Chopra, Urmila Matondkar, Mahima Chaudhary और उसके बीच में एक item डालने का.
This is 2001, I'm guessing.
Three.
2003, and our lineup was Priyanka Chopra doing her first event. First event, remember?
Okay.
There was Gauhar, there was Mandira, there was Priyanka, there was Ramona. I forget the male actor.
No, there was Akshay Kumar.
Akshay was there.
Urmila Matondkar was there.
But it was a big lineup.
Big lineup. So I go there, I do my 10 minutes. I am still working in MetLife. So I remember the day when this happened. My boss was not letting me go fast. So I said, no, I have to go to perform at the C8 Awards. So finally he left me. I came to Taj Crystal where the C8 Awards were there. And I was so badly dressed. Because I was in like corporate apna trouser and there only I realized everybody's in jacket. That's my first exposure to the fact that कि stand-up comedian को ऐसा मैंने सिर्फ अपना Jeffrey Boycott का टोपी लेके चला था मैं वहाँ पे. But thankfully Roshan said that we need a little bit of design in your act. तब से ये लोग सोच रहे थे, इनकी सोच थी. तो he got me one क्या एक ऐसा बार बना के दिया जहाँ पे I could hang my caps so that every time I do an impersonation I wear that
the cap.
Wow.
And I met Ian Chappell there. And that was my, all these years of cricket ka jo bhadas tha. I was very happy to meet Ian Chappell there. And he said, so I got myself introduced and said, I'm doing this act and stuff like that. And I reached there and I find out that the India and the Australian team are going to be in the audience, which I was not told. I thought there would be ex-cricketers and stuff like that. But these two and the god himself, Tendulkar. I mean, people who we have idolized got exasperated bowling to him and so on and so forth. And they're all sitting there. And I am Jamure Nach. That 15 minutes changed my life. Because when you see a Sunil Gavaskar and Bishan Bedi and Ricky Ponting laughing, and you've been propelled into a world which was actually your world, right? This is all the precursor to that world that you wanted to be part of, not only as a player, but as somebody who loved the game so much. And that 15 minutes and imitation of Gavaskar's walk, and I came down, Bishan Singh Bedi hugged me, and Chapeli came and told me that, next time in your act, I should be there and stuff like that. I said, boss, ये इसके लिए मेरा birth हुआ है. ये मेरे को डोमेन दिस इज है ना. मुझे वो अक्षय कुमार और अमिताभ बच्चन से, अमिताभ बच्चन ऑब्वियसली ये सब लकीली आई इंटरेक्टेड विद दिस वर्ल्ड, बट फॉर मी आई वाज अ फेल्ड स्पोर्ट्स पर्सन, सो आई हैड टू लिव द ड्रीम in another way. And that kind of got me thinking, and I think another 1 month I gave my resignation. But the beauty of that, no YouTube generation, no Google, that actually clip went viral because they showed that show some 50 times on Sony. And because of that, I started getting calls. Roshan got me a show with Castrol, if I am not wrong.
Sahara Golf and Castrol became your
Yeah,
regulars, and then
was-
any show we used to
that
do.
was-
We were very big in corporate events.
That was a little later.
Yeah, but it just kept rolling. I mean, like, I remember every 6 months, Satya's rates used to double because he would have done so many shows that his marketing mind would work and say, yaar, itna, or he knows that bhai, agencies have their own little layer.
इतना डिमांड है तो प्राइस कुछ कम है.
और-
बूम 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 बूम, माय
See,
गुडनेस.
तब मैं 10-12 मिनट में था, इसको मुझे 40 मिनट
40
तक
मिनट,
लेके
हाँ।
जाना था. और अभी मेरे पास सिर्फ क्रिकेट का माल था. By this time, I had increased my reading. I had started writing on observations, whether those were the standard observations. I had started following what is the concept of the American. Pula Deshpande, I mean, I believe that no comedian ever in the history of mankind can touch him because there was no standard thing of premise and punchline. This is a very bore concept, premise and punchline. It is basically very populist way of getting a laughter. Pula Deshpande would talk 2 hours on walking in Vele Parle and he would make you laugh. It was that quality of humor. But then I realized that boss वो तो literary humor है, उसके लिए तुम्हारा उसका understanding of life and society should be so high that you pick so many nuances. So then I followed the quintessential American model of that: build the story and then the punchline, build story, get punchline. I started doing that in cricket as well. And while I was doing this writing and stuff like that, I realized that my corporate job was now coming to an end. Though I have started enjoying putting a movie project together and, seeing it till the end, I said that this looks like a far better, in my zone. And then I quit my job. And just before quitting my job, I got a call from the Sony network. This was 2003 World Cup. So my last film was still to release. And one of the shows that I'd performed in MTV, the Sony chairman was there and Kapil Dev was also there. And these two guys had said कि ये बच्चे को देखो हम लोग extra innings करके launch कर रहे हैं. ये मंदिरा बेदी कर, I always joke in my initial years that nobody noticed me on extra innings because of Mandira Bedi, and even Bishan Singh Bedi didn't get noticed for years after taking 266 wickets. But to me, that extra innings moment changed my life. I went to South Africa for the Cricket World Cup 2003. We stayed in Cape Town for 2 months. I witnessed the Centurion big game India-Pakistan as a cricket presenter. And the first day, Amit, I land in Cape Town. I don't know what I'm going to do, right? I've been told extra innings, you have to be a filler. And you have to fill in between the broadcast. And as soon as I land, this studio head takes me to a room where I enter and I see the mighty Tony Greig, 6 feet 7 inches, and I'm like, wow, this is something. And it's South Africa 2003, India touted to win the World Cup, the big team, Tendulkar, John Wright saying that, this is the team that will win the World Cup. And I'm sitting there and saying that, boss, I don't know about comedy, but what has got me into cricket is these impersonations. So I have to continue stand-up comedy in the way it is, because that is going to get me to this world which I have always wanted to be part of. So when sometimes journalists ask me कि what does comedy, मतलब यार ये तो हुआ, जाने का तो इधर था, फिर वो continue किया क्योंकि इसमें एक financial model था, and I continued. And then a few amazing things happened. Tony Greig called me and said, right, I hear you do good Tony Greig. I imitated him, and my first episode was with Tony Greig himself.
Wow.
And
is it online somewhere?
I think it's online. And we were talking about Inzamam ul Haq, who was in prime form during the World Cup.
His impersonation, please.
Please.
So Inzamam at that time, I always say that whatever may be the question, you had the same answer. It was like Azruddin, right? So Shastri would go, Azruddin, it's a great wicket out here. What was your strategy? Yeah, the boss played right split, that's not important. But do you think the Duckworth-Lewis will cover? Yeah, the boss played right split, that's not important. But Azhar, Sehwag at 5, right play, guys play right play. Well, you do whatever same. And Inzamam was exactly the same. Inzi, Razak is your key bowler. Allah Ta'ala ka shukr hai. Ladke kafi mehnat kar rahe. Ladke disheartened nahi hue. But Inzamam Afridi is your key weapon. लड़के काफी मेहनत कर रहे हैं, लड़के डिसहार्ट नहीं हुए. But if you can get Tendulkar out, लड़के काफी मेहनत कर रहे हैं. So he would not end. And we did an India-Pak review with Tony Greig, where I am Inzamam and he's Tony Greig. Now this is a dream come true.
Is Tony Greig's imitation of Tony Greig as good as yours?
So this is what he said, not bad. My child. That was his first reaction as well, that it was great. And then look at the thing, right? Next episode I'm doing with Ian Chappell. After that, I'm doing an episode with Michael Atherton. Then I'm doing an episode with Nasir Hussain. Then I'm doing an episode with Tiger Patodi. Then I'm doing an episode with Kapil Dev. This is like a dream come true. And I'm discussing cricket with them.
And you're being paid for it.
Paid for it. More importantly, I'm not paid too much for that at that point of time. But what worked for me was my knowledge of the game. And that kind of, I could befriend anybody. And I remember having a conversation with Soha Ali Khan years later. And I told her that, Tiger Patodi had become a good friend of mine. And she said, impossible. My dad was a very private person. He would not befriend anybody. And I said, I'm really telling you, I spent the best 2 months of my life chatting cricket with him. And she said, no, impossible. He will not talk to you. I said, I'll tell you the story. Second day, I'm there and Tiger Patodi calls me and says that after I'd done the imitation of Jeffrey Boycott, he said, can you do that again? And I said, I'll tell you, Tiger Patodi, absolute legend of the game. And he started laughing. And from that day onwards, I became his best friend. That same evening, Vikram Sathe, Tiger Patodi, Kapil Dev having a glass of wine discussing Tiger's career. Can it be bigger than this for me, who has not even been close to the world of cricket so far, and now and joined by Ian Chappell, and they're talking about those times and the Ashes and the Kerry Packer. And I was like, boss, pinch me, because this is like big stuff. And that when I came back after the Centurion game, I said, that's it, brother. This is what you want to do in your life. Till the time you can extend and do what you can around this world, I think that will be life. And that I came back, I gave my resignation. Thankfully, I was called by the Sri Lanka Cricket Board. Oh, very funny story. 2004 Sri Lanka Cricket Board. I get called to do a stand-up in the India, Pakistan and Bangladesh for playing that Asia Cup. I was told that except for President, I think Kumar Tunga was the president of Sri Lanka at that time. I said, apart from that, you can imitate anybody in Sri Lanka, and otherwise we'll throw you back from the airport only. So I went for the Asia Cup, I think 2004, 2005, I don't remember. And that's the first time I got friendly with Tendulkar. And I called Samir Dikhe and told him that, I'm doing this act in Sri Lanka. Just tell Sachin. He said, don't need to tell Sachin anything. You go and chat with him before the show and tell him that you know me, blah, blah. He's anyway seen you at the Seat Awards a little bit. He'll be fine. I land there and I go to Sachin at the show and say, Sachin, I'm going to imitate a little bit. He said, what are you going to do? I've seen you for 5 minutes. That's okay, no problem. And I do a 20-minute act there, 25 minute. I mean, to see the Indian team, Pakistani team, Bangladeshi team Sri Lankan team, enjoying and stuff like that. I said, boss, it's just getting reinforced. And then I'm walking outside. I did the Inzamam imitation in front of Inzamam. So I remember walking out of the banquet area and suddenly I bump into Inzamam, and I think it was Yasir Hamid, if I'm not mistaken, the opening batsman of Pakistan. And Inzamam comes and looks at me. सबके सामने पैंट उतारने में मजा आता है. And I said, what an evening. And next day I was to fly back to India. I was at the breakfast table and Sachin, Yuvraj Singh and Harbhajan Singh were sitting out there. And that was my first taste of a cricket story. And that's what I realized, that this is what I want to experience all my life. This comedy and all is theek hai, wo to hota rahega. And about the Sri Lanka wicket or something like that, I had this conversation and Sachin gave a 5 to 8 minute explanation on how to play Muralitharan.
Wow.
On that table. So I was asking him that, pick kaise karta hai isko and stuff like that. So the moment he realized that this was a relevant question, so I remember Yuvraj Singh, abbe ye to cricket wala hi hai yaar, finally ye pakayega. He said that. Bhaji said something. And then Sachin said that, you pick him from the arm, you will be able to. And I realized that there was some chemistry brewing between somebody who you idolized and kind of became friends with later on. And that's when he knew that this is my kind of a guy, and my friendship started with Tendulkar. And in that journey to discover a champion, and a whole lot of champions all over starting to tour with Sunandan with me. And the big moment was obviously when I was part of the ESPN commentary team in 2006. So yeah, coming back from the 2004 Asia Cup performance, it got reinforced that, boss, you're here to stay. It was my gateway to the world of cricket. Comedy was just one way to reach there. Cricket was never a way to reach there. But yeah, at least making fun of cricketers and creating jokes around the game kind of made me go closer to the game. And that's when, things started happening. Corporate shows started happening and the big break happened, which was 2006 ESPN. when they called me to be part of the commentary box. Now, up until now, you have to understand that Harsha Bhogle is the only external person who's in the commentary box. Gautam Bhimani is doing picture stories, but he's still not in the commentary box. But I have been called to be in the commentary box, obviously with a view of making Test cricket interesting in terms of what's happening with the broadcast. So though I was in the com box for certain periods, I was mainly doing a show called Tea Spot, which was in tea at the tea interval break along with Alan Wilkins. But I was in conversation with Wasim Akram during the game in between and so on and so forth, and Gavaskar and Shastri and Harsha and all of that. Now that was a big break for me, because I thought that now they are kind of accepting me as somebody who understands the game beyond the comedy. And this is 2006, so 2 years of active comedy had already happened. And so looking forward to going to South Africa, 3 test match series, there was a chance, everybody was saying that, hey, there's a good chance that India will beat South Africa in South Africa. So there was this buzz in the commentary box, and it so happened that we reached there. Indian team was in good spirits and we won the first test match, if you remember. That was that big test, and we thought that from there on things will go good for us, which didn't happen. Now I am there, I'm doing my stuff, slowly getting popularity, and because see, at the end of the day, cricket experts are a lot, but when you add humor to it, suddenly there's this vibe in the box and the broadcast which everybody is enjoying and stuff like that. But one incident happened there that kind of put me off commentary forever. And that was during, I think, the second test match. I don't remember whether it was at Durban or was it the first test match. I think the last day of the first test match, where I was doing a small piece on the ground near the pitch, which was kind of a humorous take on the first test match. And I was wearing India colours because I had been told when I was going to South Africa by the Sony team. I mean, I was lucky to go to South Africa because earlier they wanted to shoot everything here. But because there was paucity of time, I finally got to come to South Africa. And I got these clothes from the Nike shop, which was the Indian attire. And by that time, that big deal with Nike had happened with the BCCI. So I wore that outfit. I went into the middle of the pitch and I was just about to record, and walks in Sunil Gavaskar. And he says, "Why are you wearing these colors?" So I got a shock of my life that in front of the entire crew and all, this guy is shouting at me. And I was 29, 30. So youth. So I just stopped for a moment, but I didn't say anything to him. He continued, "You've not played test cricket for India. Why are you wearing the India colours? And this is just ridiculous. What this has come to. Test match cricket has certain value," and started giving me a lecture on the ground in front of everybody. Now, I am thinking this is an official merchandise that I've picked up from a Nike showroom.
Anybody can wear it now because it's merchandise.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, the producer is there and I'm asking him that, what is this story? Suddenly, I see Harsha Bhogle walk and Ravi Shastri walk close and say that, "Sunny bhai, this is available in the shop. This is the Nike deal. Anybody in the audience can wear it also." No, this is just, you test cricket is for pride, and some shit he gave me for 20 seconds. I kept quiet, did that episode a little bit. Now, that's when I realized that this guy is extremely moody. I walk up to the commentary box. I tell the producer that, this is not something I'll appreciate. But he said, "Nahi yaar, moody aadmi hai, don't get upset," and stuff like that. That same evening, if I'm not mistaken, was a small episode that I had to do with Gavaskar only, along with Wasim Akram and Alan Wilkins. So, at that point of time, there was this thing about wives and girlfriends coming to cricket tournaments. So, when Alan asked me this question in that segment on T-Spot, I said that this is a question I cannot answer. I think I'll leave it to Wasim bhai and Sunny bhai. I don't know what Sunny bhai thought. He gave the answer and then he threw a big tantrum after that. "Hey, this is not right. Who are these people?" And remember, I worked with this guy in professional management group in my first job. Yeah. So he knows me. And he started behaving. So I went and said, "Sunny bhai, did I say something wrong? I'll apologize," and all of that. And then he said, he didn't acknowledge me, and he just walked away. That's when I went to the producer and I said, "Listen, give me my ticket back. I'm not going to take this shit anymore. I've never wanted to be a broadcaster. You got me into broadcasting. I'm here to entertain. I will do a stand-up act for your guests and whatever. But this is the behavior I will not tolerate. And the worst thing is, he's my hero. I mean, we've idolized this guy. And he said, नहीं यार वो ऐसा ही है, ये वो करके. But I said, चलो ठीक है, मान जाते हैं. So second test match, I had a good time. Third test match, we had, unfortunately, Cape Town, we lost. But there were some good innings, great cricket to watch. But the baggage was still there because he was behaving very rudely.
Throughout.
Means he was not acknowledging me only. And then that day, I decided on my flight back. And interestingly, on the flight back, just before the flight, when I was driving to the airport, I got stopped by cops. And this is like, I'm an ICC, whatever, ESPN commentator. They stopped me in the middle of the journey to the airport. And those two cops look at me and said, open, drugs. And I'm like, what is wrong? This is like I'm going to the airport to catch my flight, and they take all of the money out of my wallet and say that, you go like this. These are cops doing it to a commentator in South Africa, somebody going to the airport. Itna open pagalpan chal raha tha us time. Anyway, airport में मैं गया, flight पे बैठा और मैंने कहा कि broadcasting के नज़दीक life में कभी नहीं आने का. Because what I had seen, Amit, was that Harsha had gone through all of this for a long time. But Harsha is obsessed by cricket and commentary. He can't do anything else. So he did not have the option that I had. Where I said, boss, मेरे को ये clique के नज़दीक आने का ही नहीं. Because they will not accept anybody from the outside. It's not, means they are insecure, and especially Sunny Bhai was insecure about that's what I thought. Because what was I going to do to Sunny Gavaskar? Yeah? He's a living legend, and why am I going to do anything that is going to affect him? But then I realized that this is how it's going to be in commentary. If you are able to, and Harsha has taken all of this stress and the insults over a period of 24, 30, 40 years or whatever he's done broadcasting, but he knows this is his calling. There's nothing else I'll do. And therefore he did that. I said, I'm not going to do it. I came back and I'd heard that a lot of things happened in ESPN after that. I said, boss, on stand-up comedy karenge, and I'll create my own ecosystem of content, which I will do on live shows. Luckily, YouTube had just started. So that clip of CEAT Awards now was the first comedy clip on YouTube to go viral. So everybody knew what I was doing. And therefore, I said that any content that comes which is apart from broadcasting, I will do on cricket. And hopefully at some point of time, create my own content on YouTube. And I will leave this game from that point of view, because I realized that this is the only country where the board decides who the commentator is. It's not the broadcaster's prerogative, and these guys are not going to accept any outsider coming and stuff like that. And that's what changed my life, and I'm very happy that I didn't stay in broadcasting, because I would not have been able to live this under pressure kind of a life. Came back home, thankfully the corporate boom, and that was that period of great fun, because every corporate was taking their dealers and employees to South Africa, to Greece, so with that 2007 to 12 period, I probably would have done hundreds and thousands of shows, of 200-300 shows, just traveling abroad with 500 dealers. And sometimes I do it in my jokes. I think I used to say that Gujarat became more vibrant, not because of the chief minister there, but because of Bangkok. Because all sales targets were dependent on going to Bangkok. And if you did well, and Gujaratis who had never gone beyond Bhavras and Nadiad, they went to Bangkok and they were happy. They doubled their turnover. And sometimes I feel that we revived the Thailand economy.
They turned over.
It was
sir, family show, sir, family show.
But Amit, you will not believe, and Roshan will agree to this. Every weekend we were in Bangkok, because every corporate did gigs only in Bangkok. Thailand hates India because the kind of rada that Indian dealers have done in Bangkok is unbelievable.
I'll just tell you one small incident. We're doing one event together, and this is for a erstwhile computer company, and we've done the thing and whatever, and the show's gone up very well. Awards night has happened. We guys are back in the hotel, and hum log late night kuch kha pi rahe whatever. And the marketing director of the company is a good friend of ours, because and she's very happy, everything's gone well. Now all these dealers after the show have gone to town, and they've come back with people. And as they entering the hotel or whatever, suddenly they see that in the lobby is standing the marketing director, and we all are behind. Now they have told all the women to buzz off. And they've entered the lobby, and these girls are holding their passports, saying, "I'm clean, I'm clean. I can come to your room." And, and they're saying, "No, madam, sister, madam, sister, madam,
Sister,
madam, madam." Allah. And you've seen so many of these scenes.
It's crazy.
क्या कहानियां होती थी. People would, some dealers would shoplift. People would, because, अरे उठा लिया. उठा लिया मतलब उसको रोक रहे, उसको अरेस्ट से बचा रहे, क्या क्या
No, it was
कहानियां.
crazy because
Oh my
Indians had
God.
not traveled abroad to that extent, and now all these companies were taking, which is good for us, right? Because we were entertaining these people abroad, but many of the stories were they did not know how to use an Indian
Western toilet.
Western toilet. And they would do things on that toilet which had to be sorted by the company heads before they had exited the hotel. It was a chaotic time, but
what would they do in the toilets?
Just let your imagination
family show. Yeah.
wander.
Yeah.
No, not just that. I'm telling you. So occasionally, when people used to go through security check and they had to open their bags, they would have bath towels, bathrobes, soaps. Someone even carried the safe from the
It was crazy.
Sir, room में था.
They've taken everything from the room.
Oh my God.
And but it was crazy. Then on cruises, performing, and the fillers were always just before the item number performed. So all the actresses or whatever, it was called item number show. And after the stand-up comedy would come the item number, and so I was always in trouble because dealers, internal audience, they would still listen to humor and all of that, but the dealers would want the item number to come. So for that 20 minutes for me in between, I was the big wall between them, but still I managed to do 3,000 shows, which shows how hot I am.
3,000 shows.
Yeah.
My God.
So that was a fun journey, but this is where my intellectual part of the story started. The touring was going on. So because I had befriended the cricketers by now, in the middle of a tour, having a nice meal or dinner with, say, a Rahul Dravid, or for that matter, a Saurav Ganguly, maybe sometimes members from the opposition team who had seen me perform in probably a ICC cricket event somewhere. This was where my actual journey started, to live international sport at the time when the action is happening. So when the next session for the test match is interesting, and you've had dinner with, say, Anil Kumble the night before because you bumped into him in some Indian restaurant, and then he's kind of sharing the dynamics. That's when the sports started, the games kind of started opening up for me, where I started understanding the psychology of sport, the physicality of sport, the human behavior side of it, the competitive advantage that people get out of sledging, what is purposeful practice, what is team dynamics, what is advantage during sessions, what is mental makeup, what is routine, what is visualization. So this started getting, easier and easier for me to understand because I was hearing it from the horse's mouth at the time when the action was happening. So 2006 onwards to 2014 till 2013 till Sachin retired, that 7 years I lived cricket in its totality. Because even before the Sydney Gate happened, or after the Sydney Gate happened, I was in that press conference. What Roebuck was writing about Ricky Ponting, my interaction with Ricky Ponting during that particular tour. So this was gold dust coming to me and saying, forget the comedy. This is what you have been waiting for. And that was the reason that book happened. Because I thought that, hey, I am privy to so many of these stories, real time. Let me try and see if I can use humor and put it in the book format. And that is where I got interested in sports psychology. Where I said, boss, the dynamics of understanding human behavior in the context of high performance sport is the ultimate you can ever get. And cricket is a very amazing game because it has so many facets. Unlike football where, whatever number of people playing for 1.5 hours and it's over, there's a wicket keeper who has his own story. There is a third man who has his own story. There is a spin bowler who's coming with a new ball who has his own story, which Ashwin beautifully explains in What the Duck, my show, where he talks about, Ajinkya Rahane giving him a new ball because he realized that there's moisture and spin might help him in Melbourne, and that's how he got Steve Smith out. So all these stories, imagine happening to you while the process is on, was like, means I was learning and learning. I said, cricket is life. So many things are being taught to me through this wonderful game. And I was growing as a person, and I thought that, boss, cricket is actually the real subject I should have learned in school. And then the unraveling of Tendulkar. And I'm understanding कि ये क्यों ऐसा बना, attention to detail, the preparation. 2011, I remember Sachin Tendulkar was not in form. Rahul Dravid was getting bowled to Hilfen House. Every test match that he played, we lost that series after losing a close game at Melbourne. I remember going with Sachin to a vineyard, and he explaining to me the dynamics of how we lost that test. And, talking to Rahul about how his mental frame was extremely good during the Melbourne test. And after that, it started going down. This was a lesson in psychology. This was a lesson in human behavior, which I was just grasping. I said, hey, let me just continue my comedy till the time I can in order to get a sense of what is happening in the world. But I realized that my money was coming through corporate India. And that's when, as Roshan said, that the musical part of it I started developing. Observations, politics, current affairs, all these things I started writing on my own so that my act would become more robust. Because at any given point of time, a stand-up comedian should have 3 hours of material, so which he doesn't. So your 20 minutes get repeated, which is your best because you're safe, unless the audience is a little open with experimentation. Because unlike the comedy movement, which started with, say, Veer Das and Papa CJ sometime in 2008-9, I had no concept of experimenting in a club, getting my material tested and doing it in a corporate show. All my testing was happening on real-time shows. So my risk-taking ability went down because I could not have risked material in an Asian Paint show. So what I would do is make 3 to 5 minutes of new material. If I would go from Asian Paints to Procter & Gamble, I would test this 5 minutes. From Procter & Gamble to ICICI, I would test another 2 minutes. But it took me 6 months to make 30 new minutes. Whereas if I was a club comedian, I would have tested material every day. But by the time this culture happened, I had already done 8-10 years of work, and then again inertia had set in, and I was saying that I had bargained for comedy.
So it was input output. I've had this discussion. I told him, why don't you do a TV special? He says, वही joke मैं 100 बार अलग-अलग corporate में करूँगा. नया है. एक बार टीवी पे कर दिया, सबने सुन लिया. And it's a philosophy, because I work with Veer and Zakir and all these guys and whatever, and I see them. They will develop material for a year. They will test it. Possibly take another year to hone it, and it's got a 2-year kind of cycle. And at the end of the 2 years, they'll do a TV special, then that material is over. And then it moves on to a new chunk or whatever. I really think Sate could have done that.
Yeah. But what happened was that this was not in my prime.
Yeah.
I had done my prime, and I was excited by this other thing. Then that comedy movement started. Then Roshan used to tell me that, Sate, tu ye zone mein aaja, tu inke bahut aage hai. मैंने बोला वो गेम में हूँ नहीं, अभी क्या करूँ मैं, मुझे तो इधर मजा आ रहा है. And that's where I think it's my fault that I didn't push myself. I could have probably got 6 or 8 specials by now, because I had so much of material gathered over a period of time. But then this interested me more, and then this journey started, which led to What the Duck, my show. And as we go further, I will probably break down on various special qualities of the sports people that I saw, and probably put it in context of what is that one thing I learned out of those players. But this journey of unraveling a high performance athlete was the best thing I experienced in my life.
So 5 or 6 things I want to double click on. And one of them is this. You mentioned that, initially, of course, it was an accident. You were good at imitating people. You got a chance. It was funny. It was great. It worked. Then you go to South Africa and it works so well, and you are, fully in that mahal, and you're thinking, theek hai, this is working for me. This is what my comedy will be. And it seems there that what happens is that the incentives that are at play are taking your comedy into a particular direction and not allowing you to take it into other directions, which could also have been rewarding for you. And I'm thinking in terms of creators, right? These are choices all creators are confronted with at some point in time. That you can take your work in one direction, or you can take it into the other direction, and you make a choice, and that choice changes what you do, and then what you do changes who you are, and you become a completely different person. Like maybe, for example, if the actual stand-up scene, if 3-4 साल का फर्क होता, maybe the scene starts earlier or you come later, then you might say कि cricket तो ठीक है, that's just one thing, let me also do this. And then you become the Veer Das or whatever, you know, or the line you chose, which was to go sort of much more into cricket. So did you feel at the time that it was a compromise that you were making, that there was a trade-off involved, or were you just fully happy saying कि हाँ ठीक है ये चल रहा है, let me just, you know, not overthink it, just go with it?
Totally. I mean, as we discussed, there was no calling of stand-up, right? Whereas people like Veer and CJ and all those, they wanted to become comedians. Veer Das has been studying comedy since the time he finished his graduation and stuff like that. I was an accidental comedian. But for me, what was important was my first love, which was cricket. And therefore, the comedy was just a way to reach the world of cricket. The moment it started working and I realized that, boss, I have it in me to explore the larger canvas, that is when again I started doing other material to survive in this world. And then obviously there was a business model at play. The incentive was very, very simple. If I have to continue my stand-up career in the corporate, which is going to pay my bills, and not cricket, because cricket is a choice I've made. I've stayed away from broadcast because broadcast is where the money is. So I've stayed away from that. So I'll get my ROI from my corporate shows, for which I now need to start talking about what is happening around the world, human behavior, a little bit of Bollywood, music and all of that. That keeps my system going and makes me go into the world that I love to be in. So my ability to spend 2 months in Australia during a test series was actually only 1 or 2 shows. The extension was paid by me. So that I could fund only because I could do this. Unfortunately, because I didn't have the drive for comedy, which is like कि चलो अभी एक नया एक्ट करते हैं, ये करते हैं, दुनिया में शोज करते, करना ही नहीं है. ऑस्ट्रेलिया, साउथ अफ्रीका, वेस्ट इंडीज, श्रीलंका, बांग्लादेश, ये हो गया मेरा. So I think it was a problem of, again, the core point that I made, that I was just happy in the current moment, and that didn't drive excellence from a creative perspective, which today I don't have any regrets, but I thought I should have pushed myself a little bit more to explore this so much. Today I feel it because I am now evolved into, I want to know more about so many different things under the sun, which was not there 10 years back. In the last 8 to 9 years, probably I've said that, hey, I don't even want to do comedy now. I want to actually try something completely different. Because when your growth stops, then you realize that, boss, that profession is not worth chasing. And that has happened to me every 5-6 years with what I have done. So today, comedy, absolutely not interested at all. But now I'm putting a frame to myself and saying that, hey, can I spend 3 sessions with Vijay Gokhale, who gave me a great perspective on China? And can I put something interesting, which may not be pure stand-up, but a perspective on what happened from Deng to Xi Jinping? I'm thinking on those lines. It may never happen, but I'm just giving you a China example because it just happened 15 days back. But maybe my way of comedy is now to explore areas. Because what is the beauty of comedy is the moment you want to look at humor in a mundane subject, your ability to grasp things becomes stronger, because comedy means thinking. And that's why if I'm reading a book today, I would take 6 months to finish a big book, because every 8 pages I would be probably thinking, अरे ये ऐसा है ना, ये इसको ऐसा treat कर सकते हैं, इसमें correlation है. Comedy is what? Yeah, joining 2 dots. आपको ये भी पढ़ा हुआ है, ये भी पढ़ा हुआ है. कॉमेडी में आप जब जोड़ते हो, उसमें से फन निकलता है. So today I'm seeing if I can evolve myself and use comedy for something else to get knowledge and be curious about a different world, which I did for cricket. But it's still an exploratory thought. Unfortunately, my outcome has never been कि a great creative piece बनाते हैं. And that is what Roshan always criticizes me for, कि यार तू creative क्यों नहीं output दे रहा है कि ये तेरे को बनाना है. मैं बोले यार मेरे को वो हो नहीं रहा है मेरे से. जो चल रहा है और सर्वाइवल है उस मोमेंट के लिए. Tomorrow he tells me that, hey, I'm doing a show, you have to make a 20-minute piece on this, then I will go and do it. But that's not creative. That is this beautiful word that Tendulkar only told me once, Vijay Tendulkar. I asked him, what is creative? He said, urgency. So मैंने ये समझा नहीं. He said, Vikram, कभी कभी ना creative का भी ज़्यादा हवा किया जाता है. मैं महाराष्ट्र टाइम्स का एडिटर था, मुझे वक्त इतना सा मिलता था और मैं ट्रेन में मेरी कहानी लिखता था एंड आई हैड डेडलाइंस टू सबमिट दैट कहानी and my best creative work happened in deadlines. So that urgency of the project helped me get the most creative I could ever get. Now, some people might disagree with this theory, but I think this is a very interesting theory because my good creative work also has come under pressure. But because I was freelancer, my pressure on myself was not good enough.
This is the, Sathe will not admit it, this is the M cube theory of Vikram Sathe. Middle class Maharashtrian millionaire. देखो भैया, मेरा बहुत छोटा सा दायरा था, मुझे सैलरी मिल रही थी, वही बहुत था. एकदम से कॉमेडी डिस्कवर करा, कॉमेडी से कैश रजिस्टर, मतलब बॉस ही वाज रेकिंग इट इन. समटाइम्स व्हेन आई ट्राई टू पुट नंबर्स नॉट ही गेट्स सो शाय. नहीं, अपना पैसा तो साटे को भी डिस्कस करना नहीं लाइफ में किसी से. आपको मिलेगा छाप रहे हो. फेवरेट लाइन. सी माय थिंग इज माय मैथ्स इमीडिएटली वर्क. अगर तुमने 3000 शो करे, अगर मैं भी कैलकुलेट करूंगा 1 लाख का बेस लगा लीजिए, 30 करोड़ रुपए हो गए. नहीं कि नहीं यार, शुरू में तो 2000 भी करता था. But the logic is, now what happened? So you found that source creative goal, and comedy was never his goal, right? But it was a combination, as you said, what he said, that cricket, which was something he loved. Yes, intellectual pursuit. See, his desperation is to be known as an intellectual. I can tell you even today. किताब क्यों लिखी? क्योंकि किताब लिखने पे आदमी का एक बनता है. मैं और कोई किताब सब बोल रहा है, किताब करी. आफ्टर दैट टीवी क्यों करा? दैट टाइम Sathe suddenly the creative entrepreneur in Sathe roles. He did 3 creative ventures, multiple things. ये भी करता हूँ, इवेंट कंपनी भी, ये भी इसमें इन्वेस्ट करता हूँ, whatever. Then realize नहीं यार, this is too much hard work. It was the middle class Maharashtrian bit of say, इतना काम क्यों करूँ? Like
4 जोक बना दो.
नहीं, exactly. 1 करोड़ के इवेंट में 10% बनेगा. After 2 months of work, I could earn that 10% in 4 days. At that point in time, now in 2 days. Right? So, क्यों करूँ? So, effort, input, output, effort. अब वो हो गया. Now everybody was doing TV. सब कर रहे हैं, YouTube, oh, सब कर रहे हैं. Then reluctant creator. चलो करते हैं. But again, safe reluctant creator. Sponsor के बिना नहीं करेंगे. तो अब स्पॉन्सर, आई फाउंड अ पर्सन हु विल पे मी टू मेक द शो, नाउ आई विल मेक इट. Sathe is risk taking. रिस्क तो नहीं, रिस्क नहीं लेनी. But that's why I say, because what he has achieved within this framework is so good that if he just once took that leap of, and मैं ये जिंदगी भर कहता रहूंगा, ये जिंदगी भर मुझे ऐसे अवॉइड कर करके मिलते हैं, करते हैं, होता रहेगा. That's it. But that's what I keep saying, that it's that now. And I'll tell you one thing. What did he, a comedy, what he's not told you. Sathe believes that in the first 8-10 years of comedy, he was lucky. No, he was bloody talented. Right? And he had a niche. अरे सर, हमने तो 10 साल कॉमेडी में निकाल लिए, उसके बाद देखो हर कोने पे कॉमेडियन है, 10,000 रुपए भी मिलता है, 50,000 भी मिलता है. Now, you're seeing threat to livelihood. You don't need livelihood. Sathe's entire thing was, he's built a beautiful little house with this lovely little place below where you can have concerts. Sathe का हो गया अकबराइज्म. उसके नवरत्न चल रहे हैं हर रोज. ठीक है, everything is happening. अब अब बचा क्या? नेक्स्ट इंटेलेक्चुअल लेवल पे गिव बैक. तो वो एक एरिया, उस पर फोकस करना है. पैसे कहां से बन रहे हैं? इसमें मोटिवेशनल स्पीकर सब ज्यादा पैसे बनाते हैं, इसको पता है. राइट? सो यार, ये तो इसको 10 मिलता है, होस्ट को 2.5 मिलता है. सोच सकते हैं 10 की रेंज में कैसे जाऊं. Sathe figured out creative business more than most of us. बोलता नहीं है, but only applies it to the individual enterprise. I keep pushing him, saying you should have used it for a bigger enterprise, etc.
नहीं, entrepreneur बनने के लिए ना, you require tremendous amount of drive. And I start with this thing that कि वो drive मेरे में नहीं है, रोशन में. तो रोशन, प्रॉब्लम क्या है कि रोशन को मैं पुश करता हूँ, मगर एक भी बिजनेस में स्टेक नहीं दिया.
Very sad, very sad.
मैं इतना पुश किया, तू ये कर सकता है, मगर इसने स्टेक नहीं दिया. तो that is where my fielding or whatever
I think
Paplu fit went wrong.
I think of every creator in a sense as an entrepreneur of his own brand. So do you actually think like that, or are you more like me? Unfortunately, I should think more like that, but or are you more like me where you are just taking joy in the things that you do, कि जो करना है उसी में खुश रहो?
Absolutely. See, it's sad that I can do marketing plans for everyone except for me. Because somehow again that thing, right? Intentionally दोस्ती करना, वही ग्रूव में कि खुद के लिए क्या मार्केटिंग करना है, ऐसा कोई करता है क्या? वो आज तक मेरी पूरी करियर में मैंने एक भी पीआर आइटम नहीं किया है. एज एन एंटरटेनर, you should have a PR company supporting you because your brand should be built. But for me, I have recommended PR companies to 100 talent, including cricketer, that you should design your PR. This is what you should. But when it comes to myself, I can't do it because I have too much of a baggage of somebody, my father or my mother telling me
Don't
that
buy
chi,
your
chi,
own
chi,
thing.
chi.
Exactly.
No, never do this. Your work should speak for yourself.
Yeah, I keep telling people good product is the best marketing, but maybe I'm reflecting the same this thing and a little bit of but somebody should sing a song to you. PR kiya to darna kya?
Exactly.
Yeah,
That was my joke also, yes.
that was your joke also. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think it's that MTV heritage
Yeah,
of
yeah.
celebrating bad jokes.
Yeah.
So I have a couple of more questions on your cricket times, and they both sort of arise from the same situation where you are someone who played cricket passionately, knew the game, understood the game really well, but you didn't reach that level of that Tendulkar and all of that. And then later on, you make an entry and you're with all of them. So now a couple of sort of questions arise here. And one is that in terms of human beings, like all these guys are your personal friends now, right? But the thing is, when you first interact with them, they are also wary because they are superstars and they are wary of anybody else, basically, And some like Sunny Bhai could be, are also fierce about protecting their turf. But otherwise, they are wary. They've learned to be wary. They've learned to distrust the press and distrust others, and they are kind of in their own bubble. So, how was it then? But I would imagine that once you break past that bubble, for you to have that personal relationship with them becomes much easier because you have also played cricket at Dadar Gymkhana or Shivaji Park or wherever you played. You've gone through the grind of doing all that. You bowled to Sachin, you once said, which in fact you must answer first. Ki, what was that like? So how was it like breaking through and then those personal relationships? And do you find that people at the top like that are a special kind of lonely? Because you have access cut off completely from the normal world and the normal life and the normal friendships ki chal yaar Starbucks mein milte hain, and you can't quite do that ya katte pe milte hain. So what was it kind of, what was that like, that once you break past the barrier, can you also then just see them as normal people who've reached a new level, but essentially you are the same? You also love cricket, you also play cricket.
So after my experience with Sunny, and when your idol lets you down, what happens is that you create a philosophy of for yourself saying that never meet your idols, right? Because let them be there, let just admire them, because when you know them as a person, you kind of get little defeated by this entire experience. And that happened with Sunny, but life was good, yeah. Then came a Sachin Tendulkar, who probably is one of the finest human beings that I met in this, especially in this cricketing zone. The most secure. And we were very lucky that we toured at a time when there are too many good people in one team. See, whatever said and done, I don't think it's like, in one of your episodes, one of the speakers says that, there's S.D. Burman, there is Naushad, there is Madan Mohan, there is Shankar Jaikishan. This is a time of music that can never be replicated again. I think Tendulkar, Dravid, Lakshman, Sehwag, Kumble, it's very difficult to get this kind of people in the same team. And I was lucky that all these people were very secure. Thankfully, they first became my fan. Okay. And they realized I was more than a fan. And I think this transition of being more than a fan is when you get into the inner circle of cricketers. When they realize that, boss, this guy is not there as a threat. He's genuinely interested in the game. He's making me laugh also. And he's asking me questions that are not journalistic. Okay, how do you feel? Or aapko kya lagta hai? When I'm talking of Anil Kumble, I'm saying that, Anil, when did you realize that the LBW decision is going to be the biggest decision for you in your life? Because you're a leg spinner. Typically, only when you bowl a googly, it will get you an LBW. And he said, let me tell you how I did it. And this is also a very funny story. You can prompt me when you want me to tell this story.
You can tell the story now, but...
So it's a fascinating story. And I asked Anil Bhai this question and said that, how do you get a LBW decision especially when you got it so often. He said, Vikram, the biggest thing in life that I had to do is to convince the umpire that I was not a leg spinner. So he said most people perceived me as a left leg spinner, and that's why they would never give me an LBW decision. Because for a leg spinner, the ball's pitched middle and off, it's going outside, and spinners anyway, in that time when he started bowling, you put the front foot out, you were not given. I mean, if you look at today's generation, probably Gavaskar, Vengsarkar, Javed Miandad were out 10,000 times because there was no concept of deliberate padding right now. They used to pad their life through the entire test match. But that had stopped. So Anil said that there was this umpire, South African umpire, who in the West Indies, I had to convince him that, hey, you got to give me an LBW decision. But how do I do that? So he said there was net practice. Mohammad Kaif was batting, and he said, I told Kaifu कि मैं ये ब्रायन जर्लिंग को बुलाऊंगा, तू खेल मत इसको और पैड पे लगने दे. So practice sessions happening. He says, Brian, why don't you come and do a little bit of umpiring in the nets? And Anil said, I started bowling to Kaif. Kaif would not play the shot. I said to Brian Jerling, how was that? Yeah, looks close. Second ball, again he bowls. Brian, how's that? Yeah, looks close. Anil said, that's what I want to tell you. I don't get the leg spinner going. It's the straighter one that matters. He said, I'd left that thought with Brian Jerling. Next day, he gave me 4 LBWs. So the fact that I had asked the right question to Anil Kumble gave me a great story about how a bowler thought through and realized that if he had to get LBWs, he had to make the umpire believe that he doesn't spin the ball.
It's also, I think, somewhere, see, again, it's the knowledge. I find that I believe that the teleprompter was the death of the true host, because the true anchor had all that reservoir of knowledge. They knew what to pick when. Sati doesn't use a teleprompter. I see comedians use teleprompters. I see actors trying to tell jokes as anchors of very, very big television shows or big stadium shows. Every line is up there. Then where's the joy of what you do? Where's the joy of choice? Where's the joy of this will get that reaction? And it is because of his reservoir of knowledge that he can again be interesting and interested in a manner which is not. It's the, I don't know whether when we'd spoken last time, I'd spoken about that Mr. Bachchan interview, which was the first thing that I had to do on TV. And it was just that I could have just been a fanboy. I was a fanboy, but I did my research. I did my homework. And so when I go in and I say, you know, what does it feel like to be the man whose voice brings the country to a stop and be the person who was rejected by All India Radio? Everybody's asking me, Mrityu Datta kaisa lag raha hai aapko? Mrityu Datta mein act kar kaisa lag raha hai? Madhuri Dixit ke sath kaam kar rahe hain. He's heard that. There is a level of numbness that sets in with the predictability that people do. It is the googly that we can throw that makes the difference so often. And that really comes. I mean, what people love. There are so many of your interviews where I've seen people warm up to say, oh, you did your research. Right? Haven't you seen? I mean, they are mostly, a lot of people I think would be cantankerous at times on your show. But they just warm up to the fact of, you have given me this much respect. You have shown so much interest. And this is something which is a commodity. I'm telling you the number of, there was a person who called me on their podcast and whatever. He read out my resume and made every third line a question. And I was just so upset. I said, yaar, तुमने मतलब एक LinkedIn की profile पढ़ के मुझसे 1 घंटा मेरा waste कराया. And after 5 minutes, I started leading him saying, okay, you're not going to go there. I'll take you and I want to, but I don't want to waste my hour. But it's just that people, I just feel that celebration of research, of depth is what you say about radio, that radio is shallow and wide, right? Because उनको आज सुबह बताना है क्या हुआ और वो पोपट काटना है और ये करना है और वो करना है और फिर कमर्शियल ब्रेक आएगी और 12 गाने बजाने हैं और 3 मिनट बोलना है, whatever. You're free to do what you want. And I think Sathe is best when he's free to do what he really, really wants. And in these interviews, etc., is where he is really, really, I mean, he just comes out so beautifully when you see those episodes and stuff. And I really think you should be doing a lot more of it. I'm sorry, by the end of it, I think I'll take it from here. Chalo, abhi studio.
You know, coming back to the point that you made and why I want to bring it up.
The loneliness bit also.
Yeah, loneliness at the top. I think this is an overrated thing. It is the problem of the person who goes to the top that also creates the loneliness. And I have seen that with Tendulkar, the friends that he has, and he has a lot of friends. He has a lot of groups and they have remained faithful. not only because he is Tendulkar, it's because of the effort that Tendulkar and his wife have put in those relationships as well. So you will be lonely at the top because you have also chosen to be lonely at the top. And it so happens that people who go to the top automatically form an impression of people down below, saying that yaar ye to fan level ke hai and stuff like that, मुझसे नहीं resonate करेंगे. But यार human relations में सब intellectual भी नहीं होता है, सब cricket खेले नहीं होते. तुम्हारे तो दोस्त थे वो. Tendulkar's every friend from Sahitya Savas is in touch with him. Even when he was playing, he was on message with all the Sahitya Savas, the Mumbai cricket gang, and therefore this proximity to him made me realize that this loneliness at the top is a choice that you make also. I mean, there are people in your I've spoken to a lot of people at the top and they've said that यार क्या है ना, वो जो लोग हैं ना अभी, उनसे मेरे को ये इनको सबको काम चाहिए. And I've had this argument with these people and said that यार हर इंसान अपना पपलू फिट करना चाहता है. इसका मतलब ये नहीं है कि वो उसमें कुछ फ्लॉ है. वो 10 लोग तेरे थे, तू उनसे अभी बात नहीं करता है, उसमें से चलो 4 बहुत पपलू फिट करते हैं, 6 तो हैं, उनसे तूने कोशिश करी है एफर्ट लगाने की. बिकॉज द मोमेंट यू बिकम अ सेलिब्रिटी, योर फ्रेंड ऑल्सो गेट्स अ लिटिल स्कैर्ड of reaching out to you. But if he reaches out to you, have you tried to reach out to him again? No, you haven't, because you become a top guy and you want to now hobnob with all the people who are in that zone. You are lonely because you are hobnobbing with them. And which I've always mentioned to all my creative people, and they say, Mumbai is such a lonely place and this place and that place. I said the problem is that you are looking at transactional relationships. If you are looking for friendships in your office which are based on a fundamental of transaction, or for that matter, if the business community, if Roshan is meeting 6 clients and he's now one of the clients doesn't reply to his call when he's not feeling well and say, this is such a lonely world, उसने क्यों, क्योंकि रोशन के मन में वो अब मेरा नया दोस्त है, उसके साथ मैंने 6 बार दारू पड़ी, मगर वो दोस्त था ही नहीं तेरा. तो उससे तूने अपेक्षा करना शुरू कर लिया है. और people who go to the top now want those top people to start giving him unconditional love like what his friends did when he was young. That is a wrong play. And I do believe that if you in that journey of going to the top are going to forget the people who were with you during that process because they are now down market and you are up market now, that is when loneliness at the top happens. Many people I have seen have managed this because they've just remained normal. And Sachin is a great example because he became a prince at 14 and 16. So there can't be a bigger celebrity in India during that 24 years. And he today is in conversation with all the people that he played with in his early years. So I think that it is to do a lot. It's to do a lot with your perspective after you get to the top as well. And I've seen a lot of people fail at that level.
Also a lot to do with who you build, what world you choose to participate in. Sushmita Sen had become Miss, was Miss Universe, and then she came and she was Epson's brand ambassador. We were doing a big show. When she was 18, I'd done something with her as a fashion show in Lucknow, which I'd hosted over there. And I went backstage, and for the same TV show I used to do with actors, I was backstage, and I turned to her and said, Sushmita, how does it feel like to be in Bombay? And now you're part of the film industry. And she loves Shero Shairi. And she just turned and said, Koi haath bhi na milayega, jo gale mein loge tapak se. Ye naye mijaz ka sheher hai, zara fasle se mila karo. Right? There are very clear cut in this big commercial glamour world of Bollywood and film and all of this, etc., and success at this level, with all the awards and all the A-lists that we have, there is a lot of these things that people have to do. There is a machinery. The machinery around a star today, sometimes if a star does a show for you for free, I had a very dear friend of mine who was doing one cookery show and something, and she invited some very big celebrity who was a friend of hers, who used to be at her house and whatever, and came, and she said that, the star said, of course I won't charge you, and came. The entourage cost was so more than the cost of the show, and she said, I'm sorry, I can't afford these people. So people build these machineries around themselves, and it becomes more and more lonely because even the set of people keeps people away. Very often there is a set of people who now feel that because they have access, and access means money, access means power, they will cut off the access of everyone else. There was a newspaper, a TV journalist when Jeena Isi Ka Naam used to happen, and a friend of mine was working on the show as a producer, and Akshay was in fact doing that episode, and the person who had coordinated the interview, this journalist, said that Akshay is not coming just now and whatever, but gussa hai. So the producer got very upset, saying, "Kya ho gaya? नहीं, won't come." So after about an hour of saying the person's still inside, not coming out, blah blah blah, this producer went, opened the vanity van door, and said, "I'm just walking in." And sitting inside was Akshay saying, "Ki, Arey, when are we starting?" She says, "We've been ready for the last hour." So मुझे तो किसी ने बताया नहीं, right? And then the famous statement again, and sometimes people say these lines to you. Farooq Saab ne ek baar, when I was trying to cast him for film, and I couldn't get access because I was being blocked. And he turned and said, "Roshan, ये शहर ऐसा है कि कभी कभार ना यहाँ पर केतली से चाय से ज्यादा प्लेट गर्म हो जाती है." Right, so people build these things. They build this area. बड़ा lonely है, अब किसी से नहीं मिलना
और
चाहता.
ये क्या है ना, देखो यार, इमोशनल चीज ऐसी ना जो ग्लैमराइज हो जाती है, मगर ऐसा है नहीं. क्योंकि मैं बहुत सारे यंग क्रिकेटर्स को बोलता हूँ कि भाई देखो, अभी तुम्हारी जर्नी, तुम इधर से इधर पहुंच गए हो, तुम्हारा काम है रिलेशनशिप भी बनाना, ये लोगों का काम नहीं है. और तुमने अगर रिलेशनशिप बनाने की एफर्ट नहीं ली तो तुम्हारी जो साइड में लोग हैं वही तुम्हारे दोस्त बन जाएंगे. वो रॉन्ग प्रेमिस है. तो वो साइड में जो लोग हैं वो तुम्हारे प्रोटेक्टिव कवर है, वो तुम्हारे दोस्त नहीं है, मगर वो तुमको दोस्तों से फोन करने को मना करेंगे. ये समझ तुम में होनी चाहिए कि तुम्हारे लिए भी दोस्त इंपॉर्टेंट है.
And which world do you choose? Like you said, hi babes वाला world choose करना है या I'm happy
मैं
doing
बोलता
my
हूँ
art
दोनों वर्ड
concert?
चूज करो,
बिल्कुल.
मगर वो तुम्हारा ओनस है फोन करने का. तुम बड़े हो गए इसका मतलब नहीं. तुम जितना वो रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी शर्क करोगे, फिर वो तुम बोले इट्स सो लोनली एट द टॉप, यू डोंट नो, इट्स ऑल फेक रिलेशनशिप. भाई तुमने कितनी कोशिश करी है? तुमने कोशिश करी? नहीं करी. बिकॉज मैं तो इंपॉर्टेंट हो गया. आई डोंट कॉल पीपल, पीपल हैव टू कॉल मी. आई थिंक आई हैव सीन दैट विद अ लॉट ऑफ यंग क्रिकेटर्स ऑल्सो, दैट द मोमेंट दे लीव देयर स्मॉल टाउन एंड कम इनटू दिस वर्ल्ड वेयर एवरीबडी इज नाउ दे आर ऑल्सो लुकिंग एट कि अरे यार विक्रम साठे मिला तो एक स्पॉन्सरशिप डील करेगा, अमित वर्मा इसके शो में आऊंगा तो मेरे 10 फॉलोअर बढ़ेंगे और मेरे को सिटी बैंक की डील मिलेगी. If your lens becomes like this, then that guy in the village becomes immaterial.
So I have a follow-up question. Two angles to it. One is I had done an episode with Harsha Bhogle a long time back. बहुत छोटे episode हुआ करते थे, सिर्फ 1 घंटा हुआ है. But one interesting point he made there was that generation which you spoke of, Sachin, Dravid, Kumble, all of those guys, they had a solid middle class background with middle class values, which he said played a part in making them who they are. For example, my speculation about all the great Pakistan talent that used to come up, like every year there would be a new 19-year-old blazing his way forward, and in 1 year he'd just be gone. And one possible factor for that was that there was at that time, I don't know about now, at that time no real middle class in Pakistan. So many of these would be small town kids who've come up and who simply cannot handle the fame and the money, and they kind of fall apart. And what has happened since in Indian cricket, and it's a damn good thing that it's happened, that small town India has really asserted itself कि अभी कहीं से भी players आ सकते हैं, perhaps starting with the Dhoni Yuvraj generation, but small town has kind of taken over and you have people from many different backgrounds, which is wonderful. But it means that the sort of, even if Sachin, Dravid, Kumble were from different cities, it was homogeneous in terms of those middle class values, which means that you're much more settled and you don't go through those experiences. And the second angle is coming to a city, right? When you speak about Sachin, sure, he became a big star very early, but he was already part of what seems to me to be part of a really settled community, that Bandra East, Saikar Sivas or whatever, that community of artists and cultured people and whatever, and you're part of that where nobody gets too big for their boots, as that, again, the classic middle class Maharashtrian mentality, even if in terms of income you break out of that. And that sense of community is there. But for a lot of people who come to Bombay, including me when I first came to Bombay, you're atomized. There is no community. Everything initially is transactional. You have no friends. It's atomized. Everything is transactional. Maybe over a period of time you build a community of friends. Maybe you don't. But if you've come from a small town somewhere and you're thrust into the spotlight like this, to say that loneliness is a choice, I don't think is completely fair in those cases. Because आपको पता भी नहीं है, at the one hand, you might be mixing with the babes, dudes kind of thing and saying, "Arey, I don't belong here," which is actually a better thing to say to yourself than trying artificially to fit in. And on the other side, you no longer have any common thread that connects you with whoever you might have known in your hometown back there. It just feels very awkward on both sides, and those kind of frame.
So there are some people who do it well, like MS did it very well. So what they do is that they involve all their friends in business.
Yeah.
in their own company, which is also not the right thing.
Not
to
a
do,
very good
which
thing
is
at
not a
times,
right
yeah.
thing to do. But everybody is, see, left right नहीं है, right नहीं है, आंसर समवेयर सेंटर में. बट उन्होंने कोशिश ऐसे करी है कि मेरे जो 4-5 बंदे हैं जो मुझे ठहराव लगाते हैं मेरे लाइफ में, वो मैं इन्वॉल्व करूंगा, क्योंकि मैं तो टूरिंग कर रहा हूँ. तो you will always have some people find a balance with 3-4 people traveling with them or being with them. MS, after he finishes his cricket, he's not in any party. He's in Ranchi with his friends in his old this thing, but they are in touch with him regularly. So the fact of the matter is, MS Dhoni is not lonely at all. So people coming from small towns have cracked it, because Dhoni, for whatever it's worth, also is a very smart guy. But maybe you would not have an Umran Malik get this kind of education. Maybe you would not have a Kuldeep Yadav get this kind of education. But is there a system which tells a Kuldeep Yadav कि भाई अभी तू fast path में है, दोस्तों को मत भूलियो, क्योंकि यही तेरे को लेवल पे रखेंगे. This has to come in your primary education, or this has to come in your family value system. And those who are able to crack that don't suffer loneliness at the top. But if you leave all of that behind, and it's not necessary that they have to travel with you, there is a phone and you can be in touch with them, and many cricketers do that on a regular basis. But the moment you try and cross the boundary and say that I want to be friends with the Juhu boys, or for that matter the Bandra boys, that becomes a problem. Okay, and if you keep the balance that these are important people to know, but I come back to my own point, which Dhoni did beautifully. Dhoni never involves himself in, he doesn't meet big people. He is back to Ranchi and farming. Play MS Dhoni, the legend, go back to Ranchi. Do 5 shoots in Bombay, कैसे हो गए? Even for us, we know him for so many years, he'll not meet more than once. हाँ, कैसे हो विक्रम भाई, क्या मजा आ गया, थोड़ा 3-4 jokes. Never will he make an attempt, he doesn't carry a phone. So there is a great example for somebody who's kept the balance of being in a party in Bandra and being in a shoot, go back to his hometown with his 6 friends. So it can be done. Only thing is that ये evolved बंदा है, उसने ये समझ लिया जल्दी. छोटे बच्चे शायद नहीं समझ पाएंगे, तो उनको कैसे समझाया जा सकता है is the challenge. But education तो करना है ही ना, to make them understand that, boss, the story is not to find friendships in transactions. And this is a question I would like to ask you also, that in a city like Mumbai, where everybody has come for a transaction, to seek friendships in a pond which is transactional and then hope that it will give you unconditional love is also a challenge.
But but see, that's what I'm saying again.
And I'm not saying that nothing can be done. Transactional relationship also can be nutritious, but still it is.
No, absolutely. So I'm just answering what you're saying. That, see, when you come to, if you think that because this is a city where, okay, city of dreams get fulfilled, head of business and Bollywood both exist here, whatever, and therefore you'll possibly find the top layer of stuff in this. I feel that if you're going to come here saying this is a city of transactions, then you will make transactional relationships. But if genuinely, when I came to Bombay chasing Shaheen because, she was here and I was like, okay, chalo, kaam bhi mil jayega, whatever. I didn't chase opportunity. And again, I'm not saying that there are many, and I can tell you a lot of young people today are not like this. They are not, there's a set of people, and I genuinely believe in them, call them the young creators. I call them this really the unafraid generation. They are unafraid. I know, wo flawsome wala jo ek word hai na, कि I'm flawed, but I'm awesome. Right.
First time I've heard the word. It's a nice word.
So
yeah.
I use this very often. So I turn and say that this is Generation Flossom. They are very happy to own up to this. They're very happy to have conversations beyond the transaction. And frankly, in any relationship, if you and I came and we were supposed to discuss, Amit, can you do this podcast for me? And that is the transaction over. But I have a remaining half an hour, and with that I want to get to know Amit and find that there are places of commonality. They will happen. You will find that, that common relevant thing that will happen. I made a film, I'm not in touch with 89% of the people there. But there's a 10% people that I'm still in touch with, not because of transaction, but because there was a common something that we shared, right? I just did the play Namit Das. I just discovered Namit, what a great singer, what a great performer. One day we were sitting and he started telling me a story that was in his head. Loves cricket, has played cricket, and now that's there. Sagar Deshmukh is a brilliant actor from the Marathi stage. Played Ambedkar on the television show for 2 years, learned something with him, एक नई relationship बन गई, कोई और, आप ढूंढ क्या रहे हैं, वो है. And I know that sometimes at a young age you might be wanting this thing of saying, oh, I need to quickly reach to the top. So what is the fastest transactional path? But genuinely, I find a lot of young people, while they're aware of this, they suddenly see. Remember what we were taught at that point in time was just work, 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 because enjoy karne ka time baad mein aayega. Some of us chose not to do that. But I find a lot of the younger lot, because of this whole work life, what is my balance, mental health, what breaking down. My daughter is 15, and whatever. Yes, I mean, fine. My children come from a slightly privileged background now, but I find them to be about a lot of these things which normally मुझे लगता है ना कि वो they are happy enjoying certain aspects of life. Gap years have become such a common thing. Pehle gap year used to be a slur. Remember? Oh my God, they took a gap year. Now taking a gap year is like an international thing of I want to go and discover the world. I want to go and find things. Being a digital nomad, not wanting to own a house, not wanting to have a car. I think a lot of this is breaking down. Maybe a lot of it has to do with this new generation. And of course, we live in a multitude of Indias as well. So when you go to a smaller city, it's a very different thing. You go to you go to an industrial town, people behave very differently. You talk to a business community. But I mean, in all of this, I am very happy that I largely exist within the creator subset. And I really find young creators are now in this, flawsome, honest space of ownership, which I personally really love.
So I have a broader question for both of you, which, ties in different threads of what we were talking about. Like earlier you mentioned, Vikram, that you were at this event where they wanted victory. They were negotiating, right? Paplu kaise fit kare, transactional mindset, and so on and so forth. And while a lot of people I imagine who would be successful today, in my mind, whenever I meet a successful person like Roshan, I find them to be very humble and open, completely different from this, where their norms are that, I will be warm, I will be whatever, and paplu fit doesn't matter to me. And it seems that there is a difference in norms here. Another place in which there is a difference in norms here is the Bollywood example you give, where the actress tells you that, I have to throw tantrum on the first day because of this. And they're all responding to rational incentives. She gave you a rational reason. These are the incentives. I need to be taken seriously. So therefore, on the first day, I have to do this. The people who were in that meeting who said, ki boss, victory. I love the way you said that. They're also responding to incentives. And I remember something that Jagdish Bhagwati said a while back, where he said that India has a rent-seeking mindset. China has a profit-seeking mindset. Now, I don't know how true this is of China, but with India, the rent-seeking mindset has certainly been there, because a lot of people I used to meet who would talk of business or talk of whatever were always looking for ways in which kisi ko chutya banate. Let's take advantage of someone, which is a rent-seeking mindset and is complete nonsense.
But this is what also this was.
Yeah, so
in a sense.
Yeah, so my theory of that is that it is not that a cultural norm comes out of culture itself per se, but it is part of a feedback loop with the institutions that exist, that because since independence we were so statist that the only way for decades that you could make money was either if you were part of the state or if you could use state power to, be a crony capitalist or whatever, but basically use other people's power and earn rent that way. That brought about the rent-seeking mindset ki scarcity economy tha, right? Kisi ke paas kuch nahi hai. Double thank you moments in that sense are not conceivable if you don't have a free market. So what do you do? Right? Whereas from that, after 91, perhaps over the decades, we evolved to the situation where today the best way to make money is you make somebody else better off. Positive sum game. You win, I win, double thank you moment. Right? So do you sense a shift in mindsets from the paplu setting rent-seeking mindset to something better? And even in terms of Bollywood, like I'm just wondering, we talk a lot about cultural norms and we think of it almost as in terms of hum to aise hi hai. And I don't buy that completely. I don't think that a cultural norm is purely cultural. And I don't think that, when you say young people are like this today, I don't think that it's young people are like this today only. I think the environment, the incentives they are responding to plays a big part.
So, Roshan, you would be in better position to answer this, but generally about culture, behavioral change takes a long time to set in. But I have seen in certain organizations, I'll come back to MTV, right, that if the organization has a cultural point at least you know that there is a cultural change in that organization. And when you say creative people, the young creative people, and your observation, I would like to believe that a large part of them are working in the organization culture that you have set in, which is at Commune. Like in MTV, the game changing moment for me to come out with my creative thoughts was there was this beautiful philosophy set by MTV US, which was based on a principle of WQ, which is wackiness quotient.
I remember you telling me.
So the whole principle was any communication that goes from the marketing department, creative department, whichever, has to have a WQ. So even if you were making a merchandise in form of a cup, you wanted to see how creative it was. That was a cultural value, which meant that even the finance guy, the accountant who's going to give you your salary, has to do it in a vacunous quotient manner. And I think that cultural value set the cultural tone of music television, and therefore the creativity flourished. At a country level, is there a cultural value that can be set in is a big challenge. And therefore, when you say have things changed, maybe in certain places where there has been an active role played by a certain senior member of the organization, or for that matter, that milieu, that, we want people to do this. And therefore, there's this beautiful example that happened in Sweden where they said that we want to inculcate the habit of exercising on the go. And therefore, they created this escalator. And then next to the escalator, there were normal stairs which were designed in the form of a piano.
Wow.
And every time you stepped on the first step, there was a different sound. And they realized that 50% of people using escalators had shifted to. So the visual cues were so strong in order to create a cultural value to exercise. And I thought that was a great example. We do it in one of the companies that I've invested in. We are trying to see if cafeterias in offices can be designed in such a way that the first thing you see is protein and water. So even if you have to go to the vada pav, you have to ensure that you're crossing the visual cues of having water, having the protein, and then going into carbohydrates in order to create that thing.
This is in that book, where they actually change the entire order of shelves.
Nudge would have things about...
It is a nudge. Yeah. It is in nudge and whatever. And
I think nudge can be taken too far, but these are great examples. Yes. I totally approve.
So the thing is that this can be created, but the behavioral change with all these visual cues, cumulatively in an entire generation, how they should be done. For me, this World Cup, the winner is Japan.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, if the Japanese have built one value in this world today, has been when the Japanese fans
when they leave the
cleaned the stadium before they left, and then the PR happened on the players after they left the dressing room. That was completely clean. To me, and then what happened in the next game? Saudi Arabia people cleaned the stadium after. This is the greatest example set by behavioral change by a team which is so influential today because of the kind of football also they're playing. And I think if something of that nature happens in society, I think we will also move delta. Whether that's happening at a large youth level, I do not know. But I think it is happening at an organizational level.
No, I definitely think that, yes, at Commune, we do practice that kind of mindfulness, etc. But I notice it even outside.
Achha, you do.
Right. And today, there will be young people who will be part of your organization. I remember on the group, I would often use this word, guys, right? Guys, can you do this? So one day, this person said that, I'd appreciate if you actually were a little more conscious of the fact that the team has people who might be gender fluid and people who, have not, would prefer if they referred to everybody from a different thing. And the entire team appreciated it. I mean, we all actually sat, and when I'm now conscious of this or whatever. Now, sometimes it turns out you're taking things too far or whatever. Our discussion sometimes on these things. They're unafraid to say it. Now, will everybody accept it at large? As you said, this is a great example that you gave about what's happening in football right now. Today, there was a thing that when Japan lost, the manager was standing there and bowing to all the fans. And I mean, it's beautiful. Or the Brazilian team guy hugging because he's teammates with the rival team, with the South Korean player, and hugging him and saying that, you gave your professional best and I did. I really, it is these things that need to be celebrated a lot more. Somewhere I feel that we have also started in some bits. Like when roadie started happening, I was a little scared. Because आप कहीं ना कहीं पर ना जब Big Boss or roadies में you bring in people and characters where you're celebrating the lowest common denominator, not the highest common factor. You are doing it for TRP, etc., etc. But believe you me, you're setting a bad precedent. To give you an example on the other side, a boy used to work with me in my content team, and he was on the train going to Lucknow. And he came back, he said, I've got to tell you the most brilliant thing. So what? He said that हम लोग ट्रेन में बैठे हुए थे and suddenly his phone was borrowed by the other person because he wanted to use the internet. तो उसने कहा ये वाले फोन को यूज कीजिएगा. उसका 2 फोन थे. तो 2 फोन क्यों है? कहते ये वाला ना मेरे पेरेंट्स भी यूज करते हैं. तो इसे मतलब इस पे मैं MX देखता हूँ, राइट, एंड कभी कभार वो बालाजी के भी एक चैनल है, उस पर भी थोड़ा सा अडल्ट कंटेंट आता है, वो देखता हूँ, पर ये मैं अपने पेरेंट्स के लिए रखता हूँ. इंडिया, most young people, everybody still has this sense, which is why a panchayat works, which is why a gullak works, a tathastu works at one level, and we just need to learn to celebrate it a lot more. It's not that just the blood and gore in a Mirzapur suddenly shocks you, but then it becomes everyone wants to do that. Like if you go to a OTT today to say what do you want to see, for 2 years ago, I remember when we used to have meetings, all discussions were, boss, sex, crime, murder, extramarital affair. I mean, kya baat kar rahe ho yaar? But there's a bunch of people who went back and said, no, we'll keep bringing different things and they have created that space. So somewhere I do feel that this is a lot about, I believe that this generation is very, very different. I think one of the big things is, remember that most of these people are born with the internet. They've been born with a window to many worlds. We had a window to either our neighbors or our parents. माँ बाप ने बताया, वो वैल्यूज आ गए. दूसरा जो हमारा एक वर्ल्ड है, कॉलेज है या स्कूल है, whatever. They have a million words. I can't stop my daughter from watching Euphoria, which I am very scared that a 14-year-old girl saw.
What is Euphoria?
So Euphoria is this show on Netflix which actually, if you see, had themes that were very extreme. So an underage person having an affair with a married man or whatever because of a dating thing that happens, drug use, etc., casual sex. Now, as a parent, there was this big thing. But I also know that at the same time, she has a set of values which she's been brought up with. There are conversations. My daughter can sit with me and have conversations on topics that I can't believe my sister could have ever had with my father. And we have them. Sometimes it is to me a little difficult. And I'll tell Shaheen to sit and say, listen, can you have this chat with her or whatever? And somebody say, Abba, you're giving me that dad look. If she's dressing up or whatever and she's going out. Now she's at that age. There'll be boys, there'll be discovery. But, as long as there are these multiple windows open, my fear is when the single window becomes that one window which everybody is celebrating, which becomes the fad of the moment. And 90% of fads, as you know, are the negative fads are what algorithms pick up and put out because shock gets a lot more response. We react a lot faster. But kahin na kahin par na wo, like when I see the Better India story coming up on my feed, I am a lot more happier saying, acha, ye bhi aati hai. Or when I see the work that Yuva does, and Nikhil was on your podcast or whatever. I mean, I'm happy that there are channels like that as well, which are giving
absolutely that. And I think what Roshan you are saying is something that I have been saying to a lot of people, because human beings are wired for negative, right? You have 100 good things people say to you on social media, but one guy abuses you live with that, and that will depress you. And the only way to cure bad content is to make good content.
Yeah, exactly.
There is no other way out.
How else?
And that's why this whole thing कि यार तुम ये मत बनाओ, तुम वो मत बनाओ, वो तो हमारे कंट्रोल में है नहीं. अच्छा बनाओ ताकि अगर 100 में से 5 लोग भी यहाँ शिफ्ट हो गए ना, you've created a movement. So that is why, as a principle on social media, I do not write anything negative. I do not reply. I will just see, when you say good things that these guys have done good work, you might get one retweet. If you just one gali, you'll get thousands. So your fan following, which is a trap, is going to make you say negative things. But as a principle, if we are all in it together, we have to ensure that the only way to break down negativity is to say, hey, this guy did this, Amit's podcast is very good, Roshan's doing this thing. Because even positivity, अभी वो ऐसा टाइम आ गया है ना कि पब्लिक को पॉजिटिव दिया ना तो वो पॉजिटिव से भी एडिक्ट हो सकता है. And I think that's the journey we all are probably taking in our
I think
own
what I've
lives.
kind of noticed is if you look at the sort of virality that happens, it's really shitting on other people. Because here's the thing. If I'm on Twitter and I quote tweet you and I say something rude about you, something I would never do in real life, but Twitter makes it easy, then what happens is by standing in judgment over somebody else, I have made myself feel more knowledgeable and virtuous. And within my tribe, if that other person is hated, then my status also goes up a little bit.
क्योंकि अगर तेरे को गाली देता है and मैं अरे रोशन's my friend and Roshan's given a गाली to you, we both are like अरे अमित की बजा दी. So I am getting a dopamine rush because this guy has said something to you on Twitter. Now that's dangerous. Because what I'm creating is there are billions of people like this abusing billions of people and they are getting a rush out of it. And that is a monster you cannot
And
control.
this is amplified at scale. In fact, I wrote a recent post about how Twitter could change for the better. And, these incentives, I think, can be changed. It's a structural thing within Twitter that it's just... I mean, they're trying to maximize engagement, but it's kind of just worked
and
out
I
this
was,
way.
I said this to my friend that if Elon Musk really is serious, he should make sure that after every 1,000th positive tweet, only those will get verified. In the sense that you are at least saying that we are using it more as an educational or unifying medium rather than all the negativity. But that's, it's just a joke.
And see what happens. Look at this thing is that the half-life of social mediums is decreasing as we go along. Facebook lasted for a long period of time. Then comes an Instagram, little, it's there, but again, you can now see that certain parts of it are crumbling. WhatsApp, etc., TikTok. Now there's this new thing which these young kids are using where you just take a picture once a day. Right? I'm just forgetting the name of the app. I'll try and...
Not Snapchat or something.
No. So there's something new. Is it called BU or something or whatever? It's just once a day you got to post a picture and it posts a picture of both sides, you and what you're seeing. Because they're saying overfeeding is not going to work. You don't need to constantly fall trapped. So they are themselves reacting to it. They are building their own networks. And these new networks will continue to happen. Everybody, the minute people started worrying about Twitter dying, everybody suddenly started talking about this new network, which is an online server-based kind of network or whatever. People are making those choices. It's just that you do not get Twitch, for example, for gamers. Gaming. We'll be here. Now, dating apps started or whatever, Tinder, etc. Oh, this is too male-centric, blah, blah, blah. So, for people who want to choose, there is Grindr, there is Hinge, there's so-and-so, there's Bumble. The people will keep creating new ways. It's a matter of where people are going to move to.
I mean, the larger picture that I look at is that if you think about the biggest sort of endeavor that human beings have embarked upon in the last few hundred years, it is the endeavor to mitigate our programming with our culture, right? We are the only species which can actually reflect on our programming, by which I mean our genes, that can think about our instincts and say that, no, this is wrong, I won't do it. For example, a choice not to have kids is actually against your programming. We are wired at some levels to be tribalistic. We are also wired for the opposite. We are also wired to be altruistic. Now, the point is, like, I love Steven Pinker's words that nature gives us knobs, nurture turns them. Right? Now, the thing is, we have all these knobs. How are they being turned? Now, what social media has done is, especially Twitter, in trying to maximize engagement, like Jonathan Haidt has pointed out how toxic the Facebook like button and the Twitter retweet button are, and specifically the Twitter quote tweet for the kind of rudeness and interactions it encourages. What it has done is that it has amplified the worst aspects of our character. The tribalism, the antagonism, all of that. Whereas I think that it is possible to be intentional about it and say that we won't amplify these particular buttons, but we'll amplify others, because we also have that sense, that longing for community, that longing, you want to start those positive feedback loops. But I think all of that is possible. But the one thing which will make it possible is if people are well fed. So we'll take a quick lunch break and then we'll come back and discuss the lessons that both of you have learned in your rich careers.
And food for thought.
Long before I was a podcaster, I was a writer. In fact, chances are that many of you first heard of me because of my blog India Uncut, which was active between 2003 and 2009 and became somewhat popular at the time. I love the freedom the form gave me, and I feel I was shaped by it in many ways. I exercised my writing muscle every day and was forced to think about many different things because I wrote about many different things. Well, that phase in my life ended for various reasons, and now it is time to revive it. Only now I'm doing it through a newsletter. I have started the India Uncut newsletter at indiauncut.substack.com, where I will write regularly about whatever catches my fancy. I'll write about some of the themes I cover in this podcast and about much else. So please do head on over to indiauncut.substack.com and subscribe. It is free. Once you sign up, each new installment that I write will land up in your email inbox. You don't need to go anywhere. So subscribe now for free. The India Uncut newsletter at indiauncut.substack.com. Thank you. Welcome back to The Scene and the Unseen. I'm chatting with Roshan Abbas and Vikram Sathe, and Roshan just asked me to ask Vikram an important question. Vikram, आपकी शादी कब होने वाली है?
अभी तक सोचा नहीं है, but maybe one day.
Maybe one day. Okay, so it's not a principled stand कि कभी नहीं करेंगे, अकेले रहेंगे.
मैंने बोला ना मैं इतना deep सोचता नहीं हूँ.
अच्छा, so
we unfortunately lost a friend who अबे तौबा he actually said कि मैं मर जाऊंगा तेरी शादी नहीं होगी, और वैसा ही हो गया.
Oh, I'm so sorry. He passed away.
You know Sajjad Chunawala, I think, or whatever.
He passed. I didn't know he passed away.
Yeah, a couple of years ago. And used to make a standard joke every time. Used to beat us saying
nothing to
no,
why he passed
yeah,
away
no,
had nothing to do with it.
But poor Sajjad used to always say as a line कि विक्रम मैं मर जाऊंगा तेरी शादी नहीं होगी, तौबा ऐसा सेट के.
But Roshan can't say this because Roshan is going to live till 120.
Yeah.
So
exactly.
So in the beginning, let's do this before we come to everything else. शुरू में हम बात कर रहे थे time and money की.
Correct.
And the moment I asked the question, I thought कि रोशन के पास बहुत टाइम है, because I think there were the three of us and a fourth person. We were sitting in Roshan's house, and Roshan was talking about how we are all going to live till 120 and healthy lives. Not कि 30 साल dementia में बीत गए, कुछ याद नहीं है, which is already the case with you. But and I asked Roshan, okay, so how many of the four of us on this table will reach 120? And he said at least 2. So, but I want you to expound on that, because when you sort of explained that, everything about it seemed very rational. And in fact, over the last few months, I've also been doing my little bits of biohacking, reverse type 2 diabetes, all of that.
Correct.
So I understand that we know a bit more than we used to, and a lot of progress is being made in this field, not just in terms of understanding it to begin with. Tell me your thoughts on it.
No, so I think when we were growing up, and I remember in school, whenever there used to be any, and textbooks used to have a little bit on India's past and stuff. And मुझे हमेशा एक चीज याद है कि it used to say that in the Vedas they used to say that there are 4 parts of a man's life. And they used to say 25 years, which is brahmacharya, 25 years, which is grahastya, 25, which is vriddha, and 25, which is sannyas. So obviously they were looking at a 100-year lifespan then as an imagined idea. Now, let's say whatever happened, life happened, and stuff. Today, we have now reached with a certain number of scientists, and I mean, which is why this whole thing about, what alternate therapies work, what don't. And now, I guess when I have a certain amount of time, I've started exploring that a lot. I think a lot of it started with my parents aging. I am, like any other person, I'm sure. I mean, I'm obsessed with my parents, and I keep constantly trying to see how, my dad's 82. Okay, so how can he lead a healthy 100? And a wealth conference, which I host every year, had a person who came and said, so once you have made money, what stands in the way of you enjoying it? And people said, time and this and that. And the person said, no, it's just health and longevity. And which is why most entrepreneurs, who have made big money are now investing in health tech and are looking at longevity as a science. What this has led to is a lot of, looking at the future and some amount of looking at the past for solutions. Yesterday, I was reading something about the vagus nerve in our body, because, we were talking about anxiety, me and my wife and stuff, and it said it's a vagabond nerve. It's present. It's not present from one point to one point. It's present in so many places. And then the ways in which bringing down anxiety, etc., was mentioned seemed a little bit of yoga, seemed a little bit of science. Deepak Chopra was talking about it as well. And I'm slowly going towards the fact of saying that there are 5 facts that I have now. David Sinclair, someone I follow now very closely. There is, of course, Huberman, I think, is another person who's, talks a lot about health. And these 2 people I follow, and David Sinclair I follow like obsessively now.
He's written this great book called Lifespan.
Yeah, exactly. And apart from the book, the podcast he did on Lifespan with the person who helped him co-author the book, in which they asked a lot of questions, and it seemed to break it down ultimately to a couple of things. One was a very simple thing of turning and saying that your body needs enough time to regenerate, which is why it requires more than 8 hours of sleep. Most of us don't get that. So A, if you can move towards that. Secondly, cells need to be shocked out of complacency. So over a period of time, our body becomes absolutely complacent. Our muscle tissue at some point will stop generating because your brain is saying, I can only now take care of X amount of things. So if he's not using his arms too much, let that muscle degenerate. Let me focus on the legs or other parts or whatever. So therefore, if you really want to look at how to keep your cells enhanced, you've got to give them extremes. And which is why if you see there's a lot of extreme temperature therapy. So if you go towards the fjords or anything which is above the Arctic Circle, there's a lot of ice dipping that happens. I'd gone to Finland for a thing, and one day they were doing this breaking an ice thing, and actually everybody diving, and how long could they stay inside? But today it's a scientifically proven fact that if you spend time in really, water which is below 0 degrees, the cells are shocked into saying, oh, these cells have crossed the extreme, they should die. These cells are now in their prime and they need to be primed to handle this as well. Saunas and extreme heat. So therefore, extreme temperature events, if you introduce in your life, they immediately lead to more longevity. Personally, I've researched it, read about it, and I'm trying to see if one can do it to a certain degree. I've tried a little bit of it. The ice therapy is bloody cold and difficult. But it's crazy. When you do it, you really feel invigorated. There's something about it. The 2 things which are chemical formulas, which seem to really work, is what David Sinclair has researched a lot. Of course, a lot of the research is on mice. Now some of it is getting into human trials or whatever. Is 2 things called resveratrol and NMN/NAD. One he calls the petrol, the other he calls the accelerator. So he says, that you need both of them. One helps. So after a certain point in time, the cells do not produce internal energy to be able to keep themselves going, which is why NMN is needed, and resveratrol is the pedal, which makes sure that there is acceleration in terms of that. So these are 2 more habits. And then breathing, where a lot of what I have learned over the years is now, when I did yoga many, many years ago and then gave it up entirely. And now I just try to practice, if nothing else, most of us do shallow breathing, which is like we take about 12 to 15 breaths in a minute. Whenever you will practice breathing as a practice, you will realize that people are bringing it down to about 4 breaths a minute. And that is again because, a simple technique is what you call a 4-7-8, which is you take a breath in a sharp inhale of 4, hold for a 7 and exhale at 8. So that with various kinds of breathing, you are actually able to get your body rid of a lot of toxins, get a lot of your anxiety out, your stress out. And I've always looked at cancer, and I know that somewhat of cancer, obviously, I don't know about the heredity back. I'm not a doctor. But I've always somehow found that there's a lot of life events that are associated with a set of people who get some of these diseases, which has a lot of stress, a lot of anxiety and stuff. So I think if one can follow some of these things, definitely we will bring our lifespans up. And it is happening already. I can easily see 100. But if you are able to even do your diet, and food is something which is the only place where I don't want to control my diet. I want to enjoy good food. With this combination, 120, and it is happening. You go to Okinawa, and this entire research that happened about Japan and why the people in this particular region of Japan have an average lifespan of about 100 plus. And some of them are 120, 118, etc. have lived that long and lived healthy lives to that age. So I'm personally believe in this. I'm trying a lot of this right now. So maybe in episode 3000 and whatever, when you and I have reached that healthy, happy 100, we'll celebrate it.
सर आप तो पहुंच जाओगे मेरे पे ज़्यादा उम्मीद मत करना. But, yeah, no, I mean, I mean, the part that scares me about aging is really the decline. I saw my
Correct.
father's quick decline where he kind of almost lost his personhood in a sense. Your autonomy goes, your dignity is at threat, and all of that. And that's something that kind of scares me about it. So, what kind of lifestyle changes have you actually? Are you
So as I told you that the supplements is something I'm definitely doing. Breathing, I definitely try to do. Currently, I try to do it for about 15 minutes. I'm also a big hacker in terms of finding tech. So there were at least two devices that I started using quite regularly. One was almost this brain scan. Muse is what it's called, and it's a band that was actually created originally to check brain waves. Then they realized that they can actually start telling your theta state, your beta state, etc. And if you actually use that app, and it is phenomenally well done, the app, it's able to give you a very deep understanding of which meditative state you're in. And I really, really enjoy that. I practice that. It's now reaching the next level as another device that is coming in. We both tried to do that, glucose monitoring,
CGM?
and Sathe is a big proponent of it. In fact, he's invested in a company that's working on that as well. I just think the price point is very high for average people right now to be able to do it, because $4,000 odd for a 15 days, a little high for everybody to invest. My mother almost died when I told her, okay, 4,000 rupees. I'm like, "Arey mama, kaam kya hai," whatever. But again, I think as long as you can monitor, of course, there are people who have views of saying how much you should monitor, but I don't get anxious. So the thing is that I'm constantly looking at it and saying, hey, this is just one more parameter that I can possibly tweak with. Alzheimer's, if you don't know, you've been reading, but the drug which has now shown about 28% people have had reduction of symptoms. It's definitely going to come into clinical trial. It's already doing some human trials. I think it'll be full. So there was another book that I came across, I think, which Factfulness, if I'm not mistaken,
Hans Rosling?
right?
Yeah.
And which turned and said that, boss, look at the facts around you, and some of the facts will actually prove to you that we're in a better world than before. Kitni alag duniya hai, right? What was disease 200 years ago and what it is. So if you look at just that cycle, look at where we're going to go. So I'm constantly monitoring it. I keep doing a couple of these things that extreme. So we've just yesterday started looking for a bathtub in which we can put ice and do ice baths. I don't know where that will lead, but it's going to be. Shahid and I are both very excited by it at the moment.
So I also kind of interacted with a lot of scientists in that company that I'm invested in called GenePart Diagnostics, and these are mostly geneticists. So they typically avoid answering these questions because they are into pure science, right? They're into solving medical problems at the moment, saying that, hey, how do you detect blood cancers? How do you solve the problem of spinal muscular atrophy in Turkey, where we've got a great deal, where the Turkish government believes that the amount of money that you're going to spend in curing patients will be far higher than money you'll spend on diagnosing. So it makes sense that you diagnose an entire population, and it might be cheaper for you to identify those patients, treat them effectively, rather than doing a random, cure for a lot of people and having the insurance come into play. So what I realized after talking to them, there is it's a triangle. Okay, one is what Roshan talked about, is stress and anxiety. It's the cause of major diseases. Now that you can solve by yoga or whatever you do, breathing exercise and stuff like that. The other two components that kind of excited me, and as you rightly said, whether it is the Googles, whether it's the Facebooks of the world, all the big boys want to live for another 40 years. So all their excess research in the name of, hey, we want to do impact work in health, is basically trying to solve these problems. And the two problems that I thought were that resonated with me, one was a field called pharmacogenomics. Okay, and the other field was basically slowing down degeneration of vital organs. So the pharmacogenomics is a very interesting field of play. What it essentially says that suppose you use a certain statin, or for that you use a blood pressure medicine for your blood pressure, you have to understand that all blood pressure medicines may not work on everybody. So therefore, I will do a clinical analysis of your blood sample. I will do a full analysis, and I'll tell you that for each of your organs or each of your medical problems, these are the set of medicines that you should be taking. So the effectiveness on the of the medicine on your body is post a genetic,
Tailored to your genes, right? Yeah.
and that I have seen with a promoter Dr. Nikhil Zakada's father. His father was diagnosed with fourth stage cancer, and nothing was working. And unfortunately, in the Indian system, it's more about cure. It's sometimes beyond the realm of cure. You don't go into alternate problem solving abilities. So he went and spoke to a company in the US, and they said that the best way to treat this is to kind of find out which medicines work more effectively on him. They did an entire pharmacogenomics genetic study on him, and they realized that two basic problems which are not cancer related, they changed the medicines and he got better. And how? So the moral of the story is that there will be customized medicine in the future, and the moment customized medicine happens, you're automatically you increasing your age by 10%.
Exactly.
So all your diseases or medicines that you're going to take after the age of 50 or whatever, whether statins, whether it is diabetic medicines, you are automatically increasing by 10%. So if you're 80, you're already gone to 90 to some extent. The third part of it is very interesting. He's saying that if there are 6 or 7 vital organs, I don't remember how many we have, but if you identify a weak spot, so for example, sugar is your problem. Two of the biggest killers, as we all know, is sugar and salt. And it's obviously coming from a point that our brains are still wired millions of years ago, but our technology has enabled us to not adapt to from a physical condition. And therefore, we human beings have created n number of sugary foods and salty foods, which kind of up our dopamine levels. But we have to understand that we got all of this through the forest through only one discovery of a little honey in 1 month's time. So we stored all these salts and fats, and now we are getting it in huge quantities, and therefore that's causing the degeneration. So what do? You identify, suppose your weak link is heart, or your weak link is liver. Then you make sure that all your degenerative organs are treated in such a way, using even to the extent of bio hacks as well as bionic injectables, and make sure that your overall degeneration stops. So if you do these two things, automatically 20 years you are up. So apart from the fact that, so apart from the
40 आपने दे दिया तो मैं उससे
average
नहीं सर, आपकी प्रॉब्लम है, आपको 150 तक जाना है.
मैं नहीं जा रहा 150 तक यार.
So I think they are getting there. You'll solve the problem 20% by just doing these two things. And then if you have a technological breakthrough, like what you're saying, the two medicines or whatever, what was that?
NMN, resveratrol.
अगर ये सब आ गया और resveratrol से अगर रिजर्व बढ़ गया अपना, तो nothing like it. Yeah.
That must be why they named it, no? They must have said, लोगों को लगेगा कि resveratrol लेंगे तो reserve बढ़ेगा. क्या नाम है भाई?
I must tell you, so they discovered that it comes from the skin of grapes. So somebody said, how much wine should I have?
Yeah.
So about thousands of glasses will give you the amount you require.
See, but that's the problem, right? That if the medical industry ties up with the alcohol industry, I mean, today if you look at the degeneration caused because of the component which is not sugar in alcohol. Now, for example, you wear the CGM, your single malt doesn't cause you a spike. Your gins don't cause you a spike.
At all. I know. I was amazed.
But
with the tonic they will, right? If
with
it's
the
a
tonic,
sweetened
tonic. You can have a low sugar tonic.
They don't. Exactly.
So, but that's anyway non-alcoholic, right? The tonic. So the point is that if the degeneration is caused by the alcohol component, now imagine tomorrow Google creates an antidote to the alcohol that's settling on your liver or your fat liver deposits that are happening. Game changer.
No, I'll tell you what a game changer is. So, there's this guy, Abby Phillips, who's known on Twitter as a liver doctor. He recorded with me a few days ago. His episode will come out after yours. But this is not a spoiler because what I'm about to tell you is something he told me after the conversation. So, it's not part of my conversation with him. Now, during the conversation, he mentioned that he did the first stool transplant in the world for liver disease. So I asked him about it after the thing, what is a funda? And the funda was, he was trying to prove, like the same way people say type 2 diabetes is not reversible, even though I have reversed mine, people also say cirrhosis is not reversible. And he decided to try and reverse it by basically changing the bacteria in those parts of the body, whatever they are. So there were bad bacteria. He said कि मैं stool transplant करूँगा, introduce good bacteria, see what happens. And he's published studies on this and all that.
ये होता है.
So but let me finish. The most interesting part comes later. So stool transplant किया उसने to a person who had alcoholic cirrhosis. One, the cirrhosis reversed because a good bacteria took over. That is fine. That is not incredible. That's what you would expect. But the incredible part is a a person stopped wanting alcohol? He stopped wanting alcohol because the addiction pathway, or whatever the technical term is, the good bacteria affected that as well. Apparently, what was happening was there was a feedback loop between his taking all the alcohol, the bad bacteria forming, and the bad bacteria wanting him to take more alcohol, and it became a vicious circle. He changes a bacteria, you stop wanting it. So my next question to Abby, which they are really still looking into, is does this mean कि suppose cirrhosis नहीं हुआ है, लेकिन बंदा बहुत पीता है? Can you do a stool transplant and have him drinking less? And he said that yes, that's eminently possible. That seems to be the and these guys. He's published 165 studies and all, and including some on this. So science is that way incredible.
No, and if you look at it, I mean, when you start, there was a time when there were so many of these food shows coming, and one went down a rabbit hole, and this whole thing about how the sugar industry took over and created these norms in our head of what is good and what is bad to eat. I mean, it has now been proven that ghee is now considered to be the best thing. And we were brought up for saying, ghee mat lena.
अरे यार, मेरे मम्मी ने मेरे को कितना टोपी लगाया, बोला कि येलो खाओ सिर्फ अंडे का, व्हाइट नहीं खाओ. अब उल्टा हो गया. मैंने बोला
no, but the actual truth is the yolk is the healthiest part of the egg. Like whenever I see people having an egg white omelette, I'm like, bhai,
but यार ये बदलते रहता है.
No, I'll tell you what. I think the science of nutrition is people think that medical science is in the same state of advancement across domains. Actually, that's not. There are parts of it where we are not that advanced. Like, we are not as good as understanding, say, pancreatic cancer as we are at understanding prostate cancer. Both of them would kill you 2000 years ago. Today, one of them kills you. Right? More or less. So I think nutrition is kind of like that, where we are discovering more. But what we do know is that the sugar lobby funded all these studies at Harvard and elsewhere in the 50s and 60s, which demonized fat and said sugar was fine. The American Health Association, or whatever the official body was, brought out a dietary guideline in 1977. And if you look at a graph of obesity in America, the graph goes up from there. It is so stark.
And do you know that the very first report they did talking about this, either about what fat does to you, was a study done on 3 people, and that was a published result saying this is a study. Three people, like I mean, just the 3 people in this room.
बस हम तीनों में अगर study हो गया तो वो
it's like that. It's like that.
हम
joke,
तीनों
right?
पे study हो गया तो 120 तक कोई नहीं जीने वाला भाई.
You heard about that joke, right? That about the founder of KFC comes to the Pope and says, can you just replace, give us this day our daily bread for give us this day our daily chicken? Right? And they said, no. And he said, I'll cut $1 million check. And he said, no. He said, I'll give $10 million check. No, $100 million check. He agrees. So he goes back to the congregation and says, guys, I've got to tell you, we've got $100 million check which has come in. We've got to change, give us this day our daily bread to give us this day our daily chicken. But we've also lost the modern bread account.
Yeah.
Right? So and I genuinely feel that the way media has manipulated minds over the years.
And see, apart from that, as I was saying before, that sugar and salt was something that you stored in the past, right? And now the options of sugar and salt is so high, and then they've used visual cues of saying slicey and aise karke. So your need for sugar and salt has been taken into like 100x.
You don't need
and your body is degenerating at a regular basis.
Yeah,
It's
and
crazy.
I'll put all these links on why sugar is bad and fat is perfectly fine in my show notes, and I'll also have you know that my HbA1c in July was 7.7. It is now 5.7.
Yeah,
Complete.
Well done.
Yeah,
No, that was
reduced with purely with diet, keto plus intermittent fasting. So any doctor who tells you type 2 diabetes cannot be reversed, his knowledge is outdated, and he's probably over 40, and you certainly should treat him like a quack.
And I must tell you that diabetologists have no idea of diet. Sorry, it's a very broad statement.
Because they got their medical degrees at a time where the knowledge wasn't that advanced. You got to
and
accept
also
it.
the thing is that it's not in their interest to tell the patient कि तुम ये खाओ मत. अगर वो solve कर दिया तो दवाई कभी देगा.
Correct. I mean,
So, and the OPD system, which is a flawed system, I think, that you're spending 15 minutes with the patient, you're not understanding their lifestyle, you're just saying तेरा HbA1c score क्या है, and we are giving you medicines, right? But the idea of a good diabetologist is to tell you how to prevent diabetes.
Exactly.
And that requires a lot of study on the science of diet, which is probably not covered in that levels
It's
in a
purely
diabetology
a
course.
dietary disease and can be reversed with only diet. I stopped medication on the day that and this happened because of CGM, continuous glucose
Yeah,
monitor.
it's a
I-
game changer.
It's a game changer, and everyone should understand their own body. I mean,
And
this
everybody
is just
should
a
know that
no-brainer.
single malt does not increase sugar.
Everyone should know that.
Bring out
Aggie-
the Johnny Walker.
Yeah, the big question is, bhai, ki what does it do to your liver? Which my friend Abby Phillips, who will be
But
on the
that
show,
episode is later, no? Let
Yeah,
them
that's-
discover it then.
2 हफ्ते के लिए low single malt खत्म करो
जो कर रहा
क्योंकि
है।
after you listen to that episode, no more single malt
वापस
for
दूध
you.
ही पीना.
No, and I must say that what you just reminded me of about this intermittent fasting was one of the things that David Sinclair also spoke about,
Yeah.
saying that we were used to 8-hour cycles, or max 12 hour. And आप notice कीजिए तो हमारा हर religion किसी ना किसी level पर ना आपको
Fasting
ये
है.
चीजें fasting is there in every religion. हमने उसको छोड़ दिया because but you just do that. And I mean I've seen Shaheen do intermittent fasting, and I can just see its impact on her.
ऐसे बोलते हो और फिर अभी खाना मंगा रहे हो.
नहीं वो तो अपने लिए मंगा रहा हूँ.
Okay, this is a big lesson. And by the way, speaking on sleep, I'll also link another great book from the show notes called Why We Sleep by Matthew Walker, which also opened my eyes to the importance of sleeping well, which is why I fed you all the lunch that I did. कि conversation हो ना हो, नींद आ जाए, नींद तो अच्छी आएगी. So, I want to ask both of you about lessons that you've learned in your life, because even in personal conversation, I feel like I've learned things from you. But I'll start with you, Vikram, and I want to ask you about, earlier we spoke about how, in a sense, when you entered these cricketing circles, you were quasi part of them in the sense you were a player yourself, you understood the game. It's just an accident of talent that you weren't, in the side with Tendulkar, but on the sidelines.
Thank you. You just made me feel good.
It is an accident of talent. है कि नहीं? मतलब, don't tell me you were as talented as him and didn't work hard. That would be sad. So tell me a little bit about two kinds of lessons that I've heard you speak about. One is lessons about sport itself, and the other is lessons about life that you have then extrapolated from those, or which you felt applied to much deeper things.
So the life one, I'll probably cover the second part. In
Sure.
the first part, I think, let me give you a couple of examples of a few cricketers which kind of exposed my mind to what happens when you discover yourself as a sports person and find your own path in your journey of becoming an international sports person. And let me start with Virendra Sehwag. I had the opportunity of spending a lot of time with him in his initial years and up until now. And I realized that India is full of untapped Sehwags. The reason why he got tapped is because he understood himself. And I'll tell you how. And I remember that interview that Ravi Shastri was doing in Sri Lanka, and I was hovering around there, and Ravi Shastri tried to complicate Sehwag's mind by asking him technical questions in English in the post-match interview, which he was doing. It's the initial years, and he said, "Sehwag, the ball was coming onto the bat, not much grass on it. Whatever little grass is basically dead grass rolled on to keep the wicket together. How did you gauge the bounce of the wicket? And that was a fabulous innings. ऐसी कोई बात नहीं है सर, बॉल बल्ले पे आ रही थी, मैंने मार दी बस." And when he said this, I said, "Yeah, this guy is special," because he did not complicate the answer and he did not complicate his cricket. And that's when I went to him. I said, "Viru, क्या मैंने तेरी क्या सोच है?" He said, "साटे साहब, मैं आपको एक दो चीज़ें बताता हूँ जो मैंने सीखी, और वो है कि कितनी भी आप होमवर्क कर लो, गेम सिंपल कैसी रखनी है, ये लाइफ का अल्टीमेट गोल है." So I said, "Explain it to me." क्या? He said, "The thing है कि मैं जब क्रिकेट में आया था ना, तो मैं तेंदुलकर बनने आया था, और मेरी लाइफ की सबसे बड़ी लेसन थी कि जब मुझे समझ में आया कि मुझे मेरे अंदर का सहवाग ढूंढना है, तेंदुलकर नहीं बनना है, क्योंकि मैं तेंदुलकर बनने को जा रहा था और वो हो नहीं रहा था, क्योंकि तेंदुलकर का बेंचमार्क बहुत ऊपर था और मेरी बैटिंग में उनके अराउंड ये करने की कोशिश कर रहा था, मॉडल करने की। तो मुझे लगा कि जब तक मैं मेरे अंदर का प्लेयर नहीं ढूंढूंगा, और उस टाइम मैंने जॉन राइट से बात करी, तेंदुलकर से बात करी, और ओपनिंग स्लॉट मैंने प्रेफर करना शुरू कर दिया, क्योंकि मुझे पता था कि गेम चेंज तभी हो सकता है जब आप पहले 10 ओवर में डोमिनेट करो. एंड सी व्हाट अ रेवोल्यूशनरी आइडिया दैट इज, राइट? You look at the modern day T20 cricket, you're talking of the power play. The reason England won the T20 World Cup is because of Butler and Hales up the order. And the reason we did not win it because your best two batters on top of the game were not in form. So he explained to me that how this was a thought which he backed himself to do under the guidance of John Wright. And there was this very funny story that he said that there are दो type के players होते हैं, एक जो over analysis करते हैं और जो मेरे जैसे होते हैं जो instinct पे ज़्यादा भरोसा रखते हैं. He said मुरलीधरन को हम लोग श्रीलंका में बैठ के हम लोग क्रैक कर रहे थे, तो सचिन पाजी ने आके बताया मुरलीधरन का अगर आपको थंब दिख गया तो आप मुरलीधरन को अच्छा खेल सकते हो, क्योंकि अगर थंब ऊपर आ गया इसका मतलब है उसका आर्म टर्न हुआ है और इसका मतलब ये दूसरा डालेगा. सो राहुल भाई ने बोला हाँ करेक्ट है. उन्होंने वीडियो पे वीडियो चलाई उसकी. यस सचिन यू आर एब्सोल्युटली राइट, वी हैव गॉट टू पिक द थंब. लक्ष्मण बोल रहे हैं कि हाँ हाँ दिस इज वेरी गुड. मैंने पाजी को बोला यार मुझे तो कुछ दिखाई नहीं देता है, मुरली ब्लैक थंब ब्लैक, मैंने कुछ भी नहीं और he genuinely said it. He said, मगर मैंने ये डिसाइड कर लिया कि मेरे को द्रविड़ तेंदुलकर जैसे मेरी सोच नहीं है, तो मैं अपनी मेथोडोलॉजी यूज करूंगा कि मुरलीधरन को टैकल करने की. तो ही सेड व्हाट डिड आई डू. मैंने कहा मैं मुरलीधरन के माइंड से खेला. मैंने डिसाइड करा कि जो भी मुरलीधरन डालेगा पहले 8 बॉलों में मैं इसको ऑफ में ही खेलूंगा. जैसे मैं अपने को बैक करूंगा और ऑफ में खेलूंगा, मुरलीधरन को लगेगा कि मैं इसकी दूसरा पकड़ रहा हूं और वो अपनी ट्रेजेक्टरी बदल के वो नॉर्मल ऑफ स्पिन में आएगा. और साठे साहब आपको पता है ऑफ स्पिनर मेरे लिए बॉलर होता ही नहीं है. But look at the method in the madness. And that is what Rahul Dravid explained to me, that you have to understand that non-conventional people find easier solutions. But that won't work for me. I and Sachin would always look deeper into the problem. But to ensure that he doesn't emulate a Tendulkar and get over analytical and put himself under pressure, he found a solution which worked for him. And I thought that was a great lesson that I learned for him, that at the end of the day you may study whatever you study under the sun, you read books, but when you have to solve a certain problem, you take everything around you and then you solve it your way. And I thought that was a great lesson. And today many a times when you look at new players like Surya Kumar Yadav, you look at David Warner in his own way, you look at Joss Butler, you'll see a methodology of finding themselves. Even like David Warner publicly says that for me, Viru's suggestion of going up the order and finding myself actually changed my cricket. So that was one lesson I learned from somebody like a Virender Sehwag. Very interesting lesson I learned from Ricky Ponting. And I think this is something that Roshan will resonate with as well, because it's about perspective. I was in conversation with Ponting. We were doing like a 7-city tour with ING Bank. And I asked Ricky Ponting that, I played a little bit of under-19 cricket and stuff like that, and we never found gaps. When you are a batsman, you play by instinct. If it goes in a gap, you take a single, or you just, whatever. You don't take a single. So he said that this is where the growth of a batsman happens. And I said, explain it to me, how does it happen? So he said, in the initial years of my batting, when I came into bat, I would look at the fielders and I would have these fielders in my subconscious. And that would give me a framework based on how I'm going to react. Because at the time the ball is coming at 140, you are just backing what you have learned over the years. But your subconscious graph that you have will give you a sense of where the ball will go. He said, over a period of time, I started realizing that my gaps were going down. And I thought to myself, what was the problem? And one day it dawned to me that I needed to change my reference point. So I said, what is the reference point? And that one sentence I thought was the most outstanding statement said by somebody. He said, a good batsman imprints the fielders in the subconscious. A great batsman imprints the gaps. The moment that reference points had become the gaps, he said, I started finding the gaps beautifully. And I remember sharing this story in a Bajaj Auto show, and Rajiv Bajaj came up to me and said that, Vikram, this is the most profound thing I've learned in business. When you look at competition, you behave like the competition. If you look at the need gaps of the market, you create a great product.
I have a, before you resume, I have a story which this reminded me of. So, around the time of the Second World War, there were a bunch of experts, I think, in the American Party or the Allied forces that put together a bunch of experts, which was so unique that I think at one point they said that Milton Friedman had only there been in a room where, there were two people smarter than him. That kind of company. And one of those guys was a guy called Abraham Wald. Now, Abraham Wald was given a problem that a lot of our planes are coming back from the war, and we are losing a lot of planes. But can you look at the planes that are coming back and figure out why we are losing them?
It's an amazing story.
Where are the bullet holes and what's happening? So he looked कि ठीक है, over the wings में इतने bullet holes है, fuselage में इतने bullet holes है, the nose has so many bullet holes. What are the problem areas? Where do we need to put armor? The engine had no bullet holes. So everybody is like, wings को करते हैं, fuselage को करते हैं, and Walt said no, engine को करो. And they said, why engine? There are no bullet holes there. So he said, obviously there are no bullet holes there. That means that every time a bullet hits the engine, the plane is going down. So none of them are coming back, which is also a way of sort of looking at the gaps,
Absolutely.
right? Not
What an
thinking in
amazing
the way
story.
that others do.
And I've seen this pattern in all great plays, that they see gaps and whereas others see other reference points. And so during this journey, talking to a Ponting, the other great story that I heard from Glenn McGrath, and he's written it in his book as well. And many people talk about visualization. And that's where, again, the longevity factor also come into play. And that comes from yoga also, that a good yoga teacher, which normally doesn't happen, you don't find a good yoga teacher easily. They'll focus on the flexibility. But very few people will tell you that in the Shavasana process, you actually have to leave your breath from every part of your body. So when you are leaving your breath during Shavasana, my yoga teacher would tell me, now focus on the artery where the blood is flowing from, and now breathe out from there. Which is the weakest organ you think of your body? Leave your breath from there. So what essentially they're saying is about the act of visualization, which is huge in sport, right? That Sachin Tendulkar jokingly used to say that many people talk about me not being able to sleep before a match. He said that when I visualize a game, what happens when I'm sleeping, that game is being played. So I can't sleep not because I have insomnia. It's because the next days I am visualizing 3 slips and a gully, Magra bowling at 140. What is the line? That's why I can't sleep. But that also helps me prepare better in the next game. And there's this amazing story about Michael Phelps about visualization, which means it's one of my favorite stories. Is every big session of Michael Phelps, and this is a mixture between visualization and purposeful practice. As you would know, purposeful practice essentially means that you start practicing under pressure, you do the difficult things. So the great Alex Ferguson had said that many people asked me that, why does Man U score the best goals in the last 10 minutes? Because he said we practice for it. After every session, I make sure the last 10 minutes I would tell a Ryan Giggs or a David Beckham, you've got 5 minutes to go, you've got to score a goal. Only when you practice this high pressure situations, you see it in the match. Whereas for the person who's watching, अरे यार ये लोग solid 5 minutes हुआ भाई इसका practice किया हुआ है. So I forget his name, it is Bob Bomor, who used to be the coach of Phelps. He would last 10 minutes tell Michael Phelps to swim in the dark. He would shut all the lights in the stadium and he said, now you swim for half an hour or whatever in the dark. And Phelps used to hate that, because it used to be disorienting. But what Baumer was trying to do is to get Phelps a sense of how big the pool is without seeing anything. And that would train his instinct to understand the pool without actually knowing anything around him. It would give him a sense of how the pool works. And imagine Sydney Olympics, the 8th Olympic medal. He was disoriented in that particular race. His goggles were full of water and he did the last 50 or 70 meters or whatever without seeing. And he got the gold medal. So for me, this is a fabulous story of purposeful practice, or for that matter, visualization, where you actually have lived that moment 100 times. But for the audience, it is like, अरे यार इसको दिख नहीं रहा था फिर भी ये जीत गया. And I think Nasir Hussain had said a very interesting story. He said that visualization for me was so important that in the Ashes, I would even visualize what Hayden was sledging to me. so that I won't be surprised in the morning. And so yeah, these were these small lessons that you keep on learning, and every day there's a new
For
lesson.
more,
right?
kindly hire Vikram Sathe, motivational speaker on cricket, philosophy and burnt.
सर मुझे लग रहा है कि बाय टेलिंग हिम द स्टोरी नासिर हुसैन इज ट्रोलिंग द कॉर्पोरेट्स ऑफ इंडिया, क्योंकि उसको पता है कि उनके पास वो पहुंच जाएगा. अभी प्रॉक्टर एंड गैम्बल में लोग एनालाइज करेंगे कि मतलब कि अभी कैसे मतलब
कैसे
या.
ये बॉस अप्रेजल के टाइम मेरी मार नहीं वाला है. ये विजुअलाइज करके जब बुरा भी कम लगेगा.
No, you know, and I mean, when you're talking about life lessons or whatever, and I mean, you know, I was listening to Satir. I was quickly going through some of my notes, my note taking thing or whatever, and I genuinely feel that, frankly, if you look back, there are some lessons that stay with you, and then every day there are new lessons that you find, right? I mean, there's a film called The Swimmers. I don't know whether you've seen
I'm
it.
going to
You
see
recommended it.
It is just brilliant. A real life story. Two Syrian girls whose father was swimming for Syria and then couldn't qualify and puts these girls through, and then suddenly the Syrian, you know, the whole crisis happens in Syria and the girls have to go and become refugees and whatever. And you know, the film has a motto. I don't want to tell people more about the film because you must watch it. It's brilliant. And it says, "Stay in your lane, you know, and swim the race." सर बस, यू नो, पहले बात तो सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट होता है ना कि ये जो लैक ऑफ फोकस वाली बात होती है, बस जस्ट कीप योर आई ऑन द थिंग एंड कीप गोइंग और व्हाटएवर, एंड यू सी हाउ रिमार्केबली इट कम्स आउट इन द फिल्म और व्हाटएवर, यू नो. एंड I just found this to be, I just found everything about that film to be so beautiful. Then, you know me, I go down rabbit holes. I started following both the girls whose lives it was, connected with one saying, will you come to Spoken Fest?
Wow.
I'm like that.
Is she coming?
Well, अभी देखो, अभी देखते हैं, because अगले साल की डेट पे देनी पड़ेगी. But I'll definitely get someone of that caliber. I was hoping so that, you know, we get some international stories as well next time. You know, this was something that stayed. मैं खाकी देख रहा था ये शो, which is currently trending on Netflix. So बहुत पहले तो देखें ट्रेंड क्यों कर रहा है. No, it's a Bihar cop story. It's about the Amit Lodha, book on, you know, killing the biggest criminal of that time, and caste politics and everything else which is going on. And in the beginning, they were traveling in a train. It's the first time he's going to Bihar. There's an old couple sitting in front of him, and the guy turns and says, "कि आप बिहार क्यों जा रहे हैं?" तो he says, "नौकरी करने." He says, "बिहार में नौकरी करने कौन जाता है?" Right? And the old man turns and says, "साहब, अगर आप वहां पर काम करने जा रहे हैं ना," and because he's an IPS officer, he says कि मैं आपको जिंदगी में आप दो चीज कर सकते हैं बिहार से. Says, या तो आप बहुत पैसा कमा सकते हैं या बहुत नाम और इज्जत कमा सकते हैं. अब आपको डिसाइड करना पड़ेगा कि आपको क्या कमाना है. And you know, one very old Jeep ad, we used to have this Jeep on the top of a cliff, and I don't know where they were trying to make that correlation or whatever, because this whole thing about spirit and blah blah blah. But below that was that line which I often quote, saying, "Do not mistake your net worth for your self worth." Right? And this constant thing nowadays, na, किसने बनाए, कहाँ बनाए, कितना बना, this constant following of these success metrics that are so obsessive. Somehow I find, and I think Vikram and I and a whole bunch of our friends resonate on the fact that it is not our primary driver. I think our primary driver is a lot more about just enriching life, doing things to a very large degree. One beautiful lesson that I had in life was Javed Saab. We were going to record a song for Colgate, and we were crossing the Juhu flyover to go to the highway, and then we had to go to Film City to shoot. And my son had just been born, and I was very excited. And I turned to him and I said that, Javed Saab, you know, my son, and I really want him to read, and I really want him to study, and, you know, he should have the right upbringing. इखलाक होने चाहिए अच्छे, जितनी मुझे उर्दू आती थी मैं पूरी यूज कर रहा था. इखलाक. तो you know, Javed Saab just turned and said, आप चाहते हैं वो पढ़े? हाँ, पढ़िए. आप चाहते हैं वो अच्छी बातें करे? अच्छी बातें करिए. कहता है, बच्चे शीशा होते हैं, जो देखते हैं उसी को रिफ्लेक्ट करते हैं. And then he gave me multiple examples from Bollywood of people. He said, you know, that the people who did things and how it reflects. And I genuinely find that, you know, do not say do. And I you know, as I say, bias for action. I keep saying this, कि करो यार. अगर दुनिया में किसी चीज़ को एक चीज़ खलती है तो उसको बदलने के लिए कुछ करो. अगर कोई चीज़ है जो फुलफिल करना है तो करो. तो पेज 1 तो उसका कंप्लीट करो. पेज ये डोंट कीप इट जस्ट स्टक इन योर माइंड. दैट्स वन थिंग फॉर श्योर दैट आई कीप टेलिंग पीपल. एंड across all the people. I mean, Bachchan Saab was one of the first people I said I did the interview with. Then I did another interview. I worked with him on one or two other projects and whatever. Even today, everyone, there are 100 stories about Mr. Bachchan, good, bad, all kinds. But his punctuality, everybody will even today talk of. Because एक work ethic है. There are so many times that I end up going to functions and stuff and I reach on the given appointed time and I'm the earliest person at the place and I'm berated by everyone around saying, क्यों करते हो, क्यों जाते हो? But I just find that keeping a good work ethic and a professional work ethic is a very important thing that somewhere in this jugaad, shortcuts, let me tell you 5 life hacks to do the following. Nahin. The simplest hack in the world is put in the work. Just put in the work, keep putting in the work, and it will ultimately, bear fruit to that, whatever, and it's an important thing, I think, for people to do. The other thing that I have actually now started, and I think a lot of it is actually realization is, Angad Daryani is this boy who we were doing something for Diageo and we had to get a bunch of, so we do a couple of these culture immersions. So we wanted people from various fields. So Masaba came and spoke about fashion. Then we had Ankur coming and talking about music, and from Gully Boy to Gehraiyan, look at the diversity of those 2 albums and how he did it. Right, fabulous. We had a gender activist who came in called Durga. Amazing, again, great conversation. And then we had this boy Angad Daryani, all of 20 something and whatever. And Angad has set up a company called Pran, and they are actually building these large format filters, which they are actually taking carbon from the atmosphere and in a filterless technology. Because his logic was that even creating the filter, one of the biggest polluting processes is creating the filter which absorbs the carbon. So why can you not have a filterless process which he's built? A very interesting model where you don't have to pay for the machine, you pay per person per month, etc. and stuff. Now being adopted by the Tatas. Just today, the government has taken up a lot of this. And all brands wanted to know about the metaverse and what's going to happen and whatever. So I turned and said, Angad, what about the metaverse? He says, let's first save the universe, then let's think of the metaverse. And I genuinely felt that this generation, as I say, this generation, unafraid, doers, really putting themselves out there. And he said it in such a simple way that it was that I just carried on that conversation for 1 hour. It was a beautiful, immersion of knowing how they're doing it, why he's doing it. And today, like 2 days later, I turned and said, is there any way I can help you? I'd love to be a part. I've now invested in the company. Very, very small, minuscule amount. But I'm invested in him and that idea because that idea for me is a world-changing idea. All world-changing ideas will not be yours. You don't need them to be. But if there is somebody else doing that, you can either get out of the way or you can actually push them along the way or help them along the way. And I genuinely feel that is so important to do in a hyper-connected world where nobody is unreachable. When we wanted to get spoken, everybody said, kisko laoge, whatever. I once wrote to J.K. Rowling, she replied. She said, listen, currently I'm not available, but I do want to come to India. So great. This thing about wishful thinking पे छोड़ देना चीजें. एक जीवन है यार, जितना करना है, यहाँ करना है. You want to learn 100 new things. You want to, it's all available. Prasoon said something very nice at a conference that we attended. He says, इस generation को ये जो आपने device दे दी है, जिसमें आप सब कर लेते हैं. Says create bhi kar lete hain, whatever. And he gave an example of a mixtape. He says, and many of us grew up as the mixtape generation, right? I used to earn money in college by recording mixtapes with voiceovers in between and shero shairi and poetry I used to write. बहुत पैसे बनाए थे उसमें. But everybody was love lawn, तो सबके लिए taste बनते थे. In that conversation, he said, we used to measure the exact amount of time in that tape. 45 minutes. There would be a calculation you would do of saying ये गाना 8 मिनट का है, ये 6 का है, अगर 6 और 8 और 5 और 7 को मिला के करेंगे तो .45 आएगा. And you would do that permutation combination and then do that recording. The importance of choice and curation was so much that you curated that, you took the effort, and that effort made you value that object. Limitless choice is killing that to a certain degree. Algorithmic choices, when Spotify Unwrapped came out, there was a huge thing. Everybody posted Unwrapped. And then a bunch of people posted what they said Unwrapped did not cover. We just said, what about natural selection? What about just going and finding something unique? What about discovering something and whatever? And I'm trying to do a festival around this in February next year, building around this entire concept. But I just think that it is important, and what Prasoon was saying was limitless choice and the option of limitless creation. He says ये record button के बगल में ना एक उससे बड़ा pause button होना चाहिए, so that you don't put up everything you think. I'm a little scared of the amount of problem solvers that are available on your feed of everything. Every well-talking, semi-good-looking person is a friend, philosopher, guide making money when they really don't have knowledge as a base sometimes. So somewhere I think that this mass consumption, mass creation is both a solution and a problem at some level, but I really feel that the world needs a lot more of curation at that level as well. And before you record, before you write, press that pause button and think for a bit is an equally important bit.
So I have a couple of questions based on that before we go back to cricket lessons and life lessons from Vikram, which is, number one, of course, it's a great advantage that the youth of today have the world at their fingertips. Like I was just in the break, I was telling Vikram about Robert Sapolsky's great biology lectures on YouTube and how we never had anything like that at our disposal in the 80s when we were in school and college. But the flip side is that the mode of how you experience a world has become much more, much quicker. And, you're always swiping, scrolling. That's a mode. It's in a sense made for short attention spans, which I know, of course, is a cliche, and people do listen to my 7-hour episode. So it's
Absolutely.
it's not all that. But a lot of how we experience the world is in little slivers without really going deep. Like Jonathan Haidt once spoke about how, despite having all of knowledge available to us, all of us are consuming something that was produced in the last 3 days. Except those listening to this episode, because we are recording at the start of December and it's releasing later. But you get what I'm saying. So one, there is that, because as a creator, I have, in the past written about how the form of what you're doing changes the content, changes the character. So because I do 5-hour episodes or whatever, I have to listen better. I have to keep my ego out of it, because I'm now listening not to respond but to understand. That makes me a better listener, that makes me more empathetic, and it makes me a different person. If I was doing 5-minute episodes, it would be very different. But that's as a creator. But even as a consumer, I think that applies. That if every time I was itchy, and instead of reaching for a smartphone, I picked up a book and I read that for an hour, instead of scrolling through Twitter and Facebook and whatever for an hour, I think I would fundamentally be a different person. Right? So that is sort of one question about where the youth of today do have something tremendous at their disposal, all the knowledge and wisdom of the world. They're also going from immediate gratification to immediate gratification, one dopamine hit after the other. And the other thing is, earlier when you were talking about the youth, Roshan, you mentioned about how the kids of today are evolved in different ways and all of that. And I wonder if there's some selection bias in that, which has to do with essentially interacting with a certain kind of English-speaking elite in a big city. Because, India is full of multitudes in that sense. And these are multitudes who are really responding to incentives and algorithms, in the sense कि अगर आज कोई 15 साल का बच्चा है, उसको वीडियो मिलता है कि अरे बिहार में ये हुआ है, and cow has been mistreated, or there's an attack on a temple, and he sees one video like that, then the algorithm will make sure he sees more and more like that, till everything he is getting is from there. And the odd thing that he might hear from somewhere else seems to him to be completely crazy. It doesn't fit. वो तो anti-national होगा, कैसी बातें कर रहा है, And then they get drawn into those echo chambers, and those are possibly people that we would never come across. Now, both of you have traveled much more than me, and you've actively worked with young people beyond, whatever little urban conclaves there might be. So it's like these two questions in one, really. That what is your sense of how the quality and texture of our lives is being affected by this? Because I certainly think that if I, sure, in the childhood, I didn't have all the knowledge in the world available to me, but instead of reading all the books I did, if I was scrolling on Twitter and Insta all the time, I think I would be a different person. And therefore, I think this generation could be a different generation, not just in terms of,
No, so I think the fear that, oh my God, the algorithm is going to take you down a rabbit hole. I also feel that very often our generation consumes without putting too many filters. The younger lot, I must tell you, the way they disguise their identity, their IPs, the way they shift across platforms, the way they will use a new browser against something else because they realize this is a cleaner browser. They are very aware of that identity. Yeah. Do they still get sucked in? Of course they do.
But-
I think the
but
WhatsApp university is where
these-
they actually get sucked
But
in.
I
a lot.
feel these are the well-educated young people you run into. Outside this bubble, it might not quite be like that.
So see, that's what I'm saying. That the example I gave you of that child who was on the train who turned and said, "कि ये मेरा वाला browser है, ये मेरे parents वाला browser है." Right?
Mhm.
He is aware that if he is watching X or whatever, this might throw up something else. They are aware. The person in the B and C town right now, I mean, there's an amazing study that we were currently looking at, which said that this is a generation of vertical invaders. They are people who are going to, they don't want to stop for anything on the way. There is no, if this ladder is taking me too long, I'll find a new ladder. I may not take a ladder, I might find a pole vault and I'll figure my own way up there. So I think they're making their own rules, they're doing it their own way. Definitely, yes, there is the WhatsApp part is what I'm scared of because I find that to be too controlled and manipulated. Twitter is really not their medium. I mean, the younger lot, I don't find Twitter to be their medium at all. Their largest consumption actually currently is on either viewing, where they are viewing content, so therefore they're seeing long form content. So while there's the real short form content and stuff, and when I see the smaller Indian TikTok lookalikes, I genuinely find them to be poor cousins at the moment. Because what that is doing is next level. And there, again, the choices I see young people make, and I'm now talking other geographies as well because I travel globally as well and I interact with young people there. And many of them are making choices that are very different. I mean, I saw a lot of activism happening in the Middle East, which girls were doing online in smaller groups that they were building.
Or what's happening in Iran, for
Iran
example.
right now, right?
Yeah.
I mean, see, today they're saying they're pulling out that morality police in its entirety. What is it? I mean, week before they were saying 30,000 people will be killed. And it's that I think these people are aware. Yes, there is a propensity to, but I think their propensity to question is a lot more. The uncle is a believer beyond whatever. The WhatsApp uncle is yehi sach hai. But I think the younger lot have a lot more of this questioning ability, and I would grant them that. Plus, their peer groups have got. Yeah, I mean, what Nikhil said again, I thought was that very often in the loneliness of the person, they will find these people because at least they feel that they find a group. But I assure you that even today, universities, colleges across the country, the discussion which even we used to have in colleges are still alive. Yeah, they may get colored by a lot of this falsified information. Tumne ye dekha, tumne wo suna. But at least there are still enough viewpoints that exist. Itna nahi ho gaya hai ki everybody is just thinking one particular way. What we must acknowledge is what many of your episodes have acknowledged, that we have been sitting in this little belief that we are a socialist, equality, egalitarian, blah, 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 secular. Nahi hai yaar. Sach mein nahi hai. And when you discover that, it's a very bitter pill to swallow, particularly for someone from Lucknow. Because I mean, वो Ganga Jamuni tehzeeb, वो language का, that evolution of a language which is actually everyone's language today. A friend of ours, common friend of Sathe and I, was asked to write a song for one national initiative and then was told to ask to remove Urdu words.
Oh my God.
थोड़ा इसको हिंदी और बनाइए. And he was so upset. He says, कैसे बना सकता हूँ? इस शब्द का ट्रांसलेशन नहीं एग्जिस्ट करता और नहीं करता. तो ऐसी भी चीजें हो रही हैं. पर उसके रिएक्शन में बहुत सारे ऐसे लोग हैं जो कि ग्राउंड लेवल पे हजारों ऐसी चीजें कर रहे हैं और मुझे लगता है कि वो पहल हो रही है. चाहे वो जोश टॉक्स की अपने लेवल पर कर रहे हों, वो अब तक कर रहे हैं. They are building it is their TED equivalent, but it is Josh Talks and it's in Hindi and it exists and it's giving you that India. There is Lallan Top. I mean, again, I'm saying all of these things. Okay, TVF, yes, for all that they've been through or whatever, the narratives that they're coming out, एक है वो हिंदुस्तान भी. और मुझे अभी भी उस हिंदुस्तान पे बहुत यकीन है.
Amazing. और उस हिंदुस्तान में cricket भी है.
Cricket भी है.
Let's go back to cricket lessons.
Yeah. No, before I think this was a very interesting conversation. I don't have any experience with the young people in terms of what you have, but to me, I put it in two buckets. One is knowledge. In terms of knowledge exposure, as you said, Amit, what they are learning from across domains you and me would never have got that exposure. We just did it later on, and we evolved into that. My worry more is on the psychological aspect of it, and that's when the B, C, D town cities come into play. That what is the impact on that young girl who's watching the affluent Alia Bhatt of the world putting out content? And many of my child psychologist friends tell me that we every time we meet a young girl who has a mental health issue, we know that it's Instagram. To me, I am worried more. I'm not worried about knowledge. And obviously, the fact that, in the scrolling, are you deep diving into the subject and are you exploring that subject in totality is something I'm a little worried about. But people who are interested will still carry on and do it. So I'm not worried कि ठीक है इनका attention span ये change करते रहते हैं, जिसको करना है वो करेगा. But I'm really worried on the psychological aspect, because you see that on a daily basis and you don't want an intelligent person who has a very little emotional quotient. And that combination is actually very dicey, because the guy is too smart in his work, but unfortunately he's not sorted here. And if he's sorted at the EQ level, his output at a knowledge level will also increase. And how that balance plays out is something I'm not
No,
very
so
sure.
I'll just add to that or whatever, because I'll tell you, pre-pandemic, I used to come across a lot of people, and one line which we used to use at Common very often was that in a hyper-connected world, we are so deeply disconnected internally, and the fact is that your social dyslexics was in fact something that I used to turn and keep talking of, saying कि because I met a boy who used to blog beautifully, write beautifully, and when he came in person, वो आंख मिला के बात भी नहीं कर पा रहा था. और मुझे लगा कि यार ultimately schools, colleges were a lot more about social behavior and understanding how to be around people, and a lot of these people ultimately don't have that ability or whatever. The pandemic, I think, actually put a lens to even young people to realize a lot of this. The behavior that we are seeing, and I'm going to talk of a completely different world, in the concert and going out space. We were very worried that, this behavior has changed, people will want to do everything virtual or whatever. Complete rubbish. People are spending 5x of what they were spending before, but they are a lot more conscious of their choice. Earlier, they would have gone and said, चलो 10 चीज ट्राई कर लेते हैं. एक्सपेरिमेंटेशन थोड़ा कम हो गया है. जॉनर डेफिनेशन बहुत स्ट्रांग हो गया. मुझे इंडिपेंडेंट म्यूजिक सुननी है, मैं जाऊंगा. मुझे दलेर मेहंदी सुनना है, मैं दलेर मेहंदी सुनूंगा. मुझे मिक्का सुनना है, मिक्का सुनूंगा. मुझे अरिजीत सुनना है, मैं अरिजीत सुनूंगा. I will vote with my wallet, and they are doing that and doing a lot more of that. In fact, it's an underserviced market, I believe, and people are really stepping out, because now they know, okay, this they are lonely, yes, but now they realize it also, and I think that they are trying to do enough and more things. Frankly, there should be a lot more things in that space for them to interact. The one thing that people are not being able to handle is the empowerment of women. Women, have changed. That entire gender is a lot more aware. They have a lot more opportunities and they're using them. And that is creating a certain amount of problems where the coding of that middle class, patriarchal coding or whatever, and I mean, Nikhil's episode says a lot of this, Mahima's episode talks a lot of this, so we don't need to go into it in depth. But that is where I still believe that there's a lot of friction and people, they just don't know what to handle. Because the other definition, which I really resonated with what Nikhil had said, कि भाई अगर तुम्हें सब कुछ करना है तो मैं मुझे क्यों वो choice है? Why do I only need to do engineering? I remember that whole bit which was there. I thought it was a lovely bit saying that, boss, you told me to make these choices because these were safe bets for earning. But now you're also earning, so why can't I make crazy killer bets or whatever? The other thing I must tell you is that YouTube as the university for learning is a crazy phenomenon. The boy who works with me, Siddharth Agarwal, his family is in Nainital. He has learnt everything on YouTube. His brother is the programming guy for Arijit Singh. Learnt music on YouTube. Not done a formal course, but learnt everything there. So for those who really want to learn, I think that this thing about the availability of choice. अब उसका इस्तेमाल क्या करना है? और मुझे यहीं पर प्रॉब्लम होता है कि this thing of becoming Luddites or lotus eaters to a certain degree के बैठे हुए हैं, सुने जा रहे हैं, कंज्यूम कर नहीं रहे. I when the first time I'd gone to Kashmir, just after mass communication, I'd met one or two people who are very well known in the intellectual circles or whatever over tea. And हर शाम मुझे लगता था कि यार ये दुनिया बदल देंगे कल सुबह, पर वो सुबह आती नहीं थी. वो फिर अगले दिन वही डिस्कशन होता था फिर अगले दिन वो, it was Groundhog Day. They were just stuck in that cycle. And that's the only place where I believe that if there is overconsumption and you're just consuming and not acting, doing things, that's the only thing that really worries me at some level. But I have loads of faith in this generation. Of course, there's always friction. Wasn't there friction when we were in college? I came in from Lucknow and came to Delhi, and suddenly, I'm standing and there's an SFI guy saying, "Politics, decide your life, decide your politics." I'm like, but I don't want to decide any politics. No, you have to. चलो तो SFI join करते हैं. फिर कहा, नहीं चलो ये करते हैं, debating करते हैं. Like, no, it's that, and as long as that spirit of experimentation is alive, there's hope. And if this world doesn't exist, there's always Elon Musk and Mars. Let's see.
No, and also I think it might be a little bit of nostalgia also कि हमारे ज़माने में most people were doing nothing. It was a few people who would take the initiative and do shit and
I
most
don't think
people
that
were doing
changes.
nothing.
At least इस जमाने में लोग कंज्यूम तो कर रहे हैं.
हाँ, इस ज़माने में कुछ तो है, कुछ तो चांस है, but
नहीं, हमारे पास सिर्फ मुझे याद है कि people turn to say, आपने ये सब चीजें नहीं. ऐसे बच्चा हमारे टाइम पे तो कॉलेज के बाद थिएटर था या क्रिकेट होता था. हम स्पोर्ट्स पढ़ाते थे तो हम थिएटर करते थे. हम 6-6 घंटे, हमारे लिए वो था हमारा एंटरटेनमेंट. हमारा पूल भी वो था, हमारा बॉलिंग भी वो था, हमारा वीडियो गेम आर्केड भी वो था. हम सब कुछ वही करते थे.
नहीं, इसीलिए फिजिकल एक्टिविटी होने के कारण एंडोर्फिन्स भी अच्छे थे. इसलिए वो एस्पेक्ट जो है अभी प्रॉबली 20, 50, 100 इयर्स लेटर इनको यहाँ से भी एंडोर्फिन आना शुरू करेगा टेक्नोलॉजी से, पता नहीं हमको. बट नाउ दिस न्यू क्रीचर दैट we have who's born on the internet or born on this device, how is his or her physical development will take place is, I think, a big challenge. Because when you spend 8 hours on the phone, what changes will that human body have over the next 20 years is going to be a tricky one. While you want to increase the lifespan to 130 years, but you've played cricket, you've gone out, you've trekked. But imagine a generation which is not doing all of that, and as you say, you want everybody to do something. How will that impact their physical health is also a challenge.
So recently there was like this when Ronaldo gave his infamous interview, spoiled brat, useless Ronaldo, who's a liability to every team he's part of, gave his interview. He was complaining about the young people in the team and saying कि यार हमारे ज़माने में हम इतना काम करते थे, इतना training करते, and kind of saying that their whole lifestyle was completely different. And I've heard this in a cricketing context from some Australian player, I forget who, you must be knowing this and must have seen it firsthand, कि all the young players are now playing video games and consoles, and their interests are completely different. The ways they bond with each other is completely different. So do you see that in these sports also? I think what Ronaldo's point was, they aren't hungry, they don't, for us it is everything. These young people are just not hungry, they go through the motions, which is absolutely untrue. He's a lazy bum who sits in the box and waits for the ball, the rest of them are pressing. But apart from that, just as a general comment,
I mean, I would like to say that in the urban setup, maybe, okay, because but as we discussed earlier, the guys who want to prove something and they fire in them, they will not show such signs. But yes, I mean, video games and all is normal for players. Even Dhoni's generation, when they went inside, they played FIFA and stuff like that. But I don't think, the incentives for the younger guys is pretty interesting. And I've seen that in the evolution of Hardik Pandya, for example. I mean, you look at a Hardik Pandya, and I remember him seeing years back in Baroda. Look at his transformation, and that's what exposure can do, right? Today he's the captain of Lucknow. This thing, he's led the team beautifully, because native intelligence in बंदों में बहुत होता है. इसको अगर चैनल मिल गया तो फिर इनकी इंटेलिजेंस या अर्बन इंटेलिजेंस से बहुत आगे है. सो द हंगर डेफिनेटली इज देयर. आई डोंट नो व्हाट रोनाल्डो इज टॉकिंग अबाउट, बिकॉज यूरोप इज अ डिफरेंट बॉल गेम. यूरोप में अभी कोई काम ही नहीं करता. सो मे बी इन हिज कॉन्टेक्स्ट ही माइट बी राइट कि आई वाज वाचिंग अ टेस्ट मैच इन नॉटिंघम years back, and there was this English teacher sitting next to me, and we got talking, and I said, "Ki, what's happening in education, and what do you teach?" And he was teaching in a school in Nottingham. I said, how do you communicate with the young kids? He said, "Vikram, the biggest communication I have to do with young children in Britain is to tell them that you have to work for a living." तो मैंने बोला क्यों? Why? What is no, you have to understand. He's seen his dad in front of the television with his beer in hand. He's seen his grandfather do the same. Now there is a teacher like me who's telling them, brother, you have to work, because otherwise you won't get any salary, or you won't get that tele life that your father's. So he's saying that the challenge is different in Europe, but in our case it's not that. This might become in pockets in urban India, but अभी भी बच्चों को काम करने का है, और मेरे ख्याल से वो IPL आने के बाद वो जो इंसेंटिव हो गया ना, और हार्दिक पांड्या को पता चला कि बॉस ये मेरा लाइफस्टाइल मेंटेन करने के लिए मेरे को 6 घंटा जिम में जाना पड़ेगा. It's amazing how material wealth also drives many of these
Yeah,
guys.
in a good way also.
In a good way also. So it's
Although he went through his Juhu phase also with coffee with
no,
Karan.
but I'll tell you what, that
He got
is
conned.
still there.
Uh-huh.
But the evolution and understanding that, boss, next time when I'm going to coffee with Karan, I don't think it's Hardik Pandya's fault. It's Karan Johar's fault.
100%.
So the thing is that यार ये 24-25 साल का लड़का है, आप उसको कूल
आग
दिखा
लगा दी, फुलझड़ी लगा के फिर आप निकल गए.
एग्जैक्टली और आप उसका लेंस देखो. अच्छा, और यही है ना कि अंग्रेजी में अगर गाली दूंगा तो कूल है, हिंदी में बोलो मैं करके आया तो तुम बोलेगे आई हैड अ ग्रेट टाइम विद दिस चिक मैन, कूल है क्या, व्हाट अ गाय. मैं करके आया बोलो तो उसको तुमने गाली दे दिया, क्या प्रॉब्लम है वो अगर बोला तो, सेम ही है ना, हैड अ गुड टाइम विद दिस गर्ल दैट नाइट. बट थिंग इज दैट कि हम थोड़ा हिंदी में बोल दिया तो वो डाउन मार्केट हो जाता है, अंग्रेजी में बोल दिया तो वो कूल हो जाता है. तो आई थिंक द Karan Johar dynamics was that he understood it and see
Came
what
back,
his journey
man.
is
Yeah,
now.
yeah.
To come out of a back injury and be playing the way he does is amazing. I mean, and work ethics again. You spoke about work ethics, right? I think some of these guys just are amazing. Their work ethics. But the priorities at T20 cricket, what can you do about it? I mean, that is because of the economics at play. You suddenly make more. I mean, it's a very simple problem to solve. I always tell anybody from BCCI that make marquee test tournaments and pay Cheteshwar Pujara 20 crore rupees. Hardik Pandya will also start playing test cricket. The problem is you have to change your incentives accordingly.
I actually think that, Hardik's injury was unfortunate because he was at that time in the test team as a number 6. I think he'll be a great test player. I don't think he needs to do anything differently.
Amit, the problem is that he wants to prioritize it to T20 cricket. Because now a player knows that ki boss, I have 6 to 8 years, he's my thinking, right? 6-8 saal hai, tum ROI zyada rakho, and I don't blame him.
Sir, he should meet with Roshan and hear this 120 years funda. फिर भाई टेस्ट क्रिकेट इतना खेलेंगे क्योंकि टाइम तो बहुत है. बट आई वुडंट मेक अ वैल्यू जजमेंट देयर आर सेपरेट स्पोर्ट्स वेयर ही इज डिसाइडेड टू एक्सेल इन वन.
एंड इसका एक ही है बॉस, तुम जैसे यूरोप ने वो क्रैक कर दिया है कि बॉस ओपेरा हमको जिंदा रखना है, देयर पैरेलल थिएटर हमको जिंदा रखना है, इनको शो मिलेगा, 100 शो मिलेंगे, इनका फंडिंग स्टेट करे. स्टेट का काम आर्ट कल्चर मिनिस्ट्री का एक ही काम है, जो कल्चर मर रहा है उसको पैसा देते रहो, बाकी तुमको कुछ काम नहीं करना है. एक बार तुमने 40 डायरेक्टर्स पैरेलल थिएटर के एम्पावर कर दिए और उसको बोला कि तुम्हारे हर साल का एक प्ले मैं फंड करूंगा, वो 40 प्ले बन जाएंगे और लोग देखने आएंगे. मगर प्रॉब्लम है कि कैपेक्स नहीं सॉल्व होता है इन लोग और इनका लाइवलीहुड सॉल्व नहीं करता है. स्टेट शुड नॉट मेक प्लेस बट दे शुड जस्ट फंड अ डाइंग आर्ट. And that's what is happening is that BCCI has $5 billion in the bank. They have just to create marquee test matches, and the guys who are playing test cricket have to be paid equal to IPL, and you have the money. It's not that you have to get the money. You say that Pujara, you will play this thing, but you will get your 10 crores, which you are missing out on IPL. Unless you incentivize test cricket, why will Hardik Pandya play test cricket?
Yeah, but my question is that you're making an implicit value judgment here by saying that test cricket is superior to T20, so you should incentivize it.
I'm saying
why.
I'm just saying that 3 forms are very high. Given a choice, this is my personal opinion. 3 forms. 3 forms of cricket.
No, I'm saying there should be 2.
There should be 2 forms of cricket.
Because you had this chance.
One, you keep Bollywood music, which is T20 cricket, which is a great format everybody enjoys. One, you keep as whatever, as we discussed in this thing, there is chess, which can't go to 8 billion people. So there are good art forms which have to be kept. But chess has to become viable. And you have an organization which can make test cricket
What
viable.
I would say is that first of all, chess, as it
and
happens
one-day
is,
cricket ko khatam karo.
Yeah, no, first of all, what I would say is that chess, like actual chess, not in this metaphor, is viable today.
Yeah, I'm sorry, bad example.
Yeah, but
saying,
number 2, what I would say is that no, I disagree with you. I don't think T20 is Bollywood music. I think T20 and Test cricket are different sports in the same way badminton and TT are separate sports. Badminton and tennis are separate sports. So something similar कि racket है, net है, उसमें से मार रहे हैं उसके ऊपर से. But they are actually separate sports. I will not make a value judgment and say कि एक तो mass है, एक तो class है. That's not my scene. I'm perfectly happy with the BCCI keeping Test cricket alive. I mean, T20s are basically subsidizing Test cricket. I'm happy with that out of nostalgia. ठीक है. But to incentivize them to the artificially to the level where people there get the same kind of money? I don't see, why. It depends on whose skills are on demand, are in demand. Like, if you think about it, a T20 game, for example, is much, much longer than a football game. Right? So, why aren't you looking at football through the same lens? Why aren't you saying कि 3-day football match karo?
This is my personal
Yeah,
opinion.
yeah, fair
This is
enough.
my purely personal opinion, because just like I like T20 cricket, I find Test cricket more engrossing. This is my personal opinion.
No,
Because I get more out of a session in Test cricket. Again, this is not my value judgment on the entire, but therefore it is in my interest, personal interest, to keep two formats alive. One format is on purely based on market economics. It will be alive for the next 20 years at least, till the time a T10 comes and replaces T20 cricket. And I think there is a lot of potential in T10 cricket also. But that's a separate thing. But given a choice personally, I would like Indian classical music also, a classical musician who currently is worried about surviving, to not get Arijit Singh's 2 crore per concert, but at least get 5 lakh rupees. So I'm not saying 10 crores to 10 crores, but I'm saying isko rakho yaar, ye यहाँ में मेरे को अच्छा लगता है इसको.
I agree with you, but मेरी feeling ये है कि Indian classical music is alive because of Indian classical lovers who are still paying money to go to concerts and buy records and do all of that. So I think Test cricket will stay alive the same way. I
hope so.
I'm sort of...
No, and also you see again, like look at this podcast again, right? For example, everybody podcasting globally in America, podcasting and this million plus listens, जो इंडिया में नहीं होता. And people keep giving this bullshit of I've got so many listens and I've got so many listens and whatever. And I track this, just generally because of interest in the space. And I keep saying that, boss, it's not a viable medium if you try to do advertising funded. It is viable the way he's doing it, saying, you like my podcast? Pay me enough, either pay me for a coffee, very subtly puts that coffee, or a, what do you say, what meal?
A hearty lunch. But I
lunch.
don't even advertise it anymore, but enough comes in.
But it comes in, obviously. Because
and sell your other products on it.
Right, and you're selling your other products. He has built this little, economy around himself, which is there. Is it enough for him to survive? Definitely, right? Similarly, with Test cricket, there should be an economy. And X number of people who enjoy it will like it.
Yeah,
similarly,
that's
classical
See,
music.
that's what I tell all our marketeers also, right? That every time you go and sell a concept to a marketeer, the marketeer is basing the money given to you based on impressions. So I one day explained to a head of marketing that you have to understand that the highest selling item on the internet is pornography. Pornography drove the internet. But that doesn't mean that a show where you are showing fully clothed people talking about a certain issue is not good enough. You cannot compete with pornography. And I'm saying even violence also, just like OTT, we are discussing that, right? But as long as the head of marketing understand that these 50,000 views are also important from the product point of view, and these 20 million people, I will not be able to give you that. But today, if you go to a company which is even selling to those 50,000 people, they are also wanting to go with an influencer who has 10 million followers because the marketing, because the marketing head says, अरे मैंने तो 4 influencer किया था, इनका 50 million है, तो फिर अभी नहीं आया. That is what I'm worried about. That, boss, the guys have to take a call. I'm saying if you're paying 10 rupees to this guy, pay 2 rupees at least to this guy. Otherwise, this content will never come out.
Okay, 2 things. One is, I think that a lot of the people who tell me we love Test cricket don't watch Test cricket. If they watched it, this problem would be solved on its own. So I think, that's where the 2 rupees will come from the voluntary actions of
So I think just
people.
to interrupt you here, the younger generation does not watch Test cricket. That's my personal experience, my sample size that I've watched. But today in England, when I say, again, somebody might say that statistics shows that in the last Ashes test, 40% of the crowd. No, what I'm saying, purely my observation over the last 8 years watching Test cricket is that नहीं आते. हमारे 42 onwards ये लोग टेस्ट क्रिकेट देखने आते हैं और ये धीरे धीरे कम होते जाएगा because the game of brands will be dependent on 15 to 34. As ex-marketeers, we would know that all money is spent between this segment unless it's a brand that caters only for the top segment, because that also they say that if 15 to 34 accepts is, इसका ऊपर वाले segment पे भी shadow पड़ता है. So from that perspective, Test cricket will suffer.
But going back to what Amit said earlier, that younger people have time and less money, elder people have got money and less time or whatever. And that bias can actually be programmed into doing things. See, if you built more intimate test viewing for 10,000 people, but intimate, right? But people don't solve. People want the same size fits all. उसी stadium में cricket भी करना है, right?
नहीं, नहीं,
India
वो तो-
में, when I watched I hated cricket because in Lucknow, going and sitting on a bench and warming your ass was something you didn't want to do for things you couldn't see. Now you go to South Africa. The first time I went during, when we were doing the Ultratech events or whatever, and we went down, and it was just a joy to see the thing. And I said, यहाँ जाना अच्छा लगता है. फिर यहाँ पर हम IPL का काम करते हैं, ऐसे भगवान बचाए यार नहीं जाना. But you go to the newer stadiums, you feel it's better. So I think people
product has to be redesigned.
product
No
needs to
doubt
be
about it.
redesigned. That's the problem. People don't do that. And I'm saying, the concerts for Floyd, the concerts which are harkening back to Woodstock are selling more, making more money. People just don't package a great show with one or two of these people, right, and see what will happen. But
No, that I agree.
that creating experiences. Again, this was the conversation that you were having earlier, that the only artist in India who sell is Arijit, and there's A.R. Rahman and maybe one or two others or whatever. Not true. They sell the most. Now, and Anumita Nadesan is a girl who's just started. She attracted about 1,000 plus people, I think, on every show that she's doing. Build a show which is for 1,000 people. Build it in a...
absolutely.
And
Agree.
that is something which people don't do. I find that there are so many people who are not creators. They are riding a wave. Right? And this is our problem, that if you want to be the facilitation economy, the facilitation economy is not the creator economy. I keep trying to explain this to every artist management agency which are run by many of our friends, saying, yaar, value add karo. Creator economy, jo create kar raha hai. Kusha Kapila is in the Forbes 30 under 30, not for money earned, for being one of India's most influential women, because she is. Her brand integrations are so beautiful that you watch that brand integration, because the girl has figured out and she doesn't let anybody else control her narrative. She's not letting some manager come and say, suno, ek popcorn pakad ke aise bol dena. Won't do it. Because she's in control of a narrative. So, ye creator economy separated from facilitator economy. And your facilitation economy is the killer of most of these things.
So I have a question for both of you as marketers, but first I want to comment. You said that आप test match नहीं देखने जाते थे. Why will you warm your ass on a bench? The thing is, with your love for extreme temperatures, you're now be paying to warm your ass.
Don't worry. But then you should do test cricket in extreme temperatures.
Test cricket in extreme temperatures is...
Or after watching test cricket in Lucknow, you can go watch ice hockey in Canada.
Oh,
I
my God.
know. Warm your ass, cool your ass down. Soon you don't know where your ass is. Or your ass from your elbow, as that saying goes.
And kindly refer to Amit's I boiled my bottoms
Yeah.
post.
I boiled my buttocks. Yeah, okay.
Buttocks, yeah.
I will duly post that. So my question for you as marketers is this, and this in a sense feeds into the ODI, the T20 test match argument, is that just in the creator economy, I think one thing that advertisers and marketing people simply haven't figured out is, in terms of metrics, how do you distinguish from high numbers with low engagement with relatively less numbers with high engagement? For example, I say, and I think any podcaster would really say, that I would rather have 100,000 people listen to an episode than 20 million people view a video that I put on YouTube. Because a video, your average engagement time might be 15 seconds. Here, for example, an average session is 40 minutes and people listen over multiple sessions. So the engagement here is insanely off the charts. And luckily, because I have figured out a way to monetize that directly from listeners, it's cool. But advertisers simply haven't figured that out. I mean, why? Why is that? What's going on here? And that also plays into the T20 test cricket thing, because the argument then could be that somebody who watches test cricket both has a deeper engagement while watching test cricket and has more money to spend on it, as Roshan pointed out. So, one test cricket viewer could be as valuable to you as 10 T20 viewers if you know how to tap into that.
Agree. I mean, Roshan would be able to answer this question better because he sells even today as we speak. But my understanding is that, yes, they might be doing their metric data analysis and consumer audience surveys and stuff like that. But I think it's lethargy. Because generally, I get a feeling when I talk to brand managers and stuff like that, that getting a big celebrity to endorse the product I mean, I have nothing against Byju's, but sometimes I wonder as a marketer that a guy who is selling, what do you call, Zuma Kesri, the next ad is Byju's Education. How does that work? Is there some kind of a methodology? And I have nothing against Shah Rukh Khan also, but I'm just saying that somewhere I don't understand this brand marketing thing. And sometimes I think this is an investor push. Yaar, bada banao. To sign, like Vedantu signed Amir Khan. Like, why? If you would have said what has Amir Khan learned in his journey as a filmmaker, and he would have done a series, and that was the reason Vedantu signed on Amir Khan, I would have said probably this is a good reason why you should sign Amir Khan. But he's coming and saying, "Aap Vedantu ka class lo." So that's the part I don't understand, because it's lethargy.
So build vehicles of deep engagement rather
No,
than...
it's basically, my point is that I have given Amir Khan X number of crores of rupees. Ye hamara brand ambassador hai. This is a marketing plan, versus going deep down, understanding what these guys want, and maybe telling Vedantu to invest in a podcast like yours. Because that will have deeper engagement. That may not have the economic play as Amir Khan, but still there would be something. But if you go to Vedantu, they'll say, nahi yaar, well, it's too much of hard work. So I would do a safer option, because many a times I have seen that the guy who's working in that company wants to show a successful metric of a great signee and get another job in the next company.
So he can get an Amir
incentive
Khan
nahi hai.
and say कि हाँ 5 लाख व्यू आ गए.
सो इंसेंटिव नहीं है ब्रांड हेड को कि दिखाने के लिए कि मैंने बहुत अच्छी तरह से स्टडी करके एक ये बनाया ताकि मेरे को इसका कंपनी ज़्यादा पैसा देगा. है इंसेंटिव, ऐसा नहीं है, बट वो मेरे ख्याल से वो लॉन्ग टर्म में प्ले होता है और उसको इंसेंटिव इतना नहीं है मेरे ख्याल से.
So let me break this down a little, because
Am I right or-
you're right to a certain degree, and I'm just adding to what you're saying.
You are right to a certain degree means you're completely wrong.
नहीं,
You don't know
नहीं,
what
नहीं,
you're
नहीं,
talking
नहीं.
about.
अभी क्या है, इतना एक्सट्रीम टेम्परेचर में कितना डिग्री है.
So see, having worked in the marketing space in various avatars, from trying to sell radio to TV to events to whatever, etc., what I've realized is that 90%, firstly, a marketeer's lifespan in company has shrunk from 10 years to an average of 2 to 3 years.
Absolutely.
When it is down to 2 to 3 years, there is no long-term brand building. Long-term brand building is about investing in things that will give you which give you consistent results over a period of time. If you're there for 3 years, what do you need? You need to win a couple of awards. You need to keep your quarter job safe, which means is quarter mein maine kya achieve kara, and any metric can be proven. You torture statistics enough, they will say whatever you want them to say. And you've got experts in media
Sorry, I'll interrupt.
Yeah.
I remembered a Sidhu line.
Yeah.
Statistics are like mini skirts. They reveal more than what you hide. It may not be his original line, but still.
यार उसने क्रिक इन्फो में जब मैं लिखता था एक मेरे से लाइन चोरी की थी यार.
सबसे करिए.
मैंने एक आर्टिकल में and I was also too clever and it's a bad line. I had written something to the effect of the light at the end of the tunnel is a torch of a serial killer. तो उसने अपने accent में मार दिया
It's the torch of an oncoming train.
or something like
Yes,
that.
now it's
Yeah,
an
and I was
oncoming
like,
And when you are
shit,
dining
yaar.
with the demons, you got to have a long spoon.
नहीं. तो उनके लिए तो so what happened is that ये है कि there is entire, remember there's a 23,000 crore economy which exists on doing the same things, because at the end of the day, does the marketing director want surprises? Does the CEO suddenly want a surprise? ये तुमने क्या किया? There's so many articles I read about where's brave new marketing, where's the brave new campaign. Imagine the number of celebrity endorsements we see in India during an ad break. Where's the brave new ad? Where's the storytelling ad? And when you see the storytelling ad, it does brilliantly. The Google ad by Ogilvy, the Facebook ad by Aggie. All of these recent things that I remember. And then of course just before Cannes you'll have something called a flurry of advertising. हर एक दुनिया का जिसको प्रॉब्लम हुआ है उसके बारे में ऐड बनेगा, राइट? एंड इट्स बिकम लाइक इट्स कॉल्ड एडवर्टाइजिंग सीजन. People just keep looking for क्या मिलेगा, लंगड़ा लूला. I'm very sorry to say, but they actually look out like that. It's horrible. But in that entire thing, you're looking for क्वार्टर का एक रिजल्ट आ जाए. 80% ऑफ जो सब कर रहे थे वही मैंने करा, लेकिन मैंने कुछ अलग करा. What is the कुछ अलग? नया सेलिब्रिटी, नया आर्टिस्ट साइन कर लिया. The number of brands that have come to me saying, what we're doing? We're doing a brand revamp and we're doing a new music video. Okay. Why? Because music video की रीच मिलती. क्यों? क्योंकि T-Series पे प्ले करोगे, मैक्सिमम प्लेड YouTube चैनल इन द वर्ल्ड है. इतना परसेंटेज तो देख ही लेते हैं सर. ये पीछे आपको बताया जाता है. But did you really invest in making a unique video? Did you get a, like, I mean, there's this lovely director called Reem Sen who's been doing some fabulous work, and you see her work or whatever, and she did that, that Dada Ding, that lovely, I think it was a Puma commercial that she did or what. Brilliant. But that requires bravery. When Piyush, even today, आप पीयूष के साथ बैठिए, पीयूष सर हमारे साथ इतना काम करते हैं, कहते हैं कि यार इट्स अ टू वे स्ट्रीट, डिस्कस तो करो, कुछ नया तो क्रिएट करना चाहो, वो नहीं करना चाहते हैं. The other thing is, if you want to get into the good books of a marketeer, is win them an award. Because awards shine on CVs and are very good for getting your next job. Awards हमारे इंडस्ट्री ने इतने बना दिए हैं. I sometimes tell people saying, if you really want to value an award, don't enter so many. Nobody does it. Because everybody wants to see their name somewhere. Right? So, Kanpur Corner, agency so-and-so awards, I won. बड़ा अच्छा लगता है. So people are constantly building these safeguards around them. I believe that the brave new marketeer is returning. I'm seeing it. I'm suddenly noticing it. Don't know whether it's a post-pandemic thing. People are taking more risks. People are working with organizations. Maximum number of people advertising today in India are digital companies, right? They are mostly digital brands. These brands have always dreamed of interacting. Firstly, they've dreamt of legitimacy. In India, what's the biggest legitimacy? Standing next to a celebrity. The minute you hire a celebrity for your brand, screw what it does for the brand. The next thing that it does is you have a picture with the person in your arm and all your relatives say, "Arey, मेरा बेटा अमिताभ बच्चन का दोस्त है."
Exactly, and the CEO
शाहरुख
should have
खान
a
के साथ बैठा
photograph
था.
with.
That's it. That's all they want. The biggest demand is not 4 घंटे में सर 1 घंटे ऐड होगा, 2 घंटे डीलर से मिलेंगे, 1 घंटे सीईओ की फैमिली के साथ डिनर करेंगे. ये कैसी मार्केटिंग है? ये थोड़ी ना मार्केटिंग है. ये तो अपीजमेंट ऑफ अ सर्टेन ईगो है. उसको लोग, and people endorse this fully. I attend so many of these media events and then I stopped doing it recently because they said that हर जगह वही बात. Same conversation, same thing, same set of people, whatever. But really, it will require a bunch of people who will break that. And they do. And again, I mean, TVF has really come back and I say that because I'm noticing it. You go there and people say, I want a narrative like TVF. I want something like this one did. I'd like an ad that looks. Then
Some change is
happening. It's happening with a bunch of creators. And I keep telling people, rather than put all your money behind one idea, put 50% of your money around 20 ideas. See which one is working and then pump in the media money to make it big.
Yeah.
Right? The remaining 50%, do whatever you want. Let people work with new people. This thing of working with agency of record. That concept, because they understood the brand, the agency invested in it. Agencies are so deep, they're just so broken down today into functions. So JW is known for strategy, Ogilvy was known for creative, so-and-so is known for media muscle, right? The young creator today knows so much more. I keep saying that have a culture council, have people, we were chasing at Commune for a long time. We thought content, and pandemic actually, because the only thing we could do was generate content. So everybody became a content company. I believe every creator is a content company by themselves. But the issue is what kind of content and in which medium. I realize that our strongest play is live and culture. So I've turned and said, for making great content, I'll hire great people and work with them. And if I even need to put it out beyond the commune network, I'll find you 5 great networks which give you efficacy and return. But in live, nobody is able to create the engagement and experience I do, which is why commune will build far more physical IPs. In culture, because I deal with so many creators of such diverse interests, I am building culture councils and going to brands saying, come, we will be your culture, we'll be a culture lab. We will come and tell you what to do in culture. Should we execute it? No. The best person should execute it. But typical advertising behavior is, सब मेरे साथ ही करिए, गाना भी मैं बनाऊंगा, एड भी मैं लिखूंगा, ये भी मैं करूंगा. नहीं होता बॉस. बहुत चेंज हो गया है और उसको करने के लिए you will need to actually spread your wings, hire and ally with a lot more people. Break these big walls that you are doing or whatever. And I'm telling you, it's happening. Marketers really, and some marketers are really waking up to it. I genuinely value them. I value them by giving them more time. I value them by sending my best ideas to them, provoking them.
You're making a very important point. The structure of marketing needs to change.
Absolutely, yeah.
That means it has to come from the education of marketing as well.
Very true. So let's go back to cricket lessons and life lessons.
The point that
No, I say very true. I mean, the reason I don't have a particular response to it is that I think that a lot of what you said is stuff that I will re-listen to and process over a period of time, and we'll continue this conversation.
because that
because-
must be your struggle as well, right? Selling your content.
He doesn't go and sell.
No, you don't go to sponsor.
See, what I have really decided as far as sales is concerned कि मैं नहीं करूँगा.
Exactly.
मैं प्रोडक्ट वाला आदमी हूँ. प्रोडक्ट इज बेस्ट मार्केटिंग. तो मैं सेल्स नहीं
अच्छे
करूँगा,
product
मार्केटिंग नहीं
बनाते हैं,
करूँगा. Now some advertisers come themselves and like some of them will put a code unseen and then they will realize that hey, it's really worked. So I get repeat marketing. So there's this company called the Great Courses Plus which renamed themselves Wondrium. So they advertised with me for a year, and then last year in September they said we want to buy out all your inventory for 2022. तो मैं तो खुश हो गया. मैं बोला कि ठीक है, सब एक शॉट में, because they saw that my commercials had worked for them. But then these RBI regulations on recurring payments came in and they changed their mind because they said that now the client is saying कि India के जो सारे customers थे they probably won't be able to pay anyway. So let us suspend it. We'll discuss it when the problem is resolved. So I lost a massive chunk of money because of the freaking RBI. but that's okay. I mean the way
रोशन इसको एक 10% दे दे यार.
मैं रोशन को देता हूँ 10% स्टेक. रोशन पूछेगा वैल्यू क्या है. मैं कहूँगा वैल्यू सर क्या वैल्यू हो सकती है. But my story is I love what I'm doing. It's a labor of love. अभी whatever comes in is a kind of a bonus. But I've always been very
But
impractical.
Amit, I'm going to throw that back at you in terms of saying, what are some lessons that you have picked up? Because I mean, you are interacting every week with such wonderful people that if I was to say what are 5 lessons that you have picked up, and I couldn't say it over 300 episodes,
Mhm.
but what would you say over this year, over all of 2022?
So at the end of the episode, we were going to have this section where we all give advice to youngsters, and I had a bunch of points for that, but I won't look at that. I would rather, like, since you asked me, I think I've learned to listen better, become a better listener. I've learned to be less judgmental, which is very important. But that's more a life lesson that I think just comes with growing older and not necessarily because of the show. But I've also learned over the last year, especially as I've done these long oral history kind of episodes, is that what I really like best is the stories of people. The stories that people tell about themselves. And I find many of my listeners will echo this and some won't. Where, my thing is, if you want to listen to subject X on, to person X on subject Y, आप YouTube पे डाल के search डाल दोगे, मिल जाएगा, 1000 मिल जाएगा. But if you really want to understand someone's life, how they grew up, their vulnerabilities, their insecurities, their turning points, you don't really get that anywhere else. Just that personal touch. Like Mrinal Pandey ji came on the show and I asked my first question about her childhood. She spoke for 1 hour 10 minutes.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
She spoke for 1 hour 10 minutes and took me from the 50s to the 70s. She covered 30 years and it was magical. Talking about her mother, talking about her sister, talking about her early childhood years. The first time they were at a balcony and a group of people were going past in the early 50s and she asked her mother, what is that? Or her grandmother, what are these people? And the grandmother said, refugees. And she repeats it like that to me 70 years later. And for me, those moments are magical when you have a person revealing themselves, like Nikhil did so much in his episode, Nikhil Taneja, The Loneliness of the Indian Man. And I think that for me, that's kind of special, just listening to these stories and these human connections. And many of my listeners agree, I'm sure I've lost some listeners because I don't do 2-hour deep dives into subjects, I do 5-hour deep dives into people. But that's just a direction that I like to go, and I think that's kind of value to me. And I'm wondering if that's also something that happened with you, Vikram, in the course of, as we get back to your cricket lessons, but in the course of your interacting with cricket, where at one level, when you go into it, you see that these guys are almost larger than life, right? Tendulkar, Dravid, Kumble. I mean, they're just, I still remember Kumble with, we were doing live bulletins for a test match in the West Indies where he broke his jaw and he went out to bowl with that, and that makes them so much larger than life. But then you're responding to them as people and you're seeing their frailties and their weaknesses and you're learning lessons from that, which of course we'll go back to now. But what has been your sense through this time of relating to people as people? And the reason I ask that is that I think what I did when I was younger, and I don't want to generalize about whether young people do it, but I think all people do it to an extent, is that you are the center of the world, right? You're playing the lead role in the play in your head. Everybody else is a prop or a side character, but you are everything. You look at people only in the sense that they are instrumental to you or they are important for your story, but not as people themselves. And then I think what I have learned most of all through my journey is to just have that humility to and to respond to people as people, which obviously listening to their stories helps me do a lot. So how has that journey been for you guys?
Absolutely. And the joy that you get unraveling people and, kind of understanding their stories is exactly the joy I got, right, in the journey of covering cricket, is because when you meet people who you admire because of the nature of the profession they are in, you realize that you in your normal life are noticing people in relatively low pressure zones, but sport is, it's gladiatorial, right? You notice people in high pressure zones, and unlike your profession, you that is why what is the most exciting thing about high performance careers, right? People who are astronauts, or for that matter mountaineers and cricketers and stuff like that, that when you unravel them, the quality of the insight is phenomenal. It just opens your mind and says, oh, ऐसे भी हो सकता है. In normal circumstance, हम कितना visualize करते हैं. But when you hear a story of a cricketer or a basketball player visualizing, the impact of that concept hits you harder. So when you talk to maybe an economist, or for that matter somebody who has been a foreign secretary, you know it's a high pressure zone that the person has performed, and therefore the higher the pressure, the more interesting the story gets. This is what I have realized. And because you love a particular sport, or for that matter a particular profession, when you start entering their world, and what is our joy, right? And I think we share this thing. We like to go into other people's world, and that's why you read so many books, right? What is a book, yaar? Book basically is transporting you to a different profession, a different person, a different thought process, where you are saying कि boss, मैं अगर इकोनॉमिक्स का किताब पढ़ा तो मैं इकोनॉमिक्स भी बन गया, क्रिकेटर का पढ़ा तो मैं क्रिकेट भी खेल लिया. So somewhere you are, it's a voyeuristic way in which you live other people, and that's why I like autobiographies. And that's why when I went into his world and I'm saying that, boss, I'm sitting with a guy who's actually scored the 100 hundreds, and now he will tell me कि boss क्या हुआ. अब वो क्या हुआ जब वो बताता है तो मेरा तो डोपामिन डोप लेवल पे चला जाता है. क्योंकि मैं सोच रहा हूँ यार, इसने तो मेरे को वो कहानी बता दी. भाई कहानी सुनना ये तो अपने को अच्छा लगता है. आप हम सब कहानी के बिजनेस में ही है. So that is why when What the Duck happened, What the Duck moment for me was like your seen and the unseen moment, right? Where you're going and asking them questions, and they are just putting down their entire life story. But I don't deep dive that much. I had 45 minutes to an hour. So my curation was way more, because they are people with limited time and they would not like to share their life. And they would not like to share their life in public. They would share that with me over a drink or whatever and stuff like that. But when you hear those insights, the joy you get is what makes this entire activity special. I mean, and you talk about work ethic, right? One of the biggest events I have done from a sheer happiness point of view is a concert that we did where Sachin Tendulkar was in conversation with Ustad Zakir
Oh
Hussain.
my God, I was there.
Man, to me, that 3 days of sitting with Zakir Hussain and Sachin Tendulkar curating this show flow and what they will be speaking, it's a tough one, right? One is a cricketer, one is a tabla maestro. But I want to get them to common points where they talk about them, and then the final output should be, oh my God. So it was just amazing, because Zakir Hussain was saying things about his life which were like, wow, what a story that, he told. And this, imagine, this is Sachin, this is Zakir Hussain, this is me, this is Sunandan, and we, like, a conversation is happening where Zakir Hussain is saying that, Sachin, pehle aapke haath dikhao. And he showed his hands, and Zakir Hussain touched his hand and said that, just give me 30 seconds. जिस हाथों ने 100 बनाए, वो हाथों की पावर मेरे हाथों में जाने दो. ऐसे करके he held his hand for 30 seconds. And Zakir is a maestro, right? At all levels, he's a charming man. And then he said that ये actually हाथ मेरे भी होते थे. So I said, Zakir भाई आप क्यों ऐसे बोल रहे हो? मैं शिवाजी पार्क में विकेट कीपर था और हम माहिम में रहते थे. मैं रेगुलर क्रिकेट खेलता था, मैं अच्छा विकेट कीपर था. एक दिन बॉल मेरे लेफ्ट हैंड पे कलेक्ट करते समय लगी, तो मैं घर आया तो बाबा ने बोला कि बेटे इधर आ, तेरे हाथ ना बॉल कलेक्ट करने के लिए नहीं बने हुए. वो जो दिख रहा है ना, उधर से साज निकालने के लिए आपके हाथ बने हुए. And he said, for me, that was a day where I felt really hurt because my cricket was being taken away from me because I loved wicket keeping. And then they had a conversation about, the sound of the tabla. And then Sachin said, for both of us, sound is important because there is twice in the net when you get that. And the sound is where an indicator of whether you are in form or not. And he said exactly, जब हम सम पे आते हैं तो वो साउंड से तबला जब हम लगाते हैं, and this Amit, this went on and I'm like wow.
And you're also a tabla player and a batsman yourself.
Again,
So-
I am a failed tabla player and a failed cricketer, so I appreciate this more. And then Zakir bhai said something interesting. He said, Sachin, आपको याद है आपने 241 बनाया था जब आपने वो ब्रेट ली के शॉर्ट बॉल को आपने वो अपर कट मारा था. हमारे प्रोफेशन में उसको सम पे आना कहते हैं कि वो साउंड आता है ना, वो जब तबले से निकलता है तब आप फॉर्म में है. And then they went on and then
Tendulkar played that instrument, remember? My
he
goodness.
played that instrument.
I mean,
So
I was like shocked.
we curated that as well. And then it went on, and then I standard work ethic question. So I asked Zakir bhai that आप कितने घंटे रियाज करते हैं? I was looking for 12 hours and 14 hours. And he looked at me and said, कभी-कभी रुक जाते हैं. So then I went and said, like, क्या बोल रहे हैं? He said that एक जो अच्छा आर्टिस्ट होता है ना, उसका रियाज कभी रुकता नहीं है. जब आप तबले पे बैठते हो वो बाहर आता है, मगर जब आप इतने रागों का अभ्यास आपके दिमाग में चलते रहता तो ऐसा एक वक्त नहीं जाता कि आप उसमें नहीं हो. जब आप कॉन्सर्ट पे बैठते हो, आपकी प्रतिमा ऑलरेडी वहाँ पे होती है और आप उसको ज्वाइन होते हो और तबले के माध्यम से निकलता है. तो वर्क एथिक वही चीज़ है जिसके दिमाग में ये चलता रहा. एंड इमेजिन सचिन तेंदुलकर सेड, या यू आर ऑलवेज बैटिंग. एंड टू मी he making one point, this guy making, and he said that as a kid I didn't know when I was stopping batting because I was always playing the ball in my head. And great players, even Kohli talks about it, that the fact that my success, he says, is because of the fact that I'm constantly practicing. Whether you're practicing actually or whether you're practicing in your brain does not matter. And that kind of this entire journey of experiencing both professions but reaching to the common goal of excellence, when you said work ethic, kind of these were memories that I could not forget. And there was another one very interesting memory. Martina Navratilova I was interviewing in Thailand, and so this is again
While all the dealers are taking massages.
Yeah, and this is the most important lesson I have learned in life, and which has come through sport. But in a sense, it kind of is the most important lesson everybody should learn about, and that is being in the moment, right? So I asked Martina that, when does a sports person decide to call it a day? She said it's a very simple answer. And it happened to me at Wimbledon. I was about to serve and I could hear the plane pass by. I stopped, again I tossed the ball and I could hear the plane pass by again. And that day she said, I decided to retire.
What an answer.
She said, because in my life, when I was at play, I could not hear anything. And the day I heard the plane, I knew it was time for me. And Ian Chappell said the same thing. Said, Chappelli, when did you retire? He said, there was a match in Adelaide when I was in second slip. And at around 4:30, I looked at the watch. And I looked at the watch again at 4:45. 5:15, I had decided to retire. Because Martina said the human mind has the ability to focus only on one thing. It's the past, present, or the future. If something is disturbing your current moment, it's an area of concern. And you have to evaluate it, and you know that is not the right day. And that brings me to an amazing story of Virendra Sehwag, where everybody knows about, Viru singing. Okay, I had a chat with him one day and said, "ये singing का क्या theory है boss?" तो इसके पहले I had read a very interesting book by a guy called, I think, John Galway. He talks about the mental state in tennis. So it's a very interesting thing. He said, when you are playing tennis, you will normally hear players say, "What are you doing? Marna shot." And I also play tennis, so I know that क्या कर रहा है यार? So he said there are two states of play in a human body when you are playing sport. One is that self one, which is that guy who's playing tennis, who has honed his skill over the years and he's allowed the body to react. So your ball is coming, you are reacting because you've learned it. The whole system is geared to pick the ball, length, drive, play the drop shot or whatever. Now this is what is your machine. Second is a guy called self 2, which is there in the body, which is the mind. This is the most dangerous guy because this is the guy who's creating self-doubt in self 1 and disallowing him to play. So the whole journey of a sportsman is to keep self 2 away from self 1. And sledging, and my analysis is sledging is exactly to activate self 2. So the moment a batsman comes in to bat and a wicketkeeper says, "Hey mate, yesterday you couldn't take the bouncer," will tell self 2, and the moment self 2 has said ki boss you can't play the bouncer, the entire mind will shift to the fact that you can't play the bouncer and you will get out on a bouncer. So how do you deactivate this self-doubt fellow to allow your body to be in the natural state so that it reacts to the ball at play is the entire journey of being in the moment. And that is what a sports person is trying. And now in that context, I had read this. And that's why if you see what you have to do is once you play a tennis shot, tennis players are told to count the strings of the racket. This allows you to worry about the bad shot that you played and you reduce the anxiety of the next shot you're going to play. So that's the logic of being in play. So when I asked Sehwag, he said, "साठे साहब देखो क्या होता है, एक बॉल और दूसरे बॉल के अंतर में आपकी विकेट जाती है." I said, "एक्सप्लेन करो." बोले क्या होता है, मैं जब बॉल खेल के मैंने कवर पॉइंट पे मारी तो मेरे दिमाग में चल रहा है अगला बॉल अगर ऐसे आ गया, ये गिलेस्पी ने ऐसे कर दिया वैसे कर दिया, और मैं देख रहा हूँ कि जैसे मेरी थॉट वैसे शुरू हो रही है वैसे मेरी गया और मैं नेक्स्ट बॉल ऐसे आउट हो गया. तो मैंने द्रविड़ को पूछा, द्रविड़ बोला कि मैं डीप ब्रीदिंग करता हूँ स्क्वायर लेग पोजीशन में. तो मैंने द्रविड़ भाई को बोला, भाई मुझे तो मेडिटेशन आती नहीं है, जब भी मैं मेडिटेशन करता हूँ नींद आ जाती है. तो ही सेड मैंने अपना ये निकाला कि भाई एक बॉल और दूसरे बॉल के अंदर अपने को किशोर कुमार भरना है. एंड ही सेड द मोमेंट आई प्लेड द बॉल and I came this thing, मैं जिंदगी का साथ निभाता चला गया till the bowler's mark, I would say. And as many times I've told ईशान शर्मा कि भाई मैं लिरिक्स भूल गया हूँ, जल्दी आजा सेकंड बॉल में भाग. He said 12th man का यही काम होता है इंडियन क्रिकेट में. And then he said
लिरिक्स शीट लेके आ रहे थे ये अगली लाइन.
It's happened in a match in South Africa. He said I forgot the lyrics of this song. कैसे बताऊं, and ईशान शर्मा उसके इसमें से लेके आया, भाई तू गा दे, and he went on to score some 100 runs or something like that. So I thought these were very deep philosophies of being in the moment. And today if you want anybody to, like I told my nephew the other day who has a little bit of an attention issue like me, and saying that now that you are doing this, can you just for the next 15 minutes do this without getting distracted? And now in this mobile generation is getting tougher and tougher. So many young players today, Rahul would probably spend more time in telling them to be in the moment, because rest of the cricketing skills, as Dravid says, these boys are far better than what we were during the 80s and the 90s, because they have far more strokes than I can ever imagine in my life. So yeah, so through cricket, there were some great life lessons that one got exposed to, of basic things that everybody in life should be doing. And from sheer, as I said, we all share this thing of just understanding people's lives. And
no, really, I think
and
that
pressure makes others' life more interesting.
No, so in fact, when I started commune, and before that, every time, I mean, before that, I think most of my things that I was doing, and when you started with this thing of saying that there's this self belief and wanting to do everything for yourself, I though initially was just doing things because I had these little caveats of इतने पैसे कमाने हैं, ये करना है, whatever, and then came that little period of time when I was doing stuff because it was all very safe zone. Similarly, I might be doing 4 television shows, but they were all safe. I wasn't acting because that I was unsafe. Then when I got to do the film, I said, "Yeah, ab bas ban gaya." And the problem was, and I mean, Satya knows this very closely because he was with me in that journey with a whole bunch of our friends. And at that point in time, I started imagining the outcome more than concentrating on what I was doing. Like I swear the stupidest thing was to think कि मैं तो इंडियन आइडल का जज भी बन जाऊंगा कि भाई इतनी बड़ी फिल्म बनाने के बाद रेड चिलीज की I'll be an Indian Idol judge. And you get seduced by all the stupid things in the world. The road to hell is paved with good intention kind of stuff. And there is this classic problem. If you are a democratic decision maker, which I normally am, I like to take everyone's opinion. On a film set, and Quentin Tarantino said this, he says, I am the Pope at the altar that you worship. So that in this moment, मैं हूँ भगवान, मैं जो बोल रहा हूँ वही होगा, चाहे मुझे खुद नहीं पता हो. Imtiaz has told me the same thing at times, saying that I'm on the set and suddenly somebody will ask me saying he said I didn't know nothing about cinematography. So often I would have a shot being done, and in the middle of the shot, my cinematographer would come say, Imtiaz, I'm thinking of doing a mid shot, moving from here to here. What do you think? So I used to listen to him, pause for a bit, and turn and say, "Haan, sir, maybe you could start a little longer." Because I didn't know what to tell him. तो मैं करते रहते थे, but I couldn't show people that I don't know. I would very often naively acknowledge the fact कि यार अच्छा तुम कैसे करोगे? And I realized that on a film set, everybody wants to make their own film, and they are dying to, and they will never get that opportunity. So you open up that opportunity once, and everyone from the gaffer to the AD to the actor to the makeup person will tell you his version of your film. And that is so hyper confusing unless you're decisive. So you can hear and make your decision. So okay, now shut up. अब मैं कर रहा हूँ. ये एक प्रॉब्लम टाइम था. एंड 2.5 3 साल फिल्म पे काम करने के बाद ना मैं निचुड़ चुका था. मेरे अंदर से सब निकल गया था. कोई कहानी नहीं बची थी. Nothing was left. So when commune started, and Satya knows this, I said, यार, every time a session happens, I am richer because मैं 10 कहानियां सुनता हूँ. मैं 10 लोगों की विजन से सुनता हूँ. And because I hear them and I don't see them, I visualize them as a film. So every time I would say, अच्छा अगर ये ऐसा होता तो ऐसे हो जाता है, right? Now this has been happening from 2015 onwards, roughly 17 actively. And I'm now absolutely, I'm now set again. I'm about to write, I've half written a book, which is going to be a film, writing 2 OTT shows. But it's all because I have been so enriched by these stories that I have listened. So as you said, being a great listener is 101% something that I have actually re-picked. Because I feel I picked it till I was 23, 24. Then I implemented it for a good 15 years. तब निचुड़ गया. अब फिर भरना शुरू करा था. Did all that. This being present is something that I, again, recently in the play I realized, because I was there, an MC acting as an actor, play acting as an actor, till I realized in the first 20 days कि मेरे चारों तरफ सब actor थे. उनका profession सिर्फ acting था. There were 1 or 2 of them who were, like Namit is a great singer and an actor. But, and he used to have a band and everything else, but everybody else was just an actor. And so their craft was at another level. So the first thing was that on the 10th day or something, I actually went up to Sagar and I said, Sagar, will you do my lines with me? And he was like, अरे क्या बात कर रहे हैं आप? And I said, नहीं भाई, ये मैं आपको गुरु मान के कह रहा हूँ. And he was like, अरे रोशन भाई आप ऐसा मत करिए. And I was like, नहीं, I'm not joking. I'm not trying to chadhao you. I'm being very honest and telling you, this is your craft. I'm a learner. Teach me. And I said, you do it. And I would keep observing him and seeing this. Or like Sharvari was in every scene, and I found her to be so, and I went to her and said, tell me, how are you so present? And then she told me this thing about saying that, how she uses breath. And says, it's not just my breath, it's your breath. Because we are in the air, हम दोनों एक ही set of, हम एक ही envelope of air में से सांस ले रहे हैं. तो अगर आप ज्यादा लेंगे तो मैं कम लूंगी, और अगर आप कम लेंगे तो like it's this thing. And to think of something so deeply, इतनी खुशी होती है to know कि किसी ने के बारे में इतना सोचा है. फिर आप उसको implement करते हैं, you know. There is a scene in which Lalit is just realized that the house is crumbling and he's got to make this big decision between, you know, can he banish the magic child who's his cousin's daughter, or does he banish the brother? What does he do? And there was a moment, and Meera kept coming to me and explaining, because I would perform the thing perfectly, and then there was a point where I would suddenly have to say, where's the scene is over, and it switches the tone to where's the photographer, and I would say it, and she would keep saying no. I'm like, I think I'm doing a great job. The scene is killer. And she says, see, if you were present, you cannot switch emotions so quickly. You've just banished a man who meant everything in your life. In 3 seconds, if you're saying, where's the photographer? You can't be all hunky-dory. Your emotional residue would still be there. And I couldn't feel it. I kept asking, that I asked the other actor and stuff. And everybody said, tum kaise karte? Ultimately, so I had to develop my own thing. And I remembered this breath thing. So from the point of the banishment, which is about a minute and a half of a scene, I start holding my breath. And my voice gets more constricted because saans kam hai, so wo badhti ja rahi hai, whatever. And at this point, I used to have to take such a deep saans that usse wo emotional change automatically aa jata tha. And then when I said, where's that photographer? And I was still, and the day I did it, she said, yeah, you're there. वो understanding जो होती है ना, by listening, by being present, by rehearsing that craft. And I just feel this, that, we're always a work in beta. And you must believe that. Your craft, you can only keep improving. The amount I picked up, and I'm telling you, ever since I started listening to the podcast, then the classes, then our conversations, and I'm a sponge. मैं वो खींचता रहूंगा. निचोड़ उसका कब निकलेगा मुझे नहीं पता यार. साठे हम लोग की जब बातें होती हैं, हम लोग
10 कॉर्पोरेट में
साठे कहेगा और उससे 2 बिजनेस बना के उसको बेच देगा. But that is where
ये कम्युन में सब स्टोरियां जाने होती.
नहीं बिल्कुल. And देखो, मैं आज जो स्क्रिप्ट लिख रहा हूँ इसीलिए बिकॉज मुझे वो ग्रामर, वो टेक्स्ट, वो कैनवस, वो सब फिर से मिल गया है. और मेरा कॉन्फिडेंस अब उस लेवल पे कि तेरी माँ की यहाँ अब दिखा, अब वो डर नहीं वाली बात है. डर आ गया था. Meera said something. So what happened was, a week before the play, suddenly we were given a message which came saying that tomorrow morning, guys, we have a script read. So यार हर रोज स्क्रिप्ट पढ़ने, न्यू स्क्रिप्ट रीड क्या है? So we were told at the culture ministry in Doha. I mean, there are some things and whatever cultural sensitivities we'll have to address. And I'm seeing this woman, bloody world-renowned director, 65-year-old, handling the world on one side, doing this play against all odds. Our equipment hadn't reached Amit on time. We were delayed. But she's coming every morning with this, good morning, sunshines. How are you all doing? Come here, my loves. Give me a hug. And I would turn to her. And so I remember that morning when she had to do this, all of this, I turned to her. I said, how are you doing? Not good, but I'm a better actor than all of you. And she just told me in my ear. I said, यार देखो ये क्या है. तो जब वो शो खत्म हुआ, बहुत अच्छा शो था. And she was just absolutely delighted. And I went to her and she said, it's what I always say. Heart of a poet, skin of an elephant. And that line, मतलब मेरी तो लेटेस्ट लर्निंग में हर जगह उसको अपने दिमाग में चलाता हूँ. मैं उसमें एक लाइन ऐड कर दी है, हार्ट ऑफ अ पोएट, हाइड ऑफ एन एलिफेंट, ब्रेन ऑफ अ बिजनेस.
आई थिंक उसका ठीक था. आपने बिजनेस क्यों ऐड किया मुझे पता नहीं.
धंधो. But it was just that I just felt that it was such a great thing to pick up, and to just constantly keep evolving along this line is the biggest lesson that I can possibly give to anyone. To the younger generation, there's one lesson that I definitely want, and it's more of less a lesson, more a request. It is, be gentle. Be gentle with your elders because they really are from a different time. मतलब वो सच बता रहा हूँ, जब मैं अपने माँ बाप को हैंडल करता हूँ कभी कभार, there are some things. ऐसी बात हो रही थी one day, and my mother, I could see that my mother was low about something, and I said, shall we go and see her? And I couldn't even complete her. मैं पागल नहीं हूँ. I said, Mom, I go and see a therapist. Shaheen and I have gone. My children have gone when they needed counseling. But for them, it means something else. उनको एक stamp लगा हुआ है कि it is, and I'm like, I haven't been able to explain it to her. And I was very frustrated and very angry because I knew that if she did, it would make her such a difference, but she won't because it's got this thing attached. And I just have to be gentle and say, I can't change this. ये मैं नहीं बदल पाऊंगा, तो ठीक है, उसके साथ जीना सीखिए. my father, after he had his gallbladder thing year before, told us, "Beta, इसके बाद मैं अस्पताल कभी नहीं जा रहा." I'm like, God forbid ना जाना पड़े, लेकिन अगर जाना पड़ेगा तो मैं तो लेके जाऊंगा. आप जो कर लीजिए. But he was like, नहीं, you promise me that you will not do it because I've done my share. I'm very happy or whatever. Again, like my mind is saying, what the hell? What are the resources? There's everything, medicine, blah, blah, blah. But and sometimes when I deal with my children now, I find that there are moments of deep resentment. There are moments of grave misunderstanding. My daughter wrote a poem and I got so impacted because, and I turned and said, is this about us? And she says, yeah, but it's poetry and I'm exaggerating. And my fear was, what if she's not exaggerating? What if she really means every word of this? Have we scarred her in this manner? Is it because of something she observed? But, it's just that. And I just feel that लोगों को एक दूसरे के साथ थोड़ा gentle होना जरूरी है because everyone has their own set of battles. Everyone is coming from a different set of, beliefs which have cast them a particular way. We try very hard to change. But I think after a point, नहीं होता. Genuinely, our generation, which looked both ways, once to the computers and once to, the online, offline worlds, I believe we are a lot more resilient. Personally, I'd like to believe that we are a lot more resilient. But, the other two sides की जो generation है, वो बड़े एक्सट्रीम्स हैं, तो उनके इंटरेक्शन में तो बहुत ही जेंटलनेस होनी चाहिए और हमारी जनरेशन को भी थोड़ा जेंटली हैंडल.
I think one person I like to bring up in this context is a guy called Phineas Gage. Have you heard of him? No. So Phineas Gage was a railroad worker in the 1840s or 1850s or whatever.
मैं कैसे जानूंगा यार उसको?
नहीं, because you are interested in neuroscience and this is a famous neuroscience case.
I know this story.
हाँ, तो मैं बताता हूँ.
मुझे नहीं.
तो
बहुत
basically
interesting
railroad worker था, तो he was working with some rods or whatever. So at one point he was distracted by something and there was a blast and the rod went through his, like, यहाँ eye से गया, came out from the head. It literally went through his brain, right? So you'd imagine him to be dead on the spot, but he wasn't. And people came, they managed to take the rod out. I think 2-3 हफ्ते hospital में था, and then he was released. Now physically he got back to normal, but he lost a part of his frontal cortex. Now what happened was that physically he got back to normal. His memories were identical. His intelligence was the same, but his personality changed. From being a gentle, quiet person like Roshan, he became, and I can't even think of a comparison in this, but he became a very violent, abusive, ugly person where he would shout at people and all of that and lose his temper all the time. He became a completely different person. One of his friends described him as not Gage, from Phineas Gage to not Gage. And that was a neuroscientist studied him, and there are photographs of his skull with the rod go through it, or maybe it's an image, whatever. But the conclusion there was that, and this is I think a profound truth for all of us, that character is more contingent than we think, right? That we think कि मैं हूँ, Roshan है, बहुत gentle person है, good man है, अरे put a rod through his head, फिर देखो क्या है, right? So the point is,
No, knowing him, he'll put a rod through it.
yeah. No, after we put a rod through his head, he'll change and he'll put a rod through our heads. No, but the point being that everything that we are is so contingent. Like I think back on one of my favorite musicians, Chris Cornell. He took medication for something, and that medication, it was later found out, makes people suicidal, and he killed himself. Right? So otherwise a person who is living life to the full, always in the moment, actually changing completely. So much of what we are is dependent on things like the structure of the brain or the chemical balance of that day. If I miss my breakfast on a particular day, I might be a different person in the afternoon just for a short span of time. You're reading Behave by Robert Sapolsky. So that is so much about how contingent all of this is. And I want to double down on the advice you gave, Roshan, for young people and for people everywhere in general, and say that please don't be judgmental of other people. Number one reason might be that you are wrong. Young people are often wrong. Later you change your mind, you understand nuance, you understand the world differently. So you might be wrong. But even if you're right, even if you're convinced that you are right and somebody else is wrong and they're doing, do not be judgmental, because everything that we are is contingent. We are all going to die anyway. So be gentle, be compassionate, always be good to everyone. And why am I sounding more and more like a self-help guru? So let me come to another question with this, which is that, what you were mentioning was very fascinating about, Martina Navratilova hearing the plane. That's just such a beautiful, mind-blowing story. And I'm reminded of, I wrote a post 18 years ago, I think 2004, about why athletes choke. I think I was basing it on something Gladwell wrote. And it's exactly the same thing, that there is one part of your decision-making brain which is just automating everything. So if I'm driving on the street, kahan pe turn karna, I'm not even thinking. Actually, it's really complicated driving. There are the laws of physics, different objects of different masses moving from different angles at different velocities. It's incredibly complicated, but the part of our brain handles it. But the moment the other part of the brain comes in where you begin to overthink it, you are screwed. Like, I can type anything I want, but if you ask me where is Y on the keyboard, without looking down, I can't tell you, even though I obviously know because I'm always typing without looking at the keyboard. Or if I say ki bhai tu sign kaise karta hai, zara dikha. And you'll suddenly find the other part of your brain has come in and you're having trouble signing, and you no longer control your bank account and everything's gone to hell. But leaving that aside, that aspect of being in the moment, right, is super important, not just for a Martina Navratilova or for a Virender Sehwag, but it's important for all of us, and is something that I try to do, but it's incredibly hard because most of the time you're just a little bit in the past or a little bit in the future. And earlier you spoke about Roshan routinizing everything. And this is something I also want to ask about, ki boss, if I hadn't met you, I wouldn't have believed you're one person. I would have thought it's a collective of people who call themselves Roshan Abbas और ये सब करते हैं.
Pentapolar आदमी.
Pentapolar आदमी. In fact, after this recording, I'm going to check if during this recording he's posted something on Twitter. क्योंकि then I will know कि कोई और भी है. It's a team of people who call themselves Roshan Abbas. This guy is a front. So I want to understand a little bit from both of you. In your case, it's your mastery of work ethic and discipline and staying in the moment at each of the times you do this. And in your case, it would be like in my case, an attempt to be sort of like that. So I'd like to hear of both your sort of experiences with this aspect. And then we'll get back to the cricket and to Meera Nair ji.
And you've forgotten the singing.
वो तो एंड में आएगा.
गाने गवाएंगे आज.
अभी तो
मैं तो
रात
इसके बारे
जमा
में
है.
वो being in the moment बोल चुका हूँ, तो I'll sum it up my way and then you can take on, because you are actually practicing it.
But I'm
unlike-
actually asking about you. Like, what have been your experiences? Like,
Personally.
how do you find a work ethic for yourself? Because I have the same problem as you in terms of attention span and mind always wandering and seeking dopamine through various...
No, but Amit, you are at least 1,000 times better than me. I have had this problem since I was a child, where my ability to read more than 10 minutes is not there. And I have struggled, but because I'm a lazy person, this I could have won over only by discipline and routinizing, which Roshan now, it comes naturally to him. So if I would have practiced, maybe today I decide to go home and I do the routine, like, you look at any cricketer's post-match interview, it's the two words, routine and process. Because that's the only way to come to the moment. There is no other way, right? So if we, for example, you and me have to come to a point, we will have to design our life from 6 a.m. in the morning, do that for 100 days to get that behavioral delta going. And only then we will be able to get that, as Gulzar Saab says to one of my friends, that irrespective of what I do in my life, 8 to 12 I write. That's routine. So once you write for 4 hours every day, you might write the worst thing in the world, but on your 100th day, you'll realize that the quality is improving. But वो process तक मैं पहुंचता ही नहीं हूँ. वो एक दिन करा नहीं करा, फिर वो मन आया वो नहीं करूँगा. That is purely work ethic and discipline. And the moment you do it, I have been told by people who are performing at the highest level that you'll be surprised with the power of routine. And that's what Atomic Habits also talks about, right? It is just about doing that drill again and again, playing those 200 balls on a daily basis. And then you are also surprised how you hit that. That's why if you see Virat Kohli after that Haris Rauf shot, you see him react in that post-match interview. And I listen to post-match interviews very clearly because it's a good representation of the state of mind of the player that at that point of time. He says, I don't know how it happened, which means he's in the moment. The moment you are in the moment, that's what in sporting parlance is called a zone, where you actually are not able to think of anything. And that is where your anxiety is the least. Why do people say that, boss, in the moment when you are there, then there is no anxiety and stress in your life? Because the past and present have been eliminated. So philosophically also, Patanjali 4,000 years was trying to tell you the same thing, कि तू अपने breath पे रहेगा तो तू दूसरी जगह रह ही नहीं सकता. Humanly, it's not possible that when I'm talking to you, I'm on Twitter. Roshan is different. But I'm saying generally for a person, एक काम एक ही बार तो मगर आपको वो काम पे आना है और वो बॉल पे देखना है. Like once Tendulkar told me that at 40th over, by the color of the ball, I could pick at what point Magra would reverse swing. And that I had done by observing how color of the ball changes. But this is genius, right? I mean, how can you figure out color of the ball and the nature of the reverse swing? That comes because the guy is seeing, and there is a huge significance when the commentator says that he's seeing the ball like a football. We think that यार ये है. वो बड़ा दिखना मीन्स वो उसके ऐसा जोन में है कि उसके प्यूपिल्स भी डायलेट हो रहे हैं. एंड जैसे बोलते हैं ना कि व्हेन योर एड्रेनलिन इज हाई is when you fight or flight में जब तुम आते हो तब तुम्हारा सब blood pressure अच्छा हो जाता है, and that's when the time your body is the best to react, and that's why you are in that state of, and I'll come to that last point of pressure, right? That the pressure handling is when the adrenaline output is the most optimum. ज़्यादा हो जब होता है इसका मतलब ओवर एनालिसिस में हो, कम होता है विच मीन्स यू आर नॉट नर्वस. सो एट अ स्टैंड अप कॉमेडियन लेवल व्हेन आई एम अ लिटिल नर्वस, दैट्स व्हेन माय बेस्ट वन लाइनर्स कम. When I am complacent, my adrenaline flow is not there, so I have just done my this thing. When I'm super nervous and I prepared so heavily, so the amount of preparation, which is process and routine also, is because it has to be calibrated. And that is why most sportsmen say that the best time I have performed is when I have rested well. So that combination of how much output to rest defines a good sports person. And my last point before the great Roshan Abbas tells his routine is the pressure point, right? That there are two perspectives of high performance athletes to pressure. One is where they say, shit, kal India Pakistan hai, lag gayi boss. And that's nothing to do with your prowess. Whereas the other thing which you'll see Virat Kohli mentioning, that I am waiting for an India-Pakistan game. Rahul Dravid would say in India when you met him after a test match, I'm waiting for England to begin. Now these two perspectives define a champion. Because the moment you say, I am looking for pressure, pressure does not affect you. The moment you want to run away from pressure is when you give a catch in the second slip in the second over, knowing that this batsman could be actually better than this batsman. And that is why the greatest philosophy I have heard on pressure is Jimmy Connor's statement when he was asked, how do you deal with pressure? He said, I used to crumble under pressure. Then I made a perspective for myself. And I said, when is the time when I became the richest? When is the time when I was the happiest ever? When is the time when I got the most attention? It was when I performed after a high pressure game. Which means if I have to get rich, it means I have to be under pressure. So if there is no pressure, what a boring thing to play. So he calibrated his mind in such a way that pressure is where my incentive will be the highest and I'll get the most return out of my profession. And he said that the only quest now was, after I had that perspective, was wait for a high pressure games. And that is why my last submission is that you see the greatest players in the world, they don't perform in Ranji Trophy games.
There's a great quote by Keith Miller, Australian all-rounder. He was in World War II. So he was a pilot in World War II, and there's a particular kind of German plane called the Messerschmitt. So Michael Parkinson once asked Keith Miller about pressure, and Keith Miller said, "You know what pressure is? Pressure is a Messerschmitt up your ass."
And when he was asked about captaincy pressure, he said, "वो सब pressure नहीं है ये."
Yeah, pressure is, and that puts the whole thing into perspective. Ki, compared to that, sort of what is pressure. And I came across this very interesting distinction between panic and choke recently, where the distinction is that choking is when you're overthinking it, right? And panic is when you're not thinking enough, which I found really
so the answer is somewhere in between.
The answer is, like you said, that specific point where everything is just kind of in place, and you probably only get there if, like you said, if you're well rested, you're fresh, and you just kind of do your Kishore Kumar before the ball.
No, I think I've actually currently been thinking a little deeply about one or two areas and I actually wanted to ask and even
सवाल तो नहीं भूल गया तू
क्या नहीं
Routine बन-
रूटीन में वही कह रहा हूं,
आएगा
मैं
आएगा
routine से
आएगा
कह रहा हूं।
हाँ,
मैं
आएगा।
कह रहा हूं कि मुझे कभी कभार कहा जाता
और
है
आफ्टर रूटीन नेटवर्थ
कि मैं नहीं कि मैं इतना वर्क ओरिएंटेड हूं, मैंने अपनी जिंदगी को कर्म के बारे में इतना बना दिया है that have I somewhere started losing out on the emotional aspect of life? I am so work fulfilled that am I fulfilled by the relationships around me? Because my work relationships, my friends extend from my work relationships only. Frankly, all the work I do is work that I enjoy, so I don't think it is work. It is really a great environment to be in, and so maybe the other thing that happens is that in that other quotient, am I either incapable or inadequate? And this is so after Nikhil's episode, I actually called him and I said, Nikhil, give me your therapist's number. So I said, I just want to discuss this because with no therapist have I ever been able to discuss this aspect. That do some of us become so well adapted in that space that we are maladjusted elsewhere. And I mean, and Sati has known me so long and he knows that I genuinely try my best to give time to family and friends and whatever. And I really do it. There was an app I found some last year called Garden. And Garden is an app actually which says almost how to nurture your relationship. So it says it allows you to divide people into, family, friends, and business. And then accordingly, it allows you to set reminders when to connect with them. So automatically, it will do family once a week, friends say once a fortnight, business maybe once a month, and you can keep varying that. And I used it for 2-3 months and I realized कि मैं automatically करता हूँ. मैं इन तीनों network से touch में रहता हूँ. I call my parents every morning, my son is in America. I normally wait for him to get in touch with me or whatever because I know he's in that phase where I was in college, so I didn't want to be in touch with anyone. And I'm okay with it. Shaheen is not. Aital, is 15. Whatever I can do, I do, or whatever. As I said, there's lots of topics that I might end up discussing with her because we're trying to lead this 2-country life at the moment. And I've just been taught this new thing about a 3-flag life, which is, can you chase the season of your choice across 3 countries, which is the best life to lead, right? But then it is a nomadic life, and I'm okay with a nomadic life. I think somewhere we are still struggling with the fact that we are in 2 countries. Nowadays, we're spending a lot of time where Shaheen's running her business there, I'm here, or whatever. So, and we've been a very, very close family overall, even otherwise. Now, with age, you're realizing that there is all of these aspects, and sometimes I've been just trying to understand that is it a man thing that we are more work oriented and are we emotionally a little dissonant? Are we always brought up not to show our emotions so often? For example, I cry at a patriotic film, but normally most other things do not make me cry at all. And I'm saying all this because otherwise my work routine and ethic is very clear. I wake up really early. I normally get up with my daughter in the morning so that I can see her for that 1 hour before she goes to school. She's very grumpy on certain days and I tell her, I said, listen, I'm waking up an hour before just to be with you. Please, kam se kam khushi se jaya karo. And then one day she said, it's not you, it's me. And I was like, no, beta, I understand. And then, she's found it. So there are days when she'll give me that happy, radiant smile and hug me and whatever. And there are days when she'll sort of just slink out of the door as if the cat is dragging out. But it's that or whatever. I then, because nobody else wakes up really early, I get those 2 hours with myself, which is when I am doing all my browsing, gallivanting, opening portals, going into trapdoors, new worlds, and I just do that. I don't note all of it down or whatever, as it were. Right after that in the morning with breakfast, and if I can, I try to work out 3 times a week. Sometimes I would do 5 days. If I'm in Dubai, I'll just go and cycle for 15 kilometers while listening to you half the time, at 1.5x, which now I've managed to get to 1.5. So, and I know that my 15 kilometers in mean कि मुझे 45 minutes लगेंगे, and वो 45 minutes में I've almost covered 2 hours of the podcast. So I'm done half. Then I'll try and do it the next day, and that's one routine that I follow. After that, I've got these 2 calls that are normally scheduled, one with my internal team, so which is my left brain, right brain, and I say, aaj ye karna hai. Very often, I don't need to do that call because they now know it so well that they know, and they'll just tell me kya karna hai, whatever. Then the rest of the day normally will end up being things that I have to engage with. So for 3 months when I was doing the play, I had to just change that entire day, but I informed everybody saying, guys, I will be sporadically available in this time. And because the biggest commitment at that time was spoken, I'd also just given up on Encompass, which was my event company, and I exited at 100%. People were like, oh my God, but that was you and the umbilical cord. And I said, no, I sold the company in 2008. ये घर से विदा हो चुकी थी ये कंपनी बहुत पहले. अब मैं इसको कहीं ना कहीं पर आई वाज टेकिंग केयर ऑफ इट एक्सटर्नली. आई डोंट नीड टू एनीमोर. एट सम पॉइंट वी नीड टू कट दिस umbilical cord. And I did it and whatever. And now the decision is WPPs. Are they continuing, not continuing their life or whatever? There's a bunch of people I mentor, and I don't think I'm only mentoring them. There's a lot of times that I'm just listening to them and getting. So whether it's a Pooja, who's a very dear friend and who was running Glitch or whatever, Varun is there. Nikhil, I consider more like, I mean, these, and again, I will not say these are all mentees. These are all people I love to interact with because our work intersects and stuff. And there's a host of these people. I spend time with all of them. Occasionally, then I like to take a little snooze if I can in the afternoon. Doesn't happen more often than not, but if I can take that half an hour siesta, I think nothing beats it. I'm a tea addict, so हमने 4-5 कप चाय हो ही जाते हैं. अब तक हो ही चुके हैं. आपके साथ 4 हो चुके हैं. 5वां होने वाला होगा.
होने वाला है.
And that's how it continues. And then I like to engage with a certain amount of that famous book, The Artist's Way. Had two things. One, which Sathe in fact said, that do something and do it continuously. So with her, it was morning pages. I did morning pages after the film just to break that block, and it did help me. I did morning pages after clear writing as well. And again, that really helped me because that's how I got a lot of work done on my thing. But there's a beautiful thing in that which says, date an art form. And I try to do that. Like yesterday, I really wanted to go to the Thespo festival that's happening at Prithvi because I wanted to see Sun Behan because it's a very good play. नहीं देख पाया, पर कुछ ना कुछ मैं करूँगा ज़रूर or whatever. So I think this is how I try and break up my normal routine is this. Earlier, I would say yes to a lot of just random meetings. I have filtered that down so people, and I'm normally very, very polite, so I don't normally tell people saying buzz off. There's a simple way of not knowing if I'm interested or not now, which is that if I give you a reply which is a kabhi milenge, that means मुझे interest नहीं है. If I give you a reply, I'll say abhi milte hain, which means ya kal milte hain, or whatever. If I give you a definite yes or no, then I'm into it. My spheres of work, and again I don't call it work because मुझे फिल्म भी बनानी है, मुझे किताब भी लिखनी है, मुझे कम्यून को भी ग्रो करना है, मुझे दुबई में एक्सपीरियंसेस मैंने एज अ कंपनी शुरू करी है, मैं उसको इंडिया में एक्सटेंड करूंगा बिकॉज अगेन आई फील दैट देयर आर रियली नो क्वालिटी एक्सपीरियंसेस एंड द मोर आई सी देम द मोर आई रियलाइज द गैप एंड आई वांट टू फिल ऑल ऑफ दैट and I think this is pretty much what we do. Shaheen makes sure that in the year we get enough breaks, we have enough time to connect with family and stuff and whatever. She is the love, laughter, fun department in many of these things, and honestly I think she's a lot more emotionally grounded. But this is an area which currently I'm trying to explore because I find this to be somewhere an area which either I'm underservicing or is it truly underserviced in people like us is the thing that I don't have an answer for. But otherwise, this is the way I sort of exist. I have a few goals that are, as I told you, that when I discover, like, I mean, see, for example, this whole FU money goal was a very clear $10 million goal. I mean, I was very clearly told it's a $10 million goal or whatever, etc. I think I achieved it. Yeah, and it's fine. It's not liquid. Ideally, in an ideal FU money thing, it should be liquid. वो नहीं है, इतनी liquidity नहीं बनाई थी, but properties बनाई हैं, घर हैं, nobody is, there's no hand to mouth, you can make your choices or whatever you want to do. The F off, which I recently discovered in Dubai, because Dubai is now filled with billionaires and whatever. I try to avoid one or two of those circles because it unnecessarily creates, it exists, as Sathe said, some of these networks exist on a मेरे पास ये है, तुम्हारे पास क्या है काइंड, चाहे हीट एज अ कॉन्वर्सेशन में समझ में नहीं आता मुझे. अगर आपको शेयर करना है तो बहुत अच्छी बात है, चलो ये करते हैं साथ में. मेरे भी ऐसे भी दोस्त भी हैं, दे आर बिलियनर्स बट दे आर लाइक चल ये साथ में करते हैं, व्हिच इज ग्रेट. इट डजंट कम फ्रॉम अ प्लेस ऑफ प्रिविलेज, इट कम्स फ्रॉम अ प्लेस ऑफ लेट्स डू दिस टुगेदर. And that could be sitting together on a ukulele and singing stupid songs while having wine. And it could also be going and seeing a play together or doing something, to a certain degree. But I just find that this 3 flag life concept is something I currently find very intriguing. Right? When somebody said that if winter is your favorite season, would you not want to chase winter through the year? And if you could, you'd be living in the season of your choice. That is fuck off level. But fuck off. I am choosing my season.
So what's a fuck off number?
So I was told it's about 25 million USD, which is about 200 crores.
हाँ, so 10 million is FU
हाँ,
and 25 million
25 is because उसके बाद आप वो क्या करोगे यार और पैसे का, मैं सच बता रहा हूँ। और मैं तो ये भी कैलकुलेट कर चुका हूँ, बिकॉज हम लोग बहुत बारे डिस्कशंस होते हैं, साठे हमारे अदर फ्रेंड्स ऑफ आवर्स हु डन रियली वेल, सम वाज
मेरे
स्टिल इन द
डिस्कशन
रैट।
ये 10 12 15 मिलियन के नहीं होते
मतलब करता नहीं है, बिकॉज ये हमेशा उसका होता है कितना छाप रहे हो, दैट्स ऑल ही कीप्स सेइंग।
The thought of discussing money is enough for me.
No, and it's fine, and again
I don't like
don't
to,
think
it's too much
I
of
also
hard work.
find that many people are just trying somewhere to peg their own success to yours. So many times it's not about that. I know so many people who meet me because I know that they are somewhere saying, वो very weird to say, but आज की रोशन है। जब मैं 4 टीवी शो, 2 रेडियो शो, 2 इवेंट करता था, आज many of them do that today, right? वो 2 पॉडकास्ट, 3 ये whatever कर रहे हैं, and somewhere they're trying to peg that success. Now, if they want to peg it monetarily, fine. Some of them do try to peg it monetarily. Sir, मैं तब चार्ज करूँ इस शो का, क्या लगता है आपको? Right? And I know what they want to do. You know, कि मैं क्या करता है? Would I have done it? Have I done it? Do I do this much or whatever? And I'm very honest and happy to share. मुझे कोई, sometimes I'm told by Shine and others saying, my mother says कि इतना मत डिस्कस करा करो पैसे और लोगों को whatever. ऐसे क्या छीन लेगा यार? सब टैक्स पेड है, कभी कोई गलत काम किया नहीं है, तो मुझे कोई डर तो है नहीं, जलन होती है, बुरी नजर लगती है, सब होता है, मुझे यकीन नहीं होता है सब चीजों में। आई जस्ट फील दैट यू नो and while I'm given a lot of, sometimes I'm given a lot of gyan about being spiritual and religious and whatever, where I have one very old, my father had put up one poster in Lucknow in our house which said, I think F.A. आजमी साहब का शेर था, घर से मंजिल है बहुत, घर से मस्जिद है बहुत दूर, चलो ऐसा कर लें किसी रोते हुए बच्चे को हंसाया जाए।
Beautiful, and even I understood it.
No, it's very simple. नहीं देखो, अच्छी शायरी मुझे कभी लगता है कि वो समझ में ऐसे आ जाती है, और इतनी खूबसूरत बात है। Humanitarianism, I think, is genuinely the best religion. मैं 50 चीजें करता रहता हूँ, I don't want to, which I would not consider charity. They are, can you help someone in their education? If a kid has got a thing saying, I'm doing a photography course, I'm short of some money, and they put up a post somewhere, do an anonymous donation to it or whatever. They'll never know of it, but it's fine. When that person posts that first picture, you will know you were a part of it. That's good enough. And if you can do that, it's very fulfilling. मैं तो बहुत करता रहता हूँ सब चीजें, बड़ा मजा आता है, बड़ी खुशी लगती है।
It's very interesting. There's a friend of mine I've known for, I think, 15 or 16 years. I don't think you guys would have come across him, but I was chatting with him recently, and we were all just sharing stories about ourselves. And at one point, he spoke about a side of him I never knew, where he said that I like to give away it's some way or the other 10% of my money every year. And he started speaking about all the little things he does. And I never knew that side of him because he had never revealed it. And he's doing all of it anonymously. तो किसी को बताना नहीं है, किसी को मतलब सिग्नल नहीं करना है लोगों को कि सी हाउ वर्चुअस आई एम। जस्ट क्वाइटली बैठ के MBA है, बैंकर है, सब कुछ है, कोने में बैठ के कर रहा है, किसी को बताया भी नहीं। You know, it took me 15-16 years in the course of a very specific conversation to kind of get it out. And I was very touched by that. I thought that was a lesson because so many of us want to be good so we can show we are good.
Absolutely.
I have a theory on that though.
हाँ बोलो sir.
मेरा theory ऐसा है कि which is something that me and Sunandan did since we've been doing for the last 15 years. What I realized was one great thing about USA was they made charity cool. Okay, and I think that is important in India. And the way to make charity cool is to flaunt doing charity. And earlier I used to think कि बताना नहीं. I used to also not say कि अपना करो. Then I realized यार लोग Instagram में फोटो डाल ही रहे हैं, फालतू फोटो डाल रहे हैं। डालने दो कि लाख रुपए किसी की एजुकेशन में दिया, वो एक मोमेंटम प्रोपेल करेगा, और फिर अगर जैसे वॉरेन बफेट दे रहा है, फिर बिल गेट्स भी देगा, फिर ये भी देगा, क्योंकि उनकी प्रतिष्ठा उसके कारण। अच्छी चीज के लिए अपनी प्रतिष्ठा बढ़ाने में कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं।
That's true.
And me and Sunandan actually said that, you know, tomorrow we did so many fundraisers. I mean, for Baba Amte's foundation, we raised 4 crore rupees, and thankfully, you know, MS Dhoni supported it, Sachin has supported so many things. We had so many projects that we are doing, and you will not believe, Amit, we used to tell the sponsor, तुम्हारा सबका फोटो हम निकाल के देंगे, तुम पैसा डालोगे तो। बिकॉज फॉर अस वी वर द क्या उसको बोलते, पाइप ऑफ चेंज। हमारे पास खुद के पास नहीं, हम थोड़ा सा 5% कंट्रीब्यूट करेंगे। बट सुनंदन सेड दैट आवर ड्यूटी इज टू कनेक्ट रॉबिन हुड, जिसके पास पैसा है उसको विद अच्छा कॉज, उसके लिए अगर हम लोग को अपनी जान दे के फोटोग्राफ निकाल के उसके बच्चे का मुंडन में भी किसी को लाना पड़े तो हमें कोई इसमें नहीं होना चाहिए, बिकॉज द आउटकम ऑफ दैट is that 10,000 people are having food. And I realized this when I saw one guy said, and then suddenly the other guy would say, अरे क्या वो तुमने किया था वो कर, ये भी एक charitable है. So suddenly that guy paid money for our orphanage foundation. So I think it's time that we celebrate people who are giving money or doing something good. Because if it creates a chain reaction, I know it may not be your personal thing to do.
No, absolutely.
That's absolutely fine. It's your personal choice. But if we can create a movement that's how like what it has happened in America, and even 1% of our billionaires start putting money back into society, I think we have enough money to take care of our country.
I think, to be honest, people like Azim Premji and the Nilikani Foundation and all of these people do put a lot of
and they have
do a lot of
started
work.
this coolness. See,
Yeah.
today in any Azim Premji conversation, what is the first thing you tell him? Tell each other. Not that he built a great company. Not that he built one of the most successful businesses in the country. सब दिया बॉस. उसका देखो ना ओहदा खुद उसने ग्रेट काम किया है, बट उसके कारण फिर उसके बाद नादर्स आए, गोदरेजिस कर रहे हैं, इवन फॉर दैट मैटर न्यू एज कंपनीज आर डूइंग इट बिकॉज like the other day one of the guys who's an agency for Byju's, I told him that one of the biggest problems of education companies is that the teacher is becoming richer than the student. So you should be doing the maximum, giving it back to society because you're making money through education. Only then you will put in a word कि ठीक है हम billionaire हैं मगर हम we are plowing it back into the system. So new age companies, startup companies I interact with, I always tell these guys whatever कि boss जब तुमको इतना पैसा मिल रहा है डालो बॉस, डालो सिस्टम में डालो, बिकॉज उससे जो मिलेगा वो तुम्हारे बिलियनरिज्म से नहीं मिलेगा.
वही है कि देखो,
बट वो यंग एज में इतना नहीं समझता है probably.
And also then they'll negotiate with you कि do my victory.
नहीं but that I have told all my sponsors, तू पैसा चैरिटी में डालेगा मैं तेरे लिए शो करेगा
Free.
हाँ, no problem at all. That's why many people call नहीं यार ये कर दो ना, मतलब चैरिटी है, अगर obviously there has to be a genuineness in the charity, because charity के नाम पे भी आज
बहुत उल्लू बनाते
मैं तो शुरू करने वाला हूँ अमित वर्मा पॉडकास्ट फंड, आपको दे दूंगा बैंक अकाउंट का, आप करवा लो.
बट सर अपने लिए बेस्ट है ना, चैरिटेबल इवेंट है तो हम करेंगे तो डायरेक्ट हमको. बट आजकल मैं एक नया करने लगा हूँ क्योंकि पैसा कहाँ जाता है वो समझता नहीं, तो मैं बोलता हूँ कि मेरा जो प्राइस है ना, लेट मी हैंड ओवर द चेक टू द पर्सन, तो फिर उसको भी गारंटी ये जो हो जाती है. एंड इवन इन ऑल द चैरिटेबल वर्क दैट वी हैव डन, आई डोंट लाइक टू कॉल इट चैरिटेबल वर्क, इट्स मोर एम्पावरिंग वर्क. वी कॉल द किड्स, वी टेल द डोनर एंड से you exchange, because what happens is when you put up an organization, people start suspecting your integrity. That is something I get really hurt about कि यार ये साठे ने किया होगा इसमें से 10 रुपए खा ले. नहीं यार, मेरे को वो करना ही नहीं है. ये तो ये मिलो, इसको 10 जूते चाहिए, तुम्हारे पास 40,000 है. स्पोर्ट्समैन को क्या चाहिए? स्पोर्ट्समैन का खर्चा एम्पावरिंग के लिए सिंपल है, उसको जूते चाहिए और उसका इंटरनेशनल जब ही वांट्स टू ट्रैवल फॉर अ स्पोर्टिंग इवेंट, you need to pay for his fees. Today, the success of Japan against Germany is because all Japanese players are playing Bundesliga. And today, unless we empower players to play global leagues, which costs a lot of money, you will never create a champion. So now my next project is to make sure that the sporting ecosystem I'm tying up with Go Sports and a few other organizations where we are trying to raise money to look after international expenditure of sports people. Half the job done. So ये करने मजा आता है. फिर then
नहीं वही है, देखो पर्सनल चैरिटी एंड बिल्डिंग चैरिटी एज अ line of work
that's a separate
is a separate thing, and you've done it very smartly. That's what you're saying.
With Bhavras we did it.
Bhavras,
Tell me about Bhavras.
Oh, Bhavras was a great idea which unfortunately did not continue, but the work continued in our individual levels, and that happened during a drunken evening with Shantanu Moitra. I think Swanand Kirkire was there, and in one of the earlier meetings Shreya Ghoshal was there, Kaushiki Chakravarti was there, and obviously Roshan, you were also there, right?
I was there.
We all were sitting.
Nilesh was there.
Nilesh was there.
Sameer
was there, and the whole idea came from actually Shantanu, where he said, yeah, we have been reasonably successful artists and it's time to empower the next generation. So, and that is something me and Sunandan were already doing in our little way. So I said, hey, great idea. So how do we do it? So we will do concerts, and the money that will come out of the concerts, we will empower the next person who is doing something interesting in unconventional professions. And that came from Swanand Kirkire's song बावरा मन देखने चला एक सपना, कि जितने बावरे हैं इस दुनिया में, अगर उनको आप empower करोगे तो great काम होंगे. And that's where we coined it Bhavras. And suddenly I got a call from Shantanu one day that Krishna Patil, after climbing Mount Everest, did not have money. She was the youngest to climb Mount Everest at that time. And she did not have money to climb the next mountain, which is Mount Makalu, which is a tougher mountain. Everest, relatively in the 8,000 meters, is as easy a mountain, though it's the highest.
Everest so kutte bhi climb kar leta. For the listeners, that's a meme that we have, that whenever, somebody talks about doing something, we say, ye to kutte bhi kar lete hai. And once I was called out on it, I think when I was at my friend Gaurav Chintamani's studio in Delhi, where it was something to the effect of, I said, martini to kutte bhi pee lete. And somebody said, nahi, I call your bluff. Dikhao mujhe. तो मैंने Google किया और फोटो दिखाया, वीडियो दिखाया कि कुत्ता martini पी रहा है. So the basic funda is कि कुत्ते actually कुछ भी कर लेते हैं, literally. But I'm sorry, it's a bizarre meme, but kindly continue.
In today's time when everybody is suffering from lot of anxiety issues, the best profession is kutta, because getting the most love.
Best profession is kutta. What do you want to do for a living? I want to be petted. Anyway, so हाँ आप कह रहे थे. So
तो मैं कहाँ था?
बावरास.
तो बावरास शुरू हुआ. कृष्णा पाटिल, एक्चुअली बहुत इमोशनल स्टोरी थी कि हम शांतनु और हम लोग बैठे थे, तो कृष्णा को पूछा कि कैसे लगता है टू बी ऑन माउंट एवरेस्ट. शी सेड आई क्लाइम माउंट एवरेस्ट एंड व्हेन आई लुक डाउन आई सेड हाउ एम आई गोइंग टू रीपे दिस लोन, because she had been given loan by, I think, Saraswat Bank to the extent of 30 lakh rupees. Very expensive to climb Everest. So that kind of, I said that, after climbing Everest, if you're worried about how to repay the loan, then we got to do something. And that got me thinking as to what we should be doing. And we said, chalo, let's start with a Bhavras concert. And we did that concert at Rang Sharda. I got Aditya Birla to fund that concert, and all the money, thankfully, we had Roshan supporting on the console. He did the show.
I was directing. I was just generally console directing. And our Encompass crew, because our event company came to help out.
Then we got, as I said, Aditya Birla group.
Mandira came. Hosted a little bit.
Dia Mirza came.
Correct, yeah.
Shan came. And all these guys supported. We raised money, and based on that, we collected this corpus, and she went to Mount Makalu. So that got us very excited. But fundraising is not an easy thing. I spent nearly a month and a half getting those funds. So then what happened is, this was another very interesting thing we did. We tied up with Go Sports, and I remember that was the time when Gopichan was not getting money to even run the academy. So probably the Andhra government and all had given him all the infrastructure, but running costs and all, it's not easy to build so many champions. And so Go Sports said that, can you do an event? So we did one event in this Smash, where Ankur Tiwari and Arpita and Jasleen Royal, I got them to perform. Swanand also performed. We raised money, and can you imagine, at that point of time, it was some 8-10 lakhs or something like that we raised. And Gopi from Hyderabad had come down for this event, and we presented the check to Go Sports, who had an association with Gopichan. And now today, Gopichan probably would be charging thrice that amount for his personal experience. So I'm very proud to say that in the initial years of the badminton movement, we played a very small role in kind of doing that. We then raised money for, I think, 3 or 4 very smart IIT guys by doing a concert in IIT Bombay. So this continued for a while, chota kar rahe the, but then we realized we were getting too busy. And the one big funder that we needed, कि बॉस ये अगर 2 करोड़ रुपए मिल गए तो हम कॉन्सर्ट्स लाइन अप कर सकते हैं, मगर पैसे का प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व हो जाएगा. बिकॉज आई कैन टेक आर्टिस्ट टाइम टू डू कॉन्सर्ट्स, बट देन टू सेल इट एंड ऑल वाज टेकिंग टू मच ऑफ माय टाइम, एंड दैट्स व्हाई इट काइंड ऑफ टुक अ बैक सीट.
Also the 3 Bhavras were Bhavras, right?
Yeah.
I mean, ये बावरे अपना काम कर रहे हैं, वो अपना कर रहे हैं, whatever कर रहे हैं,
And there are artists who are busy also.
and
right?
you know, and commune was also big. We were discussing all these ideas about how do we enable. So with me it was how do we enable creators. With him it was how do we enable anybody who has a cause or a purpose which is worthwhile. Therefore it was sports. And again, see, it comes from what is your subset of interest, right? So with them it seemed to have become sports for a period of time. And honestly, even today, while Bhavras might be more in spirit, but I often see them doing, even when they have these couple of, इन लोगों का एक ग्रुप कभी कभार मिलता रहता है, whatever and things, उसमें मुझे वो बावरा की स्पिरिट दिखती है, you know, when it's you and there's Shreya and there's that Aditya gentleman, Mr. Ghosh, and all of these people. I see that he's still got that network. Maybe he'll work it. Again, see, for Sate the issue was, मैं ये कर सकता हूँ, ये कर सकते हैं, अब इसके beyond मैं क्या क्या करूँ. So that is it. That I think somewhere that becomes a bit of a thing, hurdle of saying,
then I have to go into the entrepreneurial
which he doesn't
space,
want.
which I don't want to do, and that stops me from taking any idea to the next level. Because the moment you become an entrepreneur, then all your time goes, and that is why Roshan Abbas is special, because he can manage both these, because he is good at delegation. I don't enjoy it, and because he has those FU, MEFU goals and all. I don't have those goals. मुझे क्या है, एक basic security चाहिए और सामने वाला अच्छा टिकट भेज के दुनिया में घुमाए.
Also,
I feel you are just like me, except much richer.
but I'll tell you one more thing. You know what happens?
I don't wear a watch.
ये मैंने इसको एक चीज बताई थी बहुत पहले कि क्या होता है, and it's a thing I was taught over a period of time, because I remember once or twice speaking to people who I would say who were similar in terms of they were entrepreneurs and they were performers, and I would say that what is the difference that you do? To say, listen, when I enter a business meeting, I leave my performer coat outside. I keep the performance, but I put the rest of that baggage of being a performer outside, because if you actually start evaluating, for Sate, it would be easier to go 4 days, do a show and give that money, because that would be equivalent to that amount.
Roshan, you need to like that.
Exactly.
See,
Yeah,
in
it's
your
the same
case,
thing.
creation and putting that, that's why you say no, execution.
Correct.
You like to do that process. I
know
bored
that.
by that.
I also tell him, like, for example, I said, you know, and this was another thing, one of our common friends once said, we were having a chat, and he says, me and my ex-partner in my business, Sukrit, he used to say that हम लोग जब हॉल के अंदर होते हैं ना, हमारी आंखों में चमक होती है, क्योंकि हम वो लाइट देख के गिन रहे होते हैं कि अगर 4 यहाँ पर होती तो ये हो सकता था, अच्छा अगर कुर्सी में होगा तो ये हो सकता, अगर टेम्परेचर, यू आर प्लेइंग, बिकॉज वी आर एक्सपीरियंशियल पीपल, वी लाइक टू प्ले विद एवरी सेंस, एंड देयरफॉर द मोर यू पुट अस आउटसाइड, वी एंजॉय दैट मोर. और हम हमारा बायस फॉर एक्शन इसीलिए है कि हमको वो करना होता है. यू नो, एंड आई टेल यू वन थिंग, बावरास हैपेंड एंड द ओनली रोल आई हैड टू प्ले इन बावरास वाज दैट किस दिन करना है. And he said, "Ye date free," and we booked the date. Remember? And I said, "The date is now booked at Rangshala.
Now you have to
do it." And then he did it. वरना ये नहीं करता. मतलब करता, पर शायद 2 महीने 3 महीने. But it was that, you know, you have to put the gun to his head for just for that reason. And again, it's that. But again, it's a very clear bias.
But I know for a fact that one day when I meet somebody who says that, hey, this idea is amazing, I'm going to put 2 crores, let's do 4 concerts, everybody will come together. But that core fund. And honestly, I've also not taken effort, because it takes a lot of effort.
I think, you know, Varun Grover in his episode with me had given this great quote about which he heard from somewhere. I love the writing, but I don't like the paperwork. So I think, you know, you and I are kind of in that same boat. Our man Roshan here has done the writing, done the paperwork.
That's why he has more paperwork also.
That's why he has more paperwork also.
Yeah, green paper.
Wow.
मार दो.
अब कितना मारेंगे? So, Roshan, you know, the other, besides your extreme productivity, the other thing which I am very sort of impressed by and something we can all learn from is the hunger for new experiences.
Absolutely.
So tell me a little bit about, you know, how Monsoon Wedding came about, the Meera Nair directed musical, which is going to Broadway now. You know, how that came about, what was your reaction, what was the experience like, what were your learnings?
Roshan is just hungry.
No, I know, absolutely true. And, you know, and wo, you know, that need, that creative curiosity. So see, like this festival, which you are already a part of, as I've mentioned to you, Stumble, we're doing this next year in Feb. But the idea was, it's a festival of creative curiosity, and everybody said, so, you know, what 2-3 people who worked with me said, आपको जो अपने घर पे करना होता है उसको आप expand करके festival बना देते हो. I said, हाँ यार, मुझे वो लगता है. पर this need to satisfy curiosity to a large degree and creatively, because when you make a little bit of money, you get approached by so many of these funds and everybody who comes and says, sir, आप एक लगाएंगे मैं उसका 100 बना दूंगा. मैं उनको बोलता हूँ, सर आप ना मुझे रिटर्न नहीं दे सकते जो मेरा दिमाग देता है. तो क्यों? अगर मेरा दिमाग 0 को 100 बनाता है तो वो मल्टीप्लायर आप कभी ला ही नहीं सकते, राइट? वो मल्टीप्लायर कहाँ से आता है? दैट मल्टीप्लायर कम्स ओनली व्हेन यू go out and find new things to do. Now, I'm a child when it comes to learning, and I have childlike enthusiasm about these things. So this year, it had started with me after Dubai when we did 1 or 2 concerts, and actually I spent a lot of time with Veer, and Veer has a lot to do. So the day we were doing the Veer Das event, the first day, unfortunately, His Excellency, the head of Abu Dhabi, passed away. And in the day it happened, and by the evening they said no shows will happen. And we had already said we won't do an event. So Veer came home. And we were talking, and then in conversation he was telling about the television show he's making and about his New York special. And I mean, the most amazing story about Chris Rock, where he went to the Comedy Central performance place in New York, and he said, I was there and I was going to perform. And they had about 5 performers with 5-minute or 5 performers with 10-minute slots. And they said, you got a surprise act for the rest of the evening. And suddenly they came and said, guys, we're knocking off all the acts before because Chris Rock is performing and he's going to come. And Chris Rock is legend in life. So उसने कहा कि ये था, and then he said ultimately I went and I was like, they said, will you just introduce Chris Rock? So he went and he did the 5-minute set before Chris Rock. And then when it finished, they said, will you also close? So he went and did it. So he said, I closed for Chris Rock. So his wife was sitting there. He said, no, he opened for you. Right? And I love Veer's, the same thing about Veer, his bias for action and his ability to keep doing new things. So ऐसे बात करते करते he said, Edinburgh Fringe हो रहा है, let's go. And I've always wanted to go to the Fringe, and every year I've had this thing because August used to be work time and kids used to come back from vacation. So I said, I'm going to go for a fact, and I went for 10 days. When I was there, I saw so much experimental theatre. I saw 21 shows in 7 days. I had a backpack. I used to get up at breakfast and go. जो show मिलता था. Because you can't pre-book. And I stood in lines for 2 hours. Humbling experience. You're meeting waiters who are trying stand-up comedy from New York who've flown down to do the experimental set. A girl who's 19 who's written her first play and been called. Somebody who's been there thespian for 30 years, standing on the road and distributing his tickets. It is, for any creator, you have to go to a Fringe just to experience this madness of a city coming alive with the arts. I think somewhere there in my head, this wanting to get back to theatre became a big urge. But not any play, because I've been offered a lot of plays to do here in Bombay and things. But I was like, यार यहाँ जो करना था कर लिया. Because honestly, after doing Aladdin और उससे पहले बहुत और चीजें करने पे, I was like, इसके आगे क्या कर लूँगा? पृथ्वी कर लिया, सिंगल प्ले कर लिया, Aladdin कर लिया, लिख लिया. And suddenly this call happened from Dilip Shankar, and he said, Roshan, they're looking for somebody to do this. And I called Amol, who sort of manages my work at Commune and many other artists. And he was like, sir, 3 mahine dene. And that is when the first big thing was. It was 3 months, 2 months in Bombay. And this was premiering at the World Cup at Doha because it was part of the Qatar Creates thing. And then we were told that next year, which is in April, May, it'll go off Broadway, which is the process. So you go off Broadway, then producers come, then if they're selected, then it goes on Broadway, then there'll be an India tour and a global tour. And the way Mira's lived with this story ever since the film was made. And the play has happened twice before, but in smaller avatars. So Berkeley, they did a show where Javed Jaffrey played Lalit. And Javed is a very good dancer, but sings, but and is also, so he was there, and Namit was there from that show only, and Sharvari was there, and many other actors. I think at that point in time, Ali Sethi was being considered for something as a role, and beautiful. तो उन्होंने ये वहां पर करे थे shows, 6 हफ्ते करे थे, हाउसफुल shows थे that I'd heard of. The script was still evolving. Then in 2019, they did Delhi, they did 12 shows, again completely new. And with theatre, unless you're in a resident theatre space, the play changes to adapt to the place. And Qatar was going to be a revolving stage, LED screens. It was Mira's biggest vision. And therefore, the fact of being part of that vision, being part of a film that I had loved to watch, and experiencing the triple threat, as I said, acting, singing कर सकता था, dance भी करना है. And उसमें बता दिया गया था clearly कि हाँ आप and I was also told by Mira's partner, he came and he said that, Roshan, we're treating this as an ensemble cast, which means that while you might be playing a very significant role, there'll be other scenes where you might be playing a peon. and walking on with a suitcase and whatever, are you comfortable with that? I said, यार मुझे कोई ego नाम की तो चीज़ है ही नहीं. So I said, I don't mind. Let me see if I fit in. So I did the audition. I was by myself in Dubai. There was no one there. I called my friend who used to act with me in theatre 25 years ago in Lucknow, who came. We did a printout of the script. He sat opposite and read the lines. I did a decent audition. Then with the songs I had to sing, I took 2-3 extra days, learned the songs. My daughter reviewed them online and passed them saying, yeah, it's decent. And I did that. And that's when there was this song which is towards the end, and I mean I'll just tell you. So उसमें उसकी original उसकी line है, Ria, you must come home again, Ria, my child, my life, my own, please come home again. तो जब पहली बार सुना था तो स्केल मेरे लिए ये मेरा स्केल नहीं है, 9.5 है ना, तो ये राग देश पे बेस्ड है. ना तो
ये जहां छूट जाए संग प्यार रहे,
मैं रहूं ना रहूं सजदा.
कंटिन्यू.
So when the first time when I heard this, ना मेरी थोड़ी लगी, because I said यार ये, and इसका मैं अभी तो still I think I'm singing half note lower than the thing. And विशाल भारद्वाज जी की म्यूजिक है बहुत, और जो गाने थे, I mean the opening song, all the other songs that I had, ensemble songs, were beautiful. So when I committed to it, I realized that I'm doing this with love of theatre. Theatre, it was paying, but theatre pays you theatre money. And there is a beautiful line that I read in a Broadway article, because after this I researched Broadway first. कि भाई क्या क्या होता है, कैसे होता है, कितना में होता है, क्या होता है, all that. तो उससे बड़ा clear था कि in Broadway you can't make a living, you can make a killing. So see, a Lion King makes $1.8 billion. Yeah, a top-notch actor, once he gets billing, wins a Tony and whatever, etc., can be earning a great sum of money or whatever. But in India, sometimes people who work at Prithvi get 1,000 rupees a show. तो कोई comparison नहीं है. So I first told Amol, saying, listen, I'm comfortable with this as long as I can get 4 days off to do my regular event work, because I still, thankfully, as a live event host, get paid well. And I made sure that I get enough of these shows so that this money thing, I don't like living off interest. I like to live off my current earning. So that was something which we took care of. They were very accommodating. They gave me the dates. Bombay mein aaya, we started doing rehearsals at Rang Mandir in Bandra. For a month, we rehearsed there. And suddenly we had everyone from Emily Whitaker, our music director, Carrie Ann, who is actually the movement director and the choreographer for 6, which is a Tony-nominated play, and I mean, has won a couple of Tonys as well. Plus, there was, Shampa Gopi Krishna, who was the other director, who was the other choreographer. Brilliant set of musicians who are working with us on a daily basis. And the cast. I mean, frankly, I have never worked with a more eclectic set of people, more talented, and more giving. Because I have done plays before where there'll be 2-3 होंगे, bad ones. और फिर आपको पता होता है कि इसको ईगो है, ये लड़ाई करेगा, ये आर्ग्यूमेंट करेगा, ये टेम्पर टैंट्रम होगा, ये लेट आएगा, ये सब होगा, व्हाटएवर. पर यहाँ पर सब लोग मतलब छोटी छोटी चीजें होती रहती होंगी, बट नथिंग टू दैट डिग्री.
So पोकर में एक कहावत है, if you don't know who's the fish at the table, it's you. तो मुझे लगता है कि यहाँ if you don't know who's the bad one.
ये रोशन, आप में एक तो खामी है.
But you must hear this. These are the two beautiful stories that happened.
Yeah, please.
So after about 10-15 days, and Namit was playing PK Dubey, which was the beautiful role by Vijay Raz. I am playing Nasir Saab's role or whatever. Charu Shankar was playing my wife, brilliant actress from Delhi. Person I knew before as well, also because we worked on 1 or 2 other projects, छोटे projects earlier. But Lilet ji ka wo role hai. Sharwari was playing Shifali Shah's role. I mean, and honestly, everybody. Kulbhushan Kamanda ka role, Sagar Deshmukh, fabulous cast. Edwin Joseph playing the love interest, and Mansi Multani playing the daughter Aditi. Again, like I can go on and on about each of these people. Each of these people are Pia Behrupiya world tour, so and so, ye Broadway, Beauty and the Beast lead, ये सब लोग हैं. उनके बीच में एक रोशन जिन्होंने so this whole thing of saying चलो सीखते हैं was a great thing. अच्छा, मेरी एक हैबिट जो है, बहुत लोगों को मुझे अच्छी लगती है, कभी कुछ लोगों को शायद नहीं लगती हो. मुझे ना मैं सबको परिवार जैसा मानने लगता हूँ. So I'm very empathetic or whatever. तो किसी को कुछ चाहिए, मैं बता दूंगा, यहाँ से आता है, वो होता है, whatever. So Before Doha, one day Namit was sitting with us at lunch. He says, Roshan bhai, आप मुझे बता दीजिए आपकी वो डीप डार्क हिडन कौन सी बुरी आदत है. ऐसा मतलब सदी कुछ तो होगा. अरे भाई इसे देखिए इतना नेक आदमी कोई नहीं हो सकता. आज भाई मैं क्या बोलूं, मैं सच में मैं ऐसा ही हूँ. नहीं नहीं रोशन भाई मैं नहीं मानता. होल डे दे ऑल वेट आफ्टर. नहीं क्या है आपकी आदत है व्हाटएवर. ऐसे ये आपको शाहीन वाइन से पूछना पड़ेगा बिकॉज मे बी दे नो दैट.
शाहीन वाहीन.
नहीं,
ये वाहीन कौन है?
ये वाहीन जो है मेरे मतलब मेरे माँ बाप, मेरे दिल अजीज,
ज्यादा बोलो मत,
आसपास
नहीं
वाले
तो
लोग.
ये वाहीन का वाहियात.
ये हुआ. अब इसके बाद हम लोगों ने यहाँ पर रिहर्सल करा. आई मैनेज टू गेट माई पेरेंट्स हियर टू कम फॉर द ड्रेस रिहर्सल विच हैपेंड एट एंड्रूज. विशाल जी अटेंडेड दैट शो. Nasreen Muni Kabir came for it. Many other, everybody was allowed to invite 2-3 people. So my parents flew in specific. Shaheen had an exhibition in Dubai. So she said she'll come to Doha. My parents flew in from Lucknow. So for me, the fact that my dad at 82 took a flight with my mom and came was itself the biggest achievement. And the performance really went off well. Because by this time, it had become muscle memory. And in theatre, it needs to become muscle memory for you to then start playing. राइट आपको मालूम है आपको पॉइंट ए से पॉइंट बी जाना है, किस तरीके से जाना है. And it's the only medium. So in fact, one day when Meera was directing, when one actor came and said that, there's so much direction right now and whatever, play में देख लेंगे. ऐसा मतलब तो मजाक कर रहे थे. तो the girl turned and said, she said, ultimately theatre is the only medium where it is the actor has control because nobody stops you, right? They can't stop the scene and say फिर से retake करो. नहीं, it's you. And I said, यार ये नहीं सोचा कभी मैंने. तो मुझे पता है मुझे यहाँ से यहाँ जाना है, but how do I do it? What craft can I use in it? How aware am I of my body? How am I standing? Where am I looking? And I swear to you, I have never enjoyed the craft as much as this because मैंने इसको ताना बाना इसका एकदम बुन बुन के चीजें करी. There's a scene in which I'm running after Riya when she's leaving the house, and it's just a very pillared kind of metallic structure. नीचे एक लाइट लगी थी. अब मैंने क्या करना शुरू कर दिया, started going and stopping at the light, and उसके बाद ये लाइट ऑन होती थी. तो एक अंधेरे में आदमी खड़ा है, संडे एक लाइट ऑन हो रही है और उसमें मैं टर्न करता हूं तो यू कैन सी माई हाफ लिट फेस. नाउ सी आई हैव इमेजिन्ड दिस एंड आई हैव टोल्ड समवन सेइंग देखो यही हो रहा है ना. अनदर पर्सन. सो नाउ दिस इज वेयर यू आर प्लेइंग विद द थिंग. मुझे तो सिर्फ जाके उसको बोलना है रिया, प्लीज कम, प्लीज रिया प्लीज. And then I turn slowly as the music moves. But that is where you enjoy the craft and stuff. And frankly, when we did the performance, Vishal ji came and said, Roshan, 3 बार हम ये शो कर चुके हैं, आप ही ललित हैं. But ये मेरे लिए बहुत बड़ी बात थी. Meera came to me and at that time she turned and said, you are the essence of Lalit for me. And obviously a director says things to all their actors to motivate them. Her direction was unique. The first day she sat and did a session with me, she said, Lalit and Pimmi's love is like an old shoe. It's very comfortable, but it's also very disregarded. ये इतनी बड़ी बात थी. She didn't have to tell me ऐसे behave करो उसके साथ. This was enough direction, yeah. Enough direction for that relationship to develop.
It's a classic show don't tell.
No, and she does it with everyone. Like why does the thing of Dubey having the marigold flower? She says it's उनका प्यार इतना नेक और इतना सस्ता है सब लोगों की नजर में. मैरीगोल्ड महंगा नहीं होता ना फूल. लाइक क्या क्या चीजें हैं. वो म्यूजिक की अंडरस्टैंडिंग, विजुअल की अंडरस्टैंडिंग, ये सब तो वो तो अलग लेवल पे था. तो मेरा कभी कभार मेरा डायरेक्टोरियल माइंड आने लगता था. मैं कहता ना एक्ट करो, डायरेक्ट मत करने लगो अपने दिमाग में कि मैं ये करता ऐसे होता व्हाटएवर which comes in. But in the off times I would sit with an Emily and say, so how does musical theatre work in the US? What are these roles? Whatever. And now, as I said, I want to do musical theatre workshops next year, and let's see what happens with all that. Should we do a play? I don't know, but all that will happen. But when we reached Doha, it was a brand new challenge because new auditorium, brand new placement, brand new plotting, technicals, all of this started. And the challenge of World Cup bhi ho raha hai, aapka haya visa hua hai ki nahi hua hai, blah, blah, all of this. In the middle of which Spoken Fest is going on here. So my lunch breaks used to be कितनी sponsorship आ गई, किसको फोन करना है, मैं इसको फोन कर देता हूँ, blah blah. But I would only use that one. Otherwise, I would be totally immersed in the play. Again, Saurabh, Varun, the entire team here, Vaishnavi, Nino, Aditya, everybody. Tess, without Tess and Shantanu, the curation would not have happened for Spoken. And so what they build is absolutely unique. So they created that, but they gave me the space to do this. When we started doing the show in Doha, again, the day the show happened, Mira walked on stage at the premiere and danced on stage with us. And I know her. She is very, very fun and stuff. And then I got that one hug on stage. And she just, in my ear, she turned and just said, she says, you were impeccable. And to me, that was मेरे लिए बहुत बड़ी बात है, because जहाँ से मैं आ रहा था, मुझे लग रहा था 20 दिन तक या तो ये मुझे निकाल देगी या मैं छोड़ दूंगा, because बहुत प्रेशर था. डांस भी करना है, ये भी करना है. डांसर में हूँ नहीं, इसको पता है, मतलब मैं इसके साथ 2 स्टेप्स कर सकता हूँ, बट आई एम नॉट बट आई प्लेड इट एज अ फादर ऑफ अ ब्राइड हु इज एन एवरेज डांसर. दैट्स फाइन, आप ऐसे भी प्ले कर सकते हैं. सो वो हुआ. Immense amount of learning, very, very satisfying and very humbling, right? So I think that whole thing of learning new things comes in this manner. It has been incredible, and we are now all waiting to see whether show's definitely happening in April. Now it's a matter of how many days are required. The Queen Anne Theatre people where it is going to be done had come. They loved the show. We had lots of discussions with them, and these are discussions we're talking about the tapestry of the show. What do you feel? What would you have done in this? Aisa kar sakte the. And she's played with the play so much now over these years that she's got spoiled for choice about scenes and other things that we could do. Absolutely. I mean, I could not have asked for a better learning creative experience at the age of 52. So I'm really happy about it, and hoping next year that we get what's called a callback. The actor callback will happen for all of us, but it's a union driven thing, so we also need to wait for how many actors get, because you have a limited number of international actors you can take and all this, but we're all sitting and praying and saying honge kamyab.
कौन सा यूनियन है? सीएम से बात करें.
It's not like the people who come knocking at Film City. कौन सा आपके पास है कार्ड है कि नहीं?
Yeah. What I found impressive about your stories of this play is how you were able to go through an unlearning and learning process, especially with regard to singing. Tell me a little bit about that.
No, you see, the first thing is that Western choral singing and Indian classical singing, which is a very unique combination in this play. One teaches you to sing on an out breath, one tells you to sing on an in breath, right? आप जब गाते हैं ना, आप जब राग वगैरह कर रहे हैं, आप and Namit actually told me this thing, sir, देखिए ये यहाँ पर चीज है, तो ये सुन के सीखना पड़ता है. Then what happens is that Western singing is a lot, and the Emily's her fiance had come down and whatever for the play, and he was watching it from a third, and he said, I'll tell you one thing, I've seen a lot of Broadway, it has so much technique. He says, you all have so much heart. And ये सच्चाई है, because यहाँ पर आई डू बिलीव कि ऑपरेट सिंगर और ये जो होते हैं वो हेड वॉइस और ये वॉइस वो सबसे गा रहे होते हैं, हम लोग दिल खोल के गा रहे होते हैं नॉर्मली, पर वो दिल से गाने में जो एक फीलिंग है वो कहीं और नहीं थी. एंड when this whole thing was happening about learning the singing, we had Marianne, who was this lovely teacher in Bombay, who was telling us how to sing. And she was taking extra classes with a few of us who had weaker voices, which included me and another couple of actors. And we were allowed to ask for more classes, and I took more classes and learned that to a certain degree. Then when you start working and you're harmonizing, अब एक गाना है जिसमें आपका मन कर रहा है कि no matter where you journey, our love will journey too. There's a song called Angan. तो वो चल रहा है, and I'm suddenly told नहीं, आप इसको गाएंगे अपने no matter where you journey, because the song's tapestry requires that you are going to play bass, somebody else is soprano, someone else is alto, and when you see that come together, we had a day which was called it's called a sits probe. So we said, this sounds rather weird. A sits probe is what are we doing?
कहाँ probe करोगे?
हाँ, तो पता लगा कि sits probe होता है the day when the musicians and the singers come together as a group for the first time. Otherwise, they perform individually, which is what we were doing. We were rehearsing with the piano and stuff. And we would do vocal exercises in the morning and stuff. Vocal exercises in the morning, etc. used to happen. But the day the sits probe happened is the day I actually put up my post on Instagram where I said, 3 months of doing this. And having a 29-year-old Fernanda Douglas, who's a brilliant teacher, absolutely brilliant, sitting with me and telling me when I was singing this. So again, this song, Meera used to say, Pura word bolo, because my song starts, Angan starts with me singing a line which says, Rest in the warmth of this Angan. आपको हिंदी भी है. अब जब आ रहे हो और आप लाइन कह के आ रहे हो और वॉक कर रहे हो और सांस भी खींचती है, but वो in time आने लगता है, whatever and stuff. But she told me, she said, listen, The word is rest. So let it rest in the warmth of this angan. Right? And she would just make me visualize it. I know, and four walls and the sun and the sky. अब वो स्काई का एक्सपेंस जो है वो उस वर्ड में आना चाहिए. ये सब मैं नहीं सोचता पहले. साई सन एंड मैं पावर से ज्यादा गाता
So in
था.
a sense कि प्लेबैक की खूबियां इसमें लाई
बहुत ज्यादा यार. मतलब जो हम लोग को सोनू ये सब लोग शो से पहले बताते हैं ना,
कि
माटी पुकारे तुझे देश पुकारे, वो जो है ना,
अभी मुझ में
कहीं oh my God, Sati does all of these, by the way.
बाकी थोड़ी सी है जिंदगी.
that's Sonu because that जिंदगी
अरे वो
में
क्या-
he brings जिंदगी.
Sonu Nigam, I remember, was doing a bunch of shows with us for Toyota and backstage खड़ा हुआ है, रोशन भाई फिर ऐसा हो रहा था, whatever, etc. स्टेज पर म्यूजिक बज रही है. And he's talking to you, right? हाँ, तो रोशन भाई ऐसा हो रहा था, whatever, etc. और माँ की बड़ी कृपा है कि ऐसा हो रहा है. चाहे जो तुम्हें and I was like, ये क्या हुआ? And he's standing backstage, walking to stage, but his control बहुत ही अलग
बहुत ही.
है.
और वो उसका जो
हर शब्द
वर्ड
का,
के
हाँ.
अंदर घुसना and that he has learned from मोहम्मद रफी
नहीं,
and
वही
आशा
चीजें
and
हैं.
लता.
And
They were
अभी
just too
हाँ,
good.
और अभी भी मतलब मैं वही कहूंगा कि मैं जब नमित और शर्वरी हु आई थिंक आर अमंग्स्ट द मनसी, एडविन, ब्रिलियंट सिंगर्स, इनके सामने मुझे अभी भी लगता है कि मैं कच्चा हूं, पर हाँ जहां था उससे कहीं आगे हूं.
Can you give an example of something which you sang one way then and now you sing it?
So I'll give you a very simple thing. So see this line which is the last line in that Riya song, which is this Riya, my child, my life, right? So line is Riya, my child, my life, my own. Originally शुरू में इसको मैं गाता था Riya, my life, my child, my own, and own का 2-3 वेरिएशन, my own ऐसा था. इनटू रिहर्सल ये हुआ कि भाई रिया, माय चाइल्ड, माय लाइफ. अब वो हो गया है रिया. एक तो रिया को बुला रहे हो, राइट? सो दिस होल थिंग बिकेम अबाउट रिया, माय लाइफ, माय चाइल्ड. द चाइल्ड को चाइल्ड होना चाहिए. एंड माय ओन, एक्चुअली शर्वरी वंटे सेड इन वन रिहर्सल विशाल जी ने इसको गाया था माय ओन. आई जस्ट हर्ड इट एंड आई सेड ओह माय गॉड, ये कितना खूबसूरत है. एंड आई स्वेयर टू यू, मैं वो गाता था और ऑडियंस रोती थी. बिकॉज आप मोमेंट में साथ में, आपको पता है कि आदमी अपने बच्चे से बात कर रहा है. ये चिल्ला और इसको पता है नॉर्मली साथी नोज मैं आई एम अ पावर सिंगर, व्हिच मींस दैट व्हेन आई कांट हिट अ नोट आई प्रोजेक्ट सो हाई, बट आई वाज नॉट अलाउड. आई हैड टू होल्ड बैक एंड डू इट. And there's only one line in this, which is where I'm actually saying, come home with me, come home with me, come home. ये originally मैं सोचता था come home with me, come home, ये हो रहा था. नहीं भैया, बुलाओ, और बुला के मतलब रो रहे हो कि यार वो आ नहीं रही. And right after that there's a beautiful speech. And again, and Meera used to point out, because I'd finished the song and I'd come into the speech and said, no, what happened? She says, stay in that moment. And I was like, but there's a beat. She says, Roshan, the musicians will stay. आप गिनती मत गिनिए कि 2 के बाद, अच्छा हम लोग आता है कि 3 पे आना है, 4 पे आना है ना. थिएटर है, फील करना है. और वो जो थी the ability to feel, and I mean Shaheen watched the first show, I suggested, then she watched one more show, then she came for the third show, and the one day she was supposed to come and we had a double show and she couldn't because she slept, and she got, and she was so upset, saying, how could I not see? So I mean, if Shaheen saw 3 shows, and my wife is very loving and very whatever, but she's also very critical of my work. And each day when she came back, she was like, I could see that she had cried her eyes out in every show. And and she turned, she says, if I so wish all our friends were here, when will it happen in India? And whenever it happens here, inshallah, I'll be able to show everyone the same thing. So hopefully November in India next year. If Meera takes me back, I don't know, but बहुत अच्छा.
मैं तो कह रहा हूँ, प्लीज नोट, शाहीन saw the 3 shows, वाहीन ने कितने देखे? जरा सोचिए.
देखिए मैं आपको ये बताता हूँ, तो वहां पर बहुत सारी वाहीनें थी जो कि कतरी लेडीज थी.
Oh my God.
तो क्या हुआ, एक दिन ऐसा ही हुआ कि हम लोग शो से निकलते हैं, एक्टर की बड़ी छोटी छोटी खुशियां होती हैं। देखिए, एक होती है ताली बजती है, स्टैंडिंग ओवेशन मिलता है, जब आप अपनी कर्टन बाउ लेते हैं तो क्या ऑडियंस की अप्लॉज बढ़ती है, छोटी चीजें, स्मॉल लिटिल वैनिटी
बढ़ती थी।
बढ़ती थी। तो
आपके पहले कौन था?
by the way, we've also given the last curtain bow, which is a very big thing considered.
Amazing.
So we were like, whatever. अब मेकअप उतार के आप बाहर जा रहे हैं, और हम लोग जहां से निकलते थे वहां से एक रास्ता था which you could just go anonymously, but as an actor you don't want to do that. You want to almost bump into the audience, right? And it's, I'll be very honest, and you do it for that moment. अब वहां पर पहुंचे हुए आप, और audience, these ladies were there. So suddenly the manager said, Mr. Roshan, yes, Mr. Roshan, can you do some pictures? अब हम लोगों की आदत है कि हम अपना हाथ लेंगे और यूं रखें. And
अरे
now there were
वाह.
3 ladies. You know what they did? I stood in front of them like this, and they took pictures of me as if I was a specimen in a museum. Very happy. Thank you so much, Habibi. Thank you. And it was just solo pictures with me standing like this. You know, specimen number 233 and whatever. But I just did lots of smiles and whatever and left. Then there were all our रोशन भाई, मैं दिल्ली से आपको देख रहा था रेडियो पे, माय गॉड, वो वाले भी ऑडियंस थी, पर वो जो खुशी थी वो बहुत ज्यादा थी. तो वहां पर वाहिने बहुत थी ऐसी, पर इस किस्म की थी.
Amazing.
नमूना कड़क तस्वीर है.
So Vikram, tell me about your journey through music, because what I've noticed is that you sing damn well. I know that you would sing as a kid and all of that. You were, you did all of these things with the Bhavras, so you weren't singing obviously. But were you singing also?
No, I was not singing with them because they were very good singers.
You must do your Bhimsen Joshi.
Kindly do Bhimsen Joshi.
No. As I said, my mum was a huge influence because of the classical music scenario. And unfortunately, what happened was when she was doing her riyaz, I would sing those songs and I would go into a wrong rag. And at one point of time, she started cursing me because she also started singing wrongly.
Can you sing us an example?
I basically can't give you an example because this was it was not this. I think it was a Malkons or something like that, which I had completely messed it up for her. But Bhimsen Joshi was somebody who we saw every year 6 a.m. in the morning. And, he had this unique ability as an, and he was damn funny, right? When he was in his total groove, once I believe he pulled the mat out under the tabla wala and stuff like that. Tabla wala was playing and he was getting dragged while he was playing his tabla, but he had this unique style, That was the great Misro and Bhimsen Joshi.
You need a video portion of this, not to see all the facial expressions.
We need a video portion of this.
So then it kind of became more of imitating singers. But yeah, when Roshan and me were all together, we sing everybody from S.D. Burman to Shankar Mahadevan, because I'm a huge Shankar Mahadevan fan. The kind of work that he's done. But we can...
But his biggest, I must tell you, because he doesn't want to give away his entire stage act.
No.
But the bit that he does about, so he does this whole various singers and their levels of constipation and why they sing.
Arey, sir.
So yeah, this was an act I used to do.
I'm sorry.
No. This is vintage. Don't even do this act anymore. So my theory was that every Bollywood singer suffers from constipation, and the first stage is Kumar Sanu. So
जाने जिगर जाने मन मुझको है तेरी कसम तू जो मुझे ना मिली मर जाऊंगा मैं सनम धीरे धीरे से मेरी जिंदगी में आना तुमसे मिलकर तुमको है बताना.
So Lucky Ali said, if this guy can constipate, I can do it at level 2.
क्यों चलती है पवन, क्यों मचलता है मन, जानो ना हम, हे अल्लो अल्लो
Mika, 3rd stage.
और सुन ले हसीना पागल दीवाने, मैं सोई सारी रात के दिल मेरा आए, सावन में लग गया के दिल मेरा आए.
Then Udit Narayan, the song from Lagan started very well. But see what happened to it. घनन घनन गिर गिर आए बदरा, घन घन घोर कार छाए बदरा, धमक धमक गूंजे बदरा के डंके, धमक धमक देखो बिजुरियां चमके,
मन धड़काए बदरवा.
वाट लगा दी constipation की. So this was an act which was hugely popular. And I would go on, right? You know, the little bit of constipation of, you know, erotic constipation of Sonu Nigam, where he would, like the same song that you sang, Roshan.
पल को खिले के साए.
So extended constipation, Sonu Nigam.
आस कोई जो आए, लाख संभालो पागल दिल को, दिल धड़के ही जाए, इस हाथ को तुम थाम लो मेहरबा, कल हो न हो.
I would not even touch Himesh Reshmiya because it would be an incurable disease out there. So yeah, that continued, and then that one song that kind of united was Swanand's song. Let's sing it together.
बावरा मन देखने चला एक सपना, बावरा मन देखने चला एक सपना, बावरे से मन की देखो बावरी है बातें, बावरी सी धड़कने हैं, बावरी है सांसें, बावरी से करवटों से निंदिया क्यों भागे, बावरे से नैन चाहे, बावरे झरोखों से, बावरे नजारों को तकना, बावरा मन देखने चला एक सपना, बावरा मन देखने चला एक सपना.
ब्यूटीफुल. अरे वाह, अमेजिंग.
देखिए मैंने इनके सोप्रानो के साथ अपना बेस ही लगाया.
मैं वही देख रहा था कि
व्यवहार ही क्या बजा मेरा व्यवहार ही क्या.
अमेजिंग.
कॉन्स्टिपेशन गाने के बाद बेस पे पकड़ना ही था.
ओहो,
रोशन भाई आप भी एक गा दो.
मैं तो अभी तो इनके लिए
So
बहुत गा चुका
Roshan
हूं.
sings a song which is very dear to my heart. It's Shankar Ehsaan Loy, and you know it was my way of expressing my frustration when I had typhoid and I had my temperature used to go from 100 to 104. So Nilesh, our friend, used to say that through his singing I would know whether the temperature is 101, 102, 103 or whatever. So when I said Mitwa, it meant 101. Mitwa 102. Mitwa.
ये हम लोग घर में बहुत
So but you must sing two lines of Mitwa. Scale बदलने चलेगा.
हाँ, बिना तेरा स्किल बदल. मेरे मन ये बता दे तू किस ओर चला है तू, क्या पाया नहीं तूने, क्या ढूंढ रहा है तू, जो है अनकही जो है अनसुनी, वो बात क्या है बता. मितवा कहे धड़कने तुझसे क्या मितवा, ये खुद से तो ना तू छुपा।
क्या बात है, क्या
Amazing.
अब ये थोड़ा वहां से
क्या बात है।
सीख सा क्या
But Amit, how can we forget Baljeet?
We have to do Baljeet.
I've been waiting.
पहले बलजीत की जरा हिस्ट्री बताते हैं यार.
हाँ, कौन
आप
है
शुरू करो।
कौन है बलजीत?
नहीं, एक्चुअली मुझे अगर दोनों को हमको हमारी मेमोरी खराब है, बट इतना पता है कि हमने एक कल्ट बनाया था
MTV
25
में।
साल पहले। वो कैसे बना था, क्यों बना था? 2 कल्ट बने थे, एक का नाम था कोनहेड और दूसरे का नाम था बलजीत।
और एक परपीता राम भी कर
परपीता राम था, मगर वो अकाउंटिंग कंपनी था, वो पीछे थी। वो फ्रंट फेस कंपनी नहीं थी। तो एक जमाने में सिर्फ डाइट नहीं करते थे अमित वर्मा साहब, वो एक्सरसाइज करने की भी कोशिश एक बार करी थी उन्होंने।
It's true. It's true. Can't deny
This
it.
was probably 20 years back, and one fine day we decided that let's exercise and let's not let the feeling pass. We'll exercise. So we felt like exercising and both started jogging in the morning. अभी 1-2 दिन हो गए, 3 दिन हो गए, उतना थोड़ा मोमेंटम शिफ्ट हो रहा था कि क्यों जॉगिंग करना है। But then at that joggers park in Lokhandwala, we met a guy who gave us chai. And somewhere at some point of time when we turned, we realized that he had a conical head.
Yeah, we started calling him Conehead because उसका head एक cone था. Like you would see in these Star Trek films, I think. But very pronounced. And so after that, it became like a thing कि jogging का तो मूड नहीं है. सुबह सुबह कौन उठेगा? लेकिन यार Conehead वहाँ है. चाय बना रहा है. कौन पिएगा?
और उसकी चाय ना बिकी तो हमें पाप लगेगा। So for just this, whatever. Sometimes I think he was an imaginary character.
No, I remember Conehead.
And because of Conehead, we went for 2 months of jogging. And that guy became like a underlying, क्या उसको बोलते हैं ना, conscience keeper in our life. कि कभी भी हम अगर motivation का lack of होता था, तो हम याद करते थे कि Conehead वहाँ पे रुका हुआ है हमारे लिए, इसीलिए हमें जाना ही पड़ेगा. And I'm sure before every recording, Amit remembers Conehead.
Actually, I don't, but now I will because you have said it. But the Baljeet is a more interesting story because that actually, there was a Baljeet song and a Baljeet dance. So he will sing it for us, but I won't dance. But the lines were कि Baljeet मेरा भाई, मैं Baljeet की बहना, सनम बेवफा. Right? I have no freaking idea how we came up with the lines, but this was me and Vikram. ये हम दोनों का ये था. So the day I left MTV, not the day I left, but my last day in MTV, we decided कि ठीक है थोड़ा डांस करते हैं इस पे. So I remember we got Yasmin Jain, who was an head of production, and Hemant Kinkre and Saurabh.
Yeah.
And
I think one more person.
Yeah.
And they paid tribute to his exit.
Yeah, so we all, and I still remember the steps. So we did a dance. He was singing. We did a dance to Baljeet. And it was a very poignant, moving moment because it was my last day there. But we have carried Baljeet with us.
Yeah, we have carried Baljeet with us. And you know, it so happened that one day Amit and we used to drive from Lokhandwala to MTV office many times. And for some strange reason, one day we started calling each other Baljeet. Because I used to call him Amit, he used to call me Vikram. क्या बलजीत है, क्या हो रहा है? तो he said, हाँ बलजीत सब ठीक है. So Baljeet became a binding factor between us. And then there was this song in the 90s, if you remember, तूने दिल मेरा तोड़ा, कहीं का ना छोड़ा, सनम बेवफा. So in some
फिल्म सनम बेवफा का,
हाँ सनम बेवफा का सलमान खान है मेरे ख्याल से.
हाँ.
तो सनम बेवफा का गाना बलजीत में घुस गया one evening at 8 o'clock. And then उसको अभी क्या, जैसे आपने कहा कि क्या आपका वो वर्ड क्या है, एक्टिंग
क्या
ट्रिपल थ्रेट. हमारा भी एक ट्रिपल
सीरियस ये थ्रेट था एक्चुअली.
थ्रेट था कि डांसिंग. And then came this legendary song. But क्या है कि ये क्यों बलजीत और बलजीत का बहन का रेफरेंस क्यों आया हमको पता
No
नहीं.
idea, yeah.
But the song and the dance sequence was clapping. तो बलजीत मेरा भाई, मैं बलजीत की बहना, सनम बेवफा. We still don't know why Baljeet existed, why this song existed, why this dance existed. But I think the best farewell Amit Verma has ever received in his life.
It's the greatest farewell in the history of MTV, and if you remember, it went downhill from there. Roadies, Wodies, सब उसके बाद ही आया. So you know that was like the Baljeet was a high point. और अगर बलजीत की बात आ ही गई है तो जैक एंड जिल की भी बात आ गई है.
So I think actually, just like Sathe had developed his act, so I used to host many years before that, and it started in a Lucknow college festival where I had to go on stage, and मैं फेस्टिवल्स में पैसे के लिए जाता था. मुझे पता होता था कि इसके 200 मिल रहे हैं, इसके 500 मिल रहे हैं, तो पॉकेट मनी 1000 मिलती थी, तो सप्लीमेंट हो जाती थी.
सर पैसे के लिए ही जाते थे.
नहीं, गर्ल्स कॉलेजेस में कभी और कुछ नहीं होती थी. आई एम सॉरी टू बी वेरी ऑनेस्ट उन दिनों में, बट लखनऊ में पहुंचा था, एंड वहां पर सडनली दिस थिंग हैपेंड, एंड you know, I saw a brilliant actor, and I mean, I don't know what happened to him, but अलीगढ़ मुस्लिम यूनिवर्सिटी का एक एक्टर था, वो मोनो एक्टिंग में आके स्टेज पर उसने इतना अच्छा करा कि he was able to do, he used to say that I'm coming up and playing Jekyll and Hyde, and he would first do Jekyll and then do Hyde, and then he had some amazing, I don't know how he could do it, but he could keep one half of his face absolutely straight and only contort this other half.
Wow.
So we looked at him and said, इससे तो कोई जीत नहीं
You
सकता.
think this guy is Baljeet?
You know, but I swear, but you know, Sathe,
And his banner.
exactly. And I have never seen a better mono act one, you know, thing. So I looked at it and said, देखो अब जीतने के तो चांस है नहीं. So let's go and entertain. So मैं stage पर पहुंचा, and I think this was the first time that so Jack and Jill became a story where I would get on stage, and this has lasted me till even I think if I don't host corporate events in that manner now. I only go for talks, but till I did, any moment, चाहे वो फैशन शो हो, कॉर्पोरेट इवेंट हो, मलाइका अरोरा के कपड़े बैक स्टेज जो हैं वो रेडी नहीं हुए हैं, डांसर नहीं आया है, लाइट नहीं चल रही है, रोशन मास को भेज दो स्टेज पे, बॉस हैंडल करना है ना, उसे कितनी देर, तो उसे पता नहीं. तो पता नहीं का मतलब होता है लाइक, बिकॉज जैक एंड जिल इज मी डूइंग जैक एंड जिल इन एज मेनी सिंगर्स एज पॉसिबल. इफ आई हैव हर्ड द सिंगर, people respond to the tune, because sometimes the tonality obviously I don't end up getting, but they respond to the tune if I can do it. And the story used to be that, you know, just like the stars are gathered in this hall, so it would be at a conference, or if it's a show, all these lovely people were gathered in this hall. Just like that, once there was an auditorium which was filled with a great audience, but there was another auditorium unfortunately next to it which was filled with children, and all these musical stars had to go and collect their awards at this galaxy of stars. But they ended up at the children's auditorium, and when the curtain went up, there were only children who were looking at them, and they said, "Oh my God, what do we do?" And they said, "Boss, we are entertainers, and we have to entertain." तो बच्चों को हमारे लिरिक्स नहीं पता होंगे, तो जैक एंड जिल तो पता होगा, तो हम अपने अंदाज में आके जैक एंड जिल परफॉर्म कर देंगे. तो 2-3 मैं बोल दूंगा, उसके बाद आप लोग रिक्वेस्ट कर सकते हैं. So various singers, and Vikram, you can always give us your requests as we go along. So the first person who got up to do Jack and Jill was Elvis Presley. And Elvis reached up on stage, and this is what he did. He said, "Well, Jake and Jill, they both went up the hill, and Jackie fell down. Jill, she broke her crown. It was a Jack and Jill. Went up the hill, shooby-doo-bop-doo, a-dee-dab-da-doo." So Elvis would be the first person who had to do, and then one would turn and say that the next person who came on was Stevie Wonder. And Stevie Wonder, you know, had this big grin on his face at every point, and he came on, and this is what he did with Jack and Jill. He said, "Well, Jack and Jill went up that hill, and Jack fell down, and Jill, she broke her crown, and Jack and Jill went up that hill, and Jack fell down, and Jill, she broke her crown. Jack and Jill, they both went up that hill, yeah, yeah, yeah. Jack and Jill, they both went up that hill, and I mean it from the bottom of my heart.
क्या बात है?
Amazing.
बिहार से नजदीक से आए हुए एक बहुत ही फेमस परफॉर्मर थे. उनका नाम ओरिजिनली था माइका लाल जयकिशन. अमेरिकन एम्बेसी गए, वीजा नहीं लगा, माइकल जैक्सन होके वापस आ गए और आई यूज्ड टू क्रैक वन वेरी बैड जोक व्हिच आई वोंट टू डू इन द मिनट हियर व्हिच वाज अबाउट हिज फेवरेट सॉन्ग बीइंग एन एल्टन जॉन सॉन्ग डोंट लेट द सन गो whatever. So anyway, so I will not go there. But anyway, so basically this was Michael Jackson got up and he did his version. He said, "Well, Jack and Jill went up the hill to fetch a pail of water, and Jack fell down and he broke his crown. And Jill came tumbling after. Jill came tumbling after. Jill came tumbling after. Jack, come on, everybody, it's Jack. And the whole world wants to tell you right now that the guy fell down. It's Jack." So Michael Jackson happened. और ऐसे मतलब बहुत सारे होते रहते थे. So there was Khalid who would have his sister crush and therefore would sing, "Jack and Jill went up the hill. Jack fell down and he broke his crown. Jill came tumbling after Jack, then Jill. They both went up the hill. And Jill, they both went up the hill." Shankar Mahadevan, who was going breathless in those days, and he said, "Jack and Jill, they both went up the hill, and Jack fell down and broke his crown, and Jill came tumbling after Jack and Jill, they both went. Jack and Jill, they both went up the hill together. Jack fell down and broke his crown. Jill came tumbling after Jack and Jill, they both went up that hill together. Jack fell down and broke his crown." And so this was we used to do this, and then इसके अलावा my favorite used to
Altaf
be
Raja also.
अरे of course Altaf Raja.
Altaf
I
and
did
Dalir.
Altaf Raja पूरी बार. So Jack and Jill went up. They both went up the hill. Jack and Jill, Jack and Jill went up. They went up the hill together. Jack fell down and Jill she broke her crown. And finally, डॉलर मेहंदी. डॉलर मेहंदी क्योंकि डॉलर में कमाते थे, मेहंदी सेरेमनी पे गाते थे. रैना Jack and Jill, Jack and Jill. Jack, you know he went up the hill and Jill she fell down and Jack broke his crown. Jack and Jill, Jack and Jill, Jill went up they both went up that hill. Jack fell down, Jill broke her crown, and they came tumbling after.
क्या बात है.
Amazing.
So ये जैक एंड जिल के इनफाइनाइट वर्जन चलते थे जब तक ऑडियंस नहीं थक जाती थी या हम नहीं थक जाते थे या पीछे बता देता Ladies and gentlemen, Malaika Arora. These are old stage tactics. क्या नहीं किया हम लोगों ने यार. इसका क्रिसमस अच्छा बना दिया, न्यू ईयर्स की पार्टी भी करा दी, सब हो गया.
Amazing. मेरा तो सब हो गया है. So, I've taken enough of your time. So, I think I can finally begin to let you go. But, if for people watching this, especially young people watching this, given that we are old fogies, however much you may disagree, Roshan, if you had to, no, I'm kidding, but if you had to sort of, from all the things that you've learned in your life, give advice to young people today, what are the, like, if you had to talk to a young Roshan who's 20 years old, what advice would you give him?
Honestly, to a young Roshan, though, it would be do exactly what you did because, frankly, I've had a very, very fulfilled life. But if it is to young people at large, as I said, that there is a lot of hope we all have in this generation for the simple reason that remain unafraid, keep experimenting, keep doing. In this digital ether, in this digital world, that virtual like, that virtual heart, that virtual share is a small dopamine hit maybe for you and for others around you. But if it doesn't get translated into action, kuch nahi hoga. It's a tale full of sound and fury signifying nothing almost by the end of it. If you really want to go. There is no generation which will be as empowered as you. No generation that will have as many tools as you. No generation where the ability to break down all those old guardrails, all those guardrails you can break so easily. We had to knock on doors of All India Radio, stand outside film studios, read 20 scripts, do auditions, do all of those things. And I did a very small share of it, but then thankfully the success was incremental. But do that. Also, in the initial years, work for experience, not for money. I know this sounds very easy from where I'm sitting today, but I can tell you about 50% of the jobs I did in my first 7 or 8 years of working, and maybe even more than that, were done for experience, not for money. They gave me all the skills I have to make the money. They gave me all the bad experiences in small doses, not being paid, not signing contracts, being cheated, being stood up at an event, having to suddenly, be replaced by another person. All of those things, everything, those small hurts, because till the age of 25, maybe your brain is still learning how to process and how to react and respond to things. Delve into as many experiences as you can. पैसे बनाने के लिए जिंदगी पड़ी है. Don't fall for this trap of money today. Don't look at only the success charts. I genuinely feel that there needs to be a failure/stumbling chart as well. And every stumble is a learning. Go for those, because there is so much to do that. Along the way, don't forget the people who build you, ever. Don't forget your family, ever. Because end में वही आसपास रहेंगे. जो कर लो. I'm going to end with a line that I just heard in the Thastru from Zakir, because I absolutely adore it. He turned and said, professional loss is temporary, personal loss is permanent. Just make sure that you give enough time to those. और उसी के शो से एक और लाइन है, मुझे वो लड़का लगता है कि he is a soothsayer for this generation to a large degree. वो कहता है, किसी का जादू मत खराब करना. There's no need. Be gentle. Everybody has had a bad day. Everybody's doing that. If you can find that empathy within you, that's all that everybody needs.
Beautiful words.
क्या बात है, जादू मत करा. Yeah, one thing I've learned is don't give advice to youngsters.
Actually, true. They may not take it.
Yeah.
But having said that, I would have taken Roshan's advice to myself if I was young, is that I don't want to change anything, especially my mental state and the fact that I live without any goal and stuff like that. But still, I'm curious enough to, I think curiosity is the fundamental thing. If you're curious, lot of your anxieties, your stress kind of gets cancelled, because you are anyway in the moment. You're trying to seek out of life and others. And I would have taken one piece of advice from Roshan to my younger self, that yes, you live the life that you have chosen to in the way you are doing right now, but just get a little more execution friendly and put out more creative in the universe, so that, and take it to the logical conclusion, and that just don't get away from it. Beyond that, nothing.
Yeah, I would just say that I disagree with you in the one sense, in the context of my own life, that I would do things differently. I would do a lot differently, and I think my advice comes from there. Advice number one is respect the passing of time. Time passes quicker than you know it. There's a saying, the days are long, the years are short. The years go by before you even realize how fast they are moving. So respect that time. Don't waste any of it. I would also say bet on yourself. Right? If you grow yourself, kids today are so fortunate, not just kids, we today are so fortunate that we live in a world where you can learn anything. You can go online and you can pick up any skill and become good at it. So respect time, bet on yourself, compound yourself, as Sam Altman says. Always try to figure out ways in which you are getting better at something, and ask yourself every day, every week, what have I learned this week? How am I better? Also, look within yourself for happiness, not outside. I think too many people spend too much time worrying about what other people think of them, where really nobody's thinking of anybody else. We've all got our heads up our own asses, right? So just, look within for happiness. Validation doesn't really matter. And the words from James Clear in Atomic Habits sort of ring really true to me when he says, everything you do today will impact your future self. And I think that's supremely important. I'm very angry at the young me because he didn't compound himself and he wasted too much time. And I think that impacted his future self. And what I think we all have to remember is that everything you do today builds the person you are tomorrow. Think of that person, be compassionate towards him. And this doesn't mean that you work all the time. Leisure is also great. Being in the moment is great. Listening to a piece of music and giving into it and not looking at what your calendar says is also great. But the point is that overall, you've just got to sort of think about that. There are many ways. Like one good metric is that if you think of your ideal self, what is the perfect version of you doing that you don't do? And what is the perfect version of you not doing that you do? And if you just, do a journal entry, and in fact, writing a journal every day is also great advice that I would give. And I would say that, make that your first journal entry and write about, that ideal self, what are they doing that you are not, and what are they not doing that you are doing. And I think they would also listen to this podcast, so it's fine.
Basically, what you're saying is find your own Baljeet.
Find your own inner Baljeet and make him your bहना.
तो मैं कभी कभार जब मुझे ये मुझे बोलता है कि ये अपना उर्दू इंग्लिश वाला जो ना कशमकश whatever वाला बड़ा एक्सप्लॉइट करता रहता है. तो मुझे बहुत ऐसी चीजें कभी कभार आती रहती हैं और मैं लिखता रहता हूँ, ढूंढता रहता हूँ. तो एक बहुत खूबसूरत सी छोटी सी नज्म है, पोएम है. जो अपने खून को पानी बना नहीं सकते वो जिंदगी में नया रंग ला नहीं सकते. जो रास्तों के अंधेरों से हार जाते हैं मंजिलों के उजालों को पा नहीं सकते. हजारों चांद सितारों का खून होता है तब एक सुबह फिजाओं में मुस्कुराती है. राइट. इसमें एक पैरा जो है मुझे एकदम से आई जस्ट गेटिंग 2 lines in between because it's that whole thing of turning and saying that it takes a lot of effort, and I how I keep talking about this thing of saying karo कि करना बहुत जरूरी है, and doing to that extent, doing to that extreme, that pinnacle is it gets वो छोटी होती जाती है वहां पर जाके. पर आपको अगर वहां पहुंचना है ना तो उतना एफर्ट डालना पड़ेगा. और जो you said, जो उसने मतलब मजाकिया तौर पे कहा या जैसे भी कहा, अल्टीमेटली आई थिंक वही है कि भाई इतना पड़ा है जिंदगी में करने के लिए यार, करो तो जाके करो. You said do it each day, compound it, do
bias
that
for
whatever.
action.
I think bias for action is something that I just want to reiterate that or whatever. मुझे काश वो पूरी आ गया.
खून का पानी बोला तो वाला why is he promoting anemia?
वाह.
यार वो मतलब मैं कह रहा हूँ उसमें से एक जो है वो एक.
और however difficult it is, try to find your why. बहुत मुश्किल है.
Do you need to find a why, Vikram? What is your why?
I see, why means whether it is goal setting or what in traditional term, but थोड़ा सा meaning मिला ना कि यार ये अपने को करना है. तो मैंने देखा है कि साइकोलॉजिकल इश्यूज भी काफी सॉल्व होते हैं जो यंगर जनरेशन में आने की संभावना. फॉर दैट मैटर इवन जस्ट आई मीन टू दिस थिंग, इवन व्हेन माय मदर वाज अनवेल, व्हेन she has lived her life, she has taught me the things, but the moment I triggered that you should do this and that will this thing, suddenly her healing process got better. So I know I don't mean to say the why is a very philosophical construct about your existence in the universe, but it is that small कि ये मेरे को करना चाहिए, that kind of solves a lot of problems before.
What's your why?
That's what I'm still trying to find.
Well, thanks.
It changes.
Let's hope that in 2023 we all find our whys, all three of us and everyone listening in. So thank you guys for your company today.
Thank
so
you.
much for
Thank
having
you.
us.
Jai Below.
If you enjoyed listening to this episode, check out the show notes and rabbit holes at will. You can follow Roshan on Twitter at Roshan Abbas. You can follow Vikram on Twitter at Vikram Sathe. That's VIKRAMSATHAYE. You can follow me on Twitter at Amit Varma, AMITVARMA. You can browse past episodes of The Seen and the Unseen at seenunseen.in. Thank you for listening. Did you enjoy this episode of The Seen and the Unseen? If so, would you like to support the production of the show? You can go over to seenunseen.in/support and contribute any amount you like to keep this podcast alive and kicking. Thank you.